after everyone does the intros, I will explain the rules of the format, and then we can get into having an extremely based conversation about how all these new legislative processes have altered the lives of LGBTQ plus people. Oh, I'm sorry, Jesus walks. Like, I mean, everyone's. What do you mean? Demon and I are on the same panel. Like, we're both like. Someone in my chats like is whining. They're like, "Why are you both streaming at the same time?" Like, but we're on the same panel. Like, I don't care which one you watch it in. You can watch it on Demon. like, um, all right. So now that we're all here, we're gonna start just on the top left. With Biggs. Biggs, would you like to introduce yourself to everybody and tell you anything about? Oh shit, we lost Demon Mama again. No, but while she comes back, we're going to just go around the room. Just small ground rules. Just say who you are. Again, it might be a little cringy, but like just say like what you want to be called and specific pronouns. I don't take kindly to anyone like misgendering anyone in my like debates or my chats, so please be respectful in that regard. No matter how heated the policy argument gets. So with that in mind, Biggs, you take it away.
Yeah, my name's Biggs. I'm a right-leaning moderate, I guess. I try to lean more towards freedom for the most part, but I do have conservative values. I stream at Biggs8500. But yeah, I just like to get on panels and discuss topics, focusing on real solutions. Not so much for the drama and all that, but I just really want to make progress, and I think it's important to talk to everybody and figure out what the best solutions are. Because the more ideas we have, the better options we have.
True, true. You're welcome to drop your links any of the chats. Oh no, we lost even Mama. 1 second. Show toolbars. Where'd she go? Diva Mama, you're still in VC, right? Oh yeah, we can still hear you. So everything okay on your end?
Yeah, no, I'm just having some technical issues. My apologies. I was not expecting to have any issues with whereby, but apparently something has changed. So give me just a minute to try and work on this. I really apologize. I'll see what
No,
I can.
no problem at all. Don't worry about it. Just do what you need to do. All right. Cut sleeve. Your turn, buddy.
Sure. Pronouns and then political leanings.
Yeah. Tell pronouns, what you want us to call you, and then anything else you feel like is relevant about you for the purpose of this conversation, or what you want, like the chat and audience to know about you.
Yeah. I go by he, him. They pronouns also work on me. My political leanings. I usually identify as anti-left. I'm conservative. That doesn't mean I always vote Republican. I just feel like there are some fundamental values in this country that we must conserve. You can find me in Discord. I have literally never rejected a conversation. So if you think my takes are that trash, you can act me.
Thank you so much. And then yeah. Oh, there we go. Demon Mama is back. Hell yeah. All right. And then now modern conservative. Go ahead, buddy.
Y'all can hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay, just want to make sure. So I'm Modern Conservative. I'm a Twitch streamer. That's my name on Twitch, Modern Conservative. I'm generally fiscally liberal, socially conservative, and I usually like to have long form discussions / debates with people on the left or right. So anybody's always welcome on.
Thank you so much. All right, Marcy.
Hi, my name is Marcy. If you watch Prime Kai's debate panels, you probably remember me from one of those, or a couple of those. I do those pretty frequently. I stream video games and politics and current events and all that stuff on my channel. Sometimes I even write music on stream. It's a good time. I've been digging this kind of 70s vibe lately, this kind of aesthetic, you know. I like I'm a progressive. Lately, I've been calling myself a liberal socialist, but the economic divide isn't that important for this discussion. But yeah, it's great to see all of you, and I hope we have a productive discussion.
Hell yeah. And then Jola.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm a progressive from rural America. I focus on political communications and public policy. I'm currently finishing my master's in public policy. My pronouns are he, him. I stream mostly on YouTube, sometimes on Twitch, and just like Cut Sleeve said, I take any conversation. So if anybody wants to talk about anything, send me a DM on stream, and I'm excited to talk to you guys.
Excellent. All right. So, and then Demon Mama, we can't see you, but we can still hear you. So feel free to introduce yourself whenever you are ready.
Try to come up with a temporary solution for this video issue. I don't know what's actually happening quite yet. It's actually blowing up my entire stream. So it might be something with our local internet or whatever, but I'll do my best. And my apologies for the lack of professionality. You can't see my face, but my name is demonmama.com. And that's my website. And as you can see, I'm having some technical issues, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it much. If you want to see my video, I guess you can watch it on the website, though I don't even know if that's going to hold up for right now. So my apologies for the bit of a rough start here, but thanks for having me on anyway.
No problem. Thank you so much for being here. And then, all right, everyone, I am your illustrious mod of the evening. My name is HanzOfHarkir. I mostly stream news and politics. I am a lefty progressive, but you're not going to hear any of that from me tonight. I'm exclusively going to be modding. This is a 3v3 panel. It's fair and balanced TM. I will do nothing but moderate the discussion. So, rules of the road for tonight's debate. This is to help keep things a bit orderly, to make sure that this is going to get heated, no doubt, but we want to make sure that this is as productive as possible. So, rules of the debate. First rule, everyone gets a 1-minute uninterrupted intro and outro for every single topic. The person who goes first and last for each of those will change depending on who is starting. And then after that, we're going to go into a hand-raising list-based system. So if you want to get in our conversation, just raise your hand. I will give you a thumbs up. After I give you a thumbs up, you are on the list. You have a spot to speak as soon as you go down the list.
Thank you, my lovely. I'll take that up to throw away in the garbage.
If you haven't spoken yet, you can only be on the list once. So, with that in mind, dish galloping is annoying and it makes conversations impossible to have. So, the general rule is no one is allowed to speak for longer than 2 minutes at a time. If you have a succinct point to make, it's easier to say it in less than 2 minutes. At 1:30, I will start giving you this gesture. Again, some people say it's like, I'm not calling anyone crazy or anything like that. This is just like, this is a time. I'm saying, speed it up. 30 seconds to make your point before we cut you off. And at 2 minutes, I'll just cut you off. In terms of interruptions, please try not to interrupt someone while they are talking, but if you have a specific intention with either, say, like a term they use or you have a question about their position, feel free to say quick response after they finish talking, and then you can ask your question. They can respond. If you need to have a small back and forth, that's entirely fine. If it starts derailing, I will pull it back to the basic conversation and back to the list. If someone calls you out by name or they address something that you've said specifically, right? If, say, someone, if Marcy says, oh, like, Modern Conservative said this, Modern Conservative is allowed to respond immediately afterwards. That will not affect...
Dad.
Hi, baby.
When are you going to Maddie's birthday?
I know I'm going too.
This is to encourage
Huh?
I'm going tomorrow as well.
so we can have a productive conversation.
Well, you're gonna pick up Grace.
Yeah.
This panel.
Cause me and Gwen are going to Maddie's house and
Going to start
you will Grace with it to wrap the pinata. If we have cake, then Grace does it after wrap the pinata if we have cake already.
So, what this means is
If we have to go home, then we won't be able.
And then Marcy this round, so it's going to go Biggs, Marcy, Cut Sleeves, Jola, Modern Conservative, and then Demon Mama for the opening statements. And then
We have to hide when Maddie
outside,
comes.
we are going to do the same thing, but in the opposite direction. So if you only get the first word and then the last word for one of the topics, and we're going to flip that between the conservatives and the lefties to make sure that both sides have a relatively equal opportunity to say both the first and last word of any given topic. So, with that in mind, we have a minute on the clock. First topic of the evening is there's been a recent bill passed in Tennessee that now requires businesses to have a sign or some kind of thing to let people know whether or not trans people are allowed in, say, the bathroom or the gender that they identify with. That is what we're going to be talking about for the purpose of the first discussion. So, with that in mind, with 1 minute on the clock, Biggs, you're up, buddy.
All right. Well, first, I just want to thank you, Hans, for having this debate panel, and thank you for all the fellow panelists. I know quite a few of you, Marcy and Demon Mama and Cut Sleeves and Hans, obviously, and I'm looking forward to getting to know the people I don't know. But yeah, so I think a lot of these bills are pretty ridiculous, personally. Like I mentioned in my my introduction, is I like to lean towards freedom, and I don't like businesses being forced to do anything, especially when it basically equates to something similar to having like signs for like segregated drinking fountains back in the Jim Crow days. So that's what I kind of think of this as. I think it's kind of ridiculous. Being conservative, maybe you might think that I might think the other way, but I think that anything that singles out people specifically for their gender or sexuality or anything for that matter is just abhorrent, and we should minimize that. I think that if businesses want to put something up, like maybe like a unisex bathroom for all their bathrooms, I think that's fine. But I don't think anybody should be forced to put that, because not only does that put the business in a bad situation, it puts those minorities at risk and singles them out. And I think that that's just a bad thing to do all around.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, Marcy.
Yeah, all right. So obviously, I don't like the legislation. I'm a liberal, I'm trans, whatever. That's not what you're here to hear about. I don't like the legislation. What I want to say about it, though, is that even the dystopian kind of bullshit that it is, compelling businesses to display something like, oh yeah, we let trans people use our bathrooms here. It's not even it's just so close to going full dystopia, full you must disclose your birth genitals, but it can't even do that right. So instead it's like, oh no, we just have a sign up to make you think oh, Amogus sus, there might be some trans people to come into the same bathroom as you. It's both horribly offensive and ridiculously ineffectual. I don't know why it passed, other than to represent that the state of Tennessee does not like trans people. It's a big virtue signal. That's it.
Great. All right, going to Cut Sleeve.
Hello, hello. Is there echo here?
I think just keep going. I think you're okay.
Okay. I have a couple of reasons on why I approve this bill, and you probably should too. One, this acts as a deterrence from the narrative that children are being threatened by trans people in the bathroom. I personally never believed in that narrative, but that narrative can't continue if there's prior notice that the bathroom is gender inclusive. Second, this is good for trans people because now when trans people enter a building, they can now identify whether they can go into the bathroom and not get in big trouble for it. My question to the panelists is, what could I show you or what could I prove to you that would make you change your mind on this bill?
All right. Keep those questions in your head, or we're going to just go through the rest of the opening statements, and then we can begin. Everyone, if you want to start getting in on this after your opening statement, you can start raising your hand to be on the speaking list as the last person is giving their opening statement. So, all right, Jola.
This is more of a broad evaluation of all the anti-trans legislation this year. So this has already been a record-breaking year for anti-trans legislation. And I think it's in part a reaction to Biden winning the presidency. Once Democrats get into office, Democrats push for infrastructure, childcare, green jobs. Republican politicians have no choice but to rely on politically motivated culture war stuff. So they demonize and dehumanize marginalized groups for political gain, drawing upon the worst aspects of humanity, fear and anger. Of course, we know already, even with gay marriage, 90% of state GOPs do not support same-sex marriage. And I think we should be telling people about that more often because, in my experience, people are not very informed of that fact. No state Republican Party supports it. But why don't they talk about it? Because they can't talk about it. They know our country is more accepting than ever before, and this assault on trans rights is one of their last moves. It's their last thing to focus on. To keep their voters hating the LGBT plus community. America is changing in many ways for the better, so Republicans want to scare their supporters into believing that while ignoring real problems.
All right, thank you, Jola. So, Modern Conservative, you're up, buddy.
Yeah, so when I first read it, I actually had the same thought as Cutsleeve. It sounded to me like, if anything, a very left-wing proposal. In the sense that
Excuse me.
suss out which businesses are transphobic or not. You wouldn't have to endure the shame and embarrassment of being kicked out by a business owner of your particular bathroom. You would already know through the symbolic gesture. So I don't really see the hesitancy to it. And to the points made earlier about conservatives just caring about culture war, yeah, I mean, of course that's true, but I don't see that being negated on the left at all. I think most politics, regardless of side, is really just a bunch of virtue signaling nowadays. And
All right.
that's really it.
Thank you, moderate conservative. All right, Demon Mama. And then, so everyone, during Demon Mama's opening statement, you're all allowed to start raising your hands. Demon Mama, because I can't see you, I would just prefer if you say like pinged me on Discord, and I am like have my eyes on my Discord, and I can put you on the list whenever I see a ping from you. Does that sound good? Until
yeah. I could also just type in the whereby chat, which should pop it right up in front of you. I can do that as well.
It does. That would be actually be even better. Thank you
Yeah,
so
I'll do
much.
that. I might be able to get this figured out. I'm trying to figure out what's actually wrong with the issue, but anyway, on this, I find it interesting that everybody's talking about virtue signaling on here. Yeah, you're right. Politics is a lot of virtue signaling, and what virtue is being signaled by passing a law that says that we need to identify which businesses are serving trans customers and allow them to use the fucking bathroom. Pardon my language. I find it odd that there's such a paternalistic and patronizing tone that's been taken so far by the supporters of this bill. The idea that, oh, this is actually good for you. It's actually good for you to have a business put a sign that makes it a target and makes you a target whenever you go into that place. I don't think this is good at all. We wouldn't make this argument for any other identity. We wouldn't make this for your skin color. We wouldn't make this for if you weren't trans, if it was just cisgender people. We would never make these arguments. This is ridiculous. This law is a mal-informed and obviously malicious law. I'm very interested to see where people's opinions go on this. The reason it's funny, Cut Sleeves brought up, oh, well, what could I say that would make you change your position on this law? Well, the answer is I'll be right straight with it. Nothing. The law is flawed on its absolute core. I do not support laws that enforce segregation. There is nothing you can do to change my mind.
I agree with that.
Is bad.
That's what I brought up in my first opening statement as well.
But I feel like you probably don't even believe that too. So this will be certainly very interesting. I'm very interested in seeing what people have to say for themselves on this. But this law is a travesty, and we know this. We've already sorted this issue in the past. We shouldn't be playing games and acting like this is anything new. This is segregation.
All right. So
yep, that's exactly what it is, like I said.
Cut Sleeves both raised their hand at the same time, but Cut Sleeves was just added. So we'll start with Cut Sleeves going into Marcy, and if anyone wants to jump in at some point, just start using the hand system. So Cut Sleeves, take it away.
I disagree with Demon Mama's not only stance on this issue, but fundamental philosophy. For me, aside from like religion and faith, because that's the whole point of religion and faith, anything should be able for discussion. You should be able to change your mind on anything, especially bills like this. On its face, it seems transphobic, but it could also provide much utility and much discussion, and further discussions and discourse like this. So I don't agree with the fundamental principle that anything's inherently wrong or inherently right. But on to the points that you brought up, you said this is like segregation. Firstly, it's not segregation because no one's being segregated from this. No one's being ousted by this. On the other bills, you can argue that that's a form of segregation, but not on this bill. No one's being segregated out. It's just a notice or an allowance that yes, you can come in here. It's an identifier for trans people to say yes, this is a safe place for you. And you bring up back in the 50s, 50 years ago, where we had actual segregation. For me, that's not even that's really problematic. This is nothing like racial segregation, where you had to basically roll the dice to see if you were going to get murdered when you like walked into a shop. This is nothing like Jim Crow. This is nothing like anything like that. Like to even draw a comparison is like absolutely nonsensical. But let me actually give you an argument for this. Actually, if there was more signs and more identifiers, I'd actually prefer that in the Jim Crow days. I don't want to gamble every single time I walk into the store whether I'm going to get executed or not. I'd rather have a store say like, yes, this is a space for black people. This is a space for black people, instead of rambly gambling on my life every time I walk into a store. I yield.
Okay, so just to be clear, you would be perfectly fine with signs that say things like black only water fountain or black only bathroom. You'd be perfectly fine with that.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
I just want to be clear.
No. Well, no, because it's not trans only space. It's trans inclusive space. So I would be fine with black inclusive space. So I don't have to take that fundamental gamble every time I walk into the store whether or not I'm going to get executed.
Oh, no, that's okay. You already said that part. Wait. Cut sleeve. You already said that part. Let me just ask another quick question. So what if there was a sign that said white only fountain and then another one that said fountain for black people and anything else? Would you be okay with that? Because to me, that sounds identical. I mean, I don't think, as far as I know, during the Jim Crow and segregation era, there was never any prevention of white people going and using black spaces. In fact, I'm quite sure that white people could walk up and use any water fountain they wanted. The interesting thing is that they made special areas where only black people could only go. See, the black people couldn't get access safely to those other places, and that is what's happening here. You've failed to make an argument for why this is any different than segregation at all.
Yeah. To answer your question,
cut sleeve.
That was a question, right?
It was. So cut sleeve. I'll let you answer this. Take as long as you need, to answer it. Keep it under 2 minutes. Or if you want, we can come back to you if you want to think through your response before you go. What would you prefer?
I'll go right now.
Okay.
Firstly, no one's being segregated out of a space, so it's not segregation. And again, any comparison to Jim Crow is honestly offensive to me as a black person. Secondly, yes, I would prefer in the area of Jim Crow that people do put up a sign that says black inclusivity. That's different from saying whites only, blacks only, because that's segregation. No one's being segregated from this bill.
By the way, you don't have to virtue signal about whether you do or don't support segregation. You just made an argument for segregation, so everyone should be able to tell that you are. That you are a segregationist, even if you say you don't.
What?
That is basically categorically a virtue signal.
You're comparing my racial endeavors in Jim Crow laws to a
You're still virtue signaling. What you're doing right now is virtue signaling.
All right, 1 second. We're gonna cut sleeve. You can have the last word on this. Then we're gonna throw it to Marcy. So.
Yeah. I think it's. Firstly, again, it's despicable to compare anything from Tennessee
virtue
to
signaling
Jim Crow
still.
Second, where's your apology?
This is funny. See, that's why I like these debates with Diva Mama. Because she always gets a little spicy and she just likes to poke the bear, Just pokes the bear.
I've already identified stuff that says whites only, black only, from black inclusive and transgender inclusive. I think this is more comparable to the latter, not the former. I yield.
All right, we're gonna throw it to Marcy, and then Biggs, and then Dimam. I just put you on the list in case you want to respond about the segregation thing. All right, so Marcy, go ahead.
Appreciate that.
Demon Mama, I love you. Already, I'm entertained by this. All right, you guys could just keep talking forever, and I could just sit here and listen. All right. So first of all, I just want to, I don't want to stay on this argument for too long because it's really silly. But cut sleeves, I guess the difference. So you don't have to. Really quick, whose mic is echoing?
Is that mine? My bad.
Oh no, that's okay. I'm just hearing my voice back at me and it's tripping me out. The reason why it is segregation to have the transgender exclusive bathroom or the transgender inclusive bathroom sign mandated by law is because that by nature of having that sign, businesses that do not display that are transgender exclusive. You cannot use the bathroom there if you are a trans person, or you can use the bathroom of your genitals gender, which is a huge risk in and of itself. So yeah, it does present a lot of risks to trans people, and it is in that way pretty similar to segregation. And I think that calling it despicable is actually super valid. It is despicable that we are still dealing with laws like this in the United States. Super despicable. And as the targets change, the old targets still remain on the docket, and the party you support is bad for both trans people and black people and all social minorities and cultural minorities. So I just want to lay that out there. But to address your kind of broader point about how this bill is good, I think you said this bill is good for much utility and discussion. which is a little bit strange to me. We don't usually keep bills around because of the discussion they provoke. We typically keep bills around when they're good policy that proves helpful. And this narrative about trans people being bathroom monsters who prey on children and women is not substantiated in any of the data. It's a problem that doesn't exist, and it's
Oh, that's a
literally
lot,
just a virtue
friends.
signal for the Republican Party to prove how much they hate trans
You want to say hi?
All right.
Come over here.
actually,
Wave. Wave.
On the list
Wave.
now, but Marcy directly asked
Okay,
the question. You're
go ahead.
welcome to respond to that. If not, we're
You
going
kiss,
to
kiss, kiss, kiss.
Yeah, let me.
I love you.
So, Marcy, would you rather gamble to see whether you can like enter in a bathroom or not, or would you rather have like a sign that says like, yes, this is transgender exclusive, inclusive?
I would
Like,
rather.
how would you rather
I
gamble?
would rather bathroom. This sounds so.
Wouldn't it make
silly.
more sense not to just not worry about it?
The solution to this. Wait, the solution to this is so simple. You don't have to worry about it if you just make it a law that businesses can't kick trans people out of the bathroom.
No,
There you go.
stop.
There you go.
But that's not the option in Tennessee. The option right now for trans people, because yes, there are a lot of racist people in Tennessee. The option right now is either gamble and see if like a dude's gonna scream you down for being the wrong gender and going into the wrong bathroom, or having signs that tell you if it's exclusive or not. You can't like bring up a third option and say like, oh, we agree. We actually agree on this point.
Cut sleeves. Cut sleeves. I am not gambling every time I walk into a building. I have been out trans for like a year and change now, and I have never once been remarked at in the bathroom. Most trans people don't get gawked at in the bathroom because trans people, surprise, surprise, make efforts to look like the gender that they identify as. That is a standard feature of the binary transgender experience, is to make alterations to your appearance, to wear makeup, to wear, and
by the way, just to piggyback
Well,
off of that, even if that wasn't the case, it wouldn't matter. We don't make laws. Somebody's echoing. They're
really bad, really bad.
really bad echoing. Okay, thank God. So we don't make laws that punish the people who are being victimized. You're sitting here and you're really telling on yourself here, cut sleeves, because what you're doing is you're basically saying, oh yeah, there's so much transphobia in Tennessee that every single trans person should be currently afraid to go to the bathroom that they are, in my opinion, entitled to go to. And what you're saying is this situation is so bad, we should just punish those trans people further out of the public eye. This is an absurd argument. I mean, imagine somebody tried to tell you that, like, again, that we were going to pass a law that made whites-only bathrooms and then inclusive or political bathrooms that would allow black people into them. And they said that was being done for the protection of the black people who will get killed by racists otherwise. That's absurd. We should target the racists, the people engaging in the hate. This is such an unbelievably stupid argument. It's actually like breaking my mind that there's a person out there that will make this argument, but especially somebody who, as you stated, I can't remember the word that you used, but I don't know. You probably should have some insight based on your identity.
All right. We're going to cut sleeve. Welcome to think up a response for that. We're going to go to Biggs, into moderate conservative. Demon Mama, thank you for your interjection. From that, we're just going to move you to the bottom of like the current list. It's going to go Biggs, moderate conservative, back to cut sleeves, and then to Demon Mama. So go ahead, Biggs.
All right. So I don't want to change the subject, but I think the bigger issue here, and I think that cut sleeves might actually agree with this, is that I think that the Republicans in general need to move past these type of virtue signaling type of legislation. I think that the overall society has moved on from a lot of this as far as like wanting to be accepting of LGBT people. And I think that this basically patronization to the crazy religious right is part of the problem, and I think we need to have the Republican Party get away from that, because it makes it really hard for me as a conservative to be able to have arguments and do panels like this when you have people in our government that are pushing these basically useless laws that are literally just there to placate to their religious zealots, you know. And I'm personally an atheist, even though I'm a conservative, but I just think it's kind of silly to have that be be what they're doing now. I think that there's a lot more important issues that we need to enact as far as policy, and not make businesses put up signs that say this group of people can go to this place. I mean, I don't know how you can't see the comparison between, whether it's not necessarily segregation, it's still singling out a group of people. Now, whether that's, segregation or not to you personally, I would hope you could at least see that part of it.
All right. Cutsleeve, if you don't want to respond to that because you're like directly on the list after this, we're going to go to Modern Conservative and then to Cutsleeve and then Demon Mama and then Jola. So, Modern Conservative, go ahead.
Sure. So, well, I actually have a few things to say here. So, one, it's not a debate about whether bathrooms should be segregated or not, right? The debate is, should bathrooms remain on the status quo, which is generally you have a male and female bathroom, or should it shift to where you have a male and female bathroom that indicates whether they allow trans people in it or not? So I feel like they're sort of, Demon Mama and Marcy are sort of missing the point on that. But the other question I want to ask is, to what extent do you think that you should be to what extent do you think that you should be banned from disliking people?
All right. That was a question for both Marcy and Demon Mama. Which one of you wants to go first? I'm going to give you both like each a minute for these responses. Marcy, you go first. You're also on the list now. Marcy, go ahead.
Yeah, again, maybe this is just a west side of the country thing. I mean, Idaho's a pretty redneck state. It's a pretty conservative state. I've never once been targeted in a bathroom. I've never once had it even come up. The status quo seems to be that there's a male and female bathroom, and people just kind of use the one they want, and it's really not that big of an issue. All right? So, the fact that there is a legislation right now to change this is so fucking ridiculous to me, because there's no, point. There's literally, I mean, there is a point. The cruelty is the point. The fact that it's a bill that is signaling out trans people is the point. It's what Republicans have always done whenever there's a moral panic like this, all right? And they're going to keep fucking doing it for different minority groups after it stops being in vogue to do it to trans people. So, if it's not you now, we'll be later.
All right. And then Demon Mama, would you also like to respond?
Yeah, this idea that like a male quote and female quote bathroom is the norm is fucking stupid. First of all, in many places there are men's and women's rooms, which refers to gender, not sex. None of these are bound in law to be used for one or the other. In fact, it is literally a meme occurrence that when there's a massive line at the women's room at a bar, that women will often dash into the men's room to be able to go to the bathroom. And they will do that with, usually they will prop the door open so that there's no risk of them being, in trouble. And usually they'll just be like, hey, we're running over there because the line's really long. So there are no laws currently on the books that say that you have to use any bathroom of any gender. These are just general guidance based off of tradition, basically. So the idea that the status quo is on your side is completely stupid. What the world that you're arguing for is a world in which if the status quo was as you say it is, the way that it should be is that there should be a guard in front of every bathroom that does a little, just a quick little vibe check, a little genital check. Let's make sure you are who you say you are. Oh, wait a second. Actually, that doesn't work because sex is actually genetic, and people's external things don't actually always correspond directly to their sex. So I guess we're going to need to implement a DNA test at the door of every single bathroom. This is fucking stupid, and no person outside of hateful conservatives believes that this is a viable way to do things. And that's the thing. That's what really makes this also transparent, is that in our current world, nobody ever asks anybody what their gender is when they go into the bathroom. You just go to the bathroom. We have generally gender separated bathrooms for the purposes of mostly just comfort, and the interiors of the bathrooms are almost identical. And it really isn't even an issue of safety. People say that there's issues of safety, but it isn't. Like, the reason why we use these is just out of courtesy for one another, not out of any real thing of safety. For example, it's already illegal to sexually assault somebody. It's already illegal to be a peeping Tom. These things are already illegal. The status quo agrees with me.
All right. Thank you, Demon Mama. Modern Conservative, you're on the list again, but did those two responses satisfy your question? Would you like to respond? If not, we're going to throw it to Cutsleeves.
You can come back. You can throw it to Cutsleeves.
All right. So the list right now, we have Cutsleeves, then back to Demon Mama, and then Jola, Marcy, Modern Conservative. So Cutsleeves, go ahead.
Yeah. I have a couple of faults with everyone's reasoning here. So, specifically, I agree with modern conservative. Section 1A of the bill says if you allow either biological sex to enter either bathroom, you give notice on the entry of the building. So it is a question of the status quo or having a notice whether trans people can come or not. Now, Marcy brings up the argument that if it specifically targets out a group, that's segregation. But I'd respond with that's literally what bathroom signs are. Whether there's a girl bathroom sign and it has a little dress on the bathroom sign, and then there's a boy bathroom sign that has a little picture of a boy and it's on the bathroom sign. Those are literally those target out specific groups, and whether you can enter that bathroom or not. This is just another identifier. But instead of putting it on the bathroom, you put it on your business. So people don't have to gamble on whether or not that they can enter the bathroom they choose. Now, Marcy brings up an anecdote, Andy, when, oh, I've never been targeted in a bathroom, but one, you pass as a girl, which you've stated, yeah, you obviously know that you pass. Your logic is exclusive, is kind of excluding trans people who don't pass as either a boy or a girl. And I've had heard personal stories of like trans people who have gotten discriminated on the bathroom. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying you're right because that'll be anecdote Andy stuff. I'm saying this bill was just another identifier to whether trans people could go into the bathroom so they don't have to gamble every single time they go into a building.
All right, that was directly attributed to Marcy. So Marcy, feel free to respond quickly, and then we're gonna throw it to Demon Mama.
I think it's really, really funny that you got out of my argument, supposedly, that I was saying segregation is when you signal out a group of people. I actually never said that. I think that the point of this bill, because you can't effectively segregate bathrooms between trans and cis people unless you want to implement fucking rapid DNA tests, rapid chromosome tests, fucking genital checks, whatever other intrusive possible option there might be to tell who's trans and who's cis. You can't actually segregate trans people out of bathrooms because trans people often have no outward signs, and when they do,
True.
present very visibly trans. And I know when I was earlier in my transition, I did not use public restrooms because I was like, it's risky, I don't want to put myself in that situation. Adding a sign for some businesses that says we allow trans people in our bathrooms is like completely fucking pointless. You would have to put it on literally every building because even the buildings that are continuing to be trans exclusive will definitely allow some trans people in and not even bat an eye unless they do the thing that Demon Mama said where they station a guard outside each door, which is ridiculous. And I don't even think you believe in that.
All right, Cutzley, did that satisfy your question, or would you like to respond briefly before we throw it to Demon Mama?
Yeah. So specifically, just one thing to add on. Specifically, you said in your early periods this would be ineffective because you couldn't mandate it on every single business. And I agree. If you can't mandate this thing on every single business, it acts as nothing more than a virtue signal. But hypothetically, if we use like the concept of fiat, and we could mandate this on like every business on whether it's trans inclusive or trans exclusive, would you then be in favor of the bill?
Sleeve, if you mandated every business to let trans people use their bathrooms, yes, I would be in favor of that.
Interruption. No, not mandate that every
Interruption.
business. Yeah, not mandate every business allow trans people in, but every business indicate a sign on whether you allow trans people in or not. Would that be like helpful?
No. What would the ones that don't have a sign that says no, we don't let trans people in our
They
bathroom?
just want,
Like,
yeah, they just want, wait, they
Yeah,
just wouldn't have a sign.
interesting who they choose.
yeah, it's
interesting
interesting.
how they choose.
So you're saying that the sign would effectively on the buildings that don't have the trans positive sign say and cis only. All right. Are you saying theoretically there would be cis only bathrooms?
Wait, but that's the status quo right now.
No, it's
In
not.
Tennessee,
King?
in Tennessee,
No, it's not. Do you
sometimes,
think there's a policy? Do you think there's a policy in Tennessee that prevents trans people from using public restrooms at all at any business? And they're trying to allow businesses to. Because if you're coming from that angle, I kind of understand, but that's ridiculous.
That's not correct. That's just factually wrong.
wait. If it's not
By the way,
correct,
I mean,
Wait, 1 second.
now it's Sleeves jumped in a million times. Can I respond to the original thing? This is Gish galloping at this point. Come on.
wait, this is not Gish galloping.
Wait, 1 second. 1 second. Cutzley, briefly, finish your point, and then we're throwing it to Demon Mama.
Specifically, if you are completely correct, and I concede everything for you, that there is no business right now that is cis only, then every single business would just have a sign that says trans inclusivity. But if businesses don't choose to put up their
That
sign,
should
there
be the
can be provisions that
default,
they are not
but it should
allowed
be
trans people
just
in there. I
accepted,
would
right?
rather there be like an
Maybe
indicator of
not. I
such
don't know.
action
That's my personal
rather
opinion.
than like no indicator of such action. And if you are right that every single business, like no business has a cis only bathroom, then every business would put up the sign. There should be no problem.
All
So,
right.
mm,
Wait 1 second. So
okay.
Diva Mama wanted to jump in on this, and that was a question I think it was like referenced like for both of you. So Diva Mama, this is now your time. 2 minutes on the
Excellent.
clock. Go ahead.
So,
And
God, there's so much here. So, first of all, no, businesses don't have cis-only bathrooms. That's ridiculous. No, first of all, that would be impossible to enforce. And secondly, we all acknowledge that if there were cis-only bathrooms, that would be an example of discrimination. What you're doing is you're trying to disguise your prejudice and disguise your discrimination as something else by saying, yes, if you let trans people in your bathroom, you got to put this sign out there that shows that you do this, a government sign. Guess what? Did you know that businesses that are trans friendly already often do put their own little signifiers, but they're not supposed to be easy to find because they don't want to become the targets of hate crimes, which that is the real reason why this bill is there, because it lets people know which businesses are trans friendly. It lets people know where the trans people are. It makes trans people subject to the scrutiny of the entire world. That's the problem. That's why we don't like this. And it's really interesting because has anybody here gone to a public bathroom and seen those little things that fold out of the wall that are for like they're like I think they're called baby changing stations? It's really funny
Yes.
because it's already absolutely normal in our society for members of the opposite sex to go into public bathrooms all the time. Their parents bring them in. Parents bring their children in. Sometimes they bring their like preteen kids into the bathroom with them when they don't want to get lost at places like Disney World. Nobody fucking cares about this except for conservatives who are obsessed with policing trans people and squeezing them out of the public eye. That is what this is all about at the end of the day. It is segregation. And the argument that you're doing this for trans people's protection is simply just patronizing and pathetic, and everyone sees through it.
all right, Cutsleeve, you were directly added. Would you like to respond? If not, we're going to throw it to Jola.
Specifically to wrap this mini discussion up, and I quote from Demon Mama, it makes trans people subject to scrutiny from the entire world. Yeah, we just have a fundamental disagreement here. Three fundamental disagreements to cap this little
Okay,
thing
you're
off.
allowed to be wrong.
One,
Stupid.
oh wait, hold up.
please,
The interruption. Come on.
please let him finish.
Yeah. Firstly, I don't think I'm stupid for wanting a signifier for trans people. I think that's I don't know. And you said it makes trans people subject to scrutiny from the entire world. I don't think a small bill in Tennessee like makes a trans people scrutiny from anything. I don't know what the entire world is gonna like scrutinize trans people about from this bill in Tennessee. But second fundamental disagreement is a small bill in Tennessee is nowhere near comparable from the racial discrimination my people face during the era of Jim Crow. To even make that comparison is like kind of silly and like kind of inflammatory to me. Third fundamental disagreement is that like there is no position that we shouldn't be able to reason out, or this course shouldn't be able to make you think through like a mind switch. You start off this conversation by saying, I will not be changed of my position. Then why are you here? Like, if you're not here to
Is
engage
that
in
a
the
direct question?
discourse and having nope, it's a rhetorical question.
Okay.
Interesting.
Because if I can't
Sorry,
yeah
Cutsleeve. You got 30 seconds. Keep
yeah
going.
yeah
No,
30 seconds 30 seconds yeah
just let Mama. You can jump in right after.
yeah I know you did this for sport, but I come here to improve my rhetoric style and try to change people's mind. And if I can't change people's minds, specifically yours, then I don't know like why we're talking on this. That's just a fundamental disagreement. I yield.
All right, we're gonna throw it to Demon Mama, then to Jola, then to Modern Conservative, and then to Marcy. All right.
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm not going to be convinced that a segregationist position is good. And the idea that somehow this is different from what quote unquote what your people experienced or whatever is just ridiculous. I mean, it was what just a few months ago that trans people were allowed to go back into the military. Interesting. That really reminds me of a time in which black people weren't allowed to serve in the full capacity in the military. Oh wait, actually, I don't think there was ever a time that black people were banned entirely from the military. But I thought conservatives didn't like doing oppression Olympic stuff. See, for me, I see myself in a position of a shared struggle. Segregation anywhere is segregation for all of us. That's how it works. If you don't have a just society for the members of your society who are being currently targeted now, well, that means you don't have a just society for those who are going to be targeted next decade. And it might be your people, just like it is my people right now. So I find that just fundamentally ridiculous. Keep in mind also that the Trump administration, who, let's be real, is the inspiration for most of these types of bills. The Trump administration passed a memo through the Department of Health and Human Services that taught charities how to identify specifically trans women by looking for Adam's apples and facial hair. This was a direct
That's rough.
targeting bill that was aimed
Rough.
to basically, literally, this was given to shelters that are supposed to help people gain basic shelter so they don't die and so they're not the victims of hate crimes. And Donald Trump's organization wanted to encourage these people to discriminate against those trans people. So the idea that there's no parallels here is absolutely patently absurd. And I don't care how much virtue signaling you make up about how much you I'm sure you care very much about trans people when you're literally arguing for their segregation.
All right, Cutsleeve, do you have anything specifically to respond to? If not, we're going to throw it to Jola. All right, Jola, take it away. Sorry, thank you for waiting patiently. You are excellent. Go ahead.
Yeah, remember what I said about Republicans only doing this kind of stuff when Democrats are in power to distract from actual issues? It's been 5 years since any state did anything when it comes to trans people using bathrooms. 5 years. Last time a Democrat was in power, this is when Republicans had to fall back on the little baby shit instead of actual policies. From a policy perspective, they're really doing something crazy here. So conservatives are okay with an authoritarian big government mandate happening on our small businesses. After the whole pandemic, you can't mandate mask wearing during the pandemic. This is taking our freedoms away. You're mandating businesses to make this decision. And now any business that does follow the mandate is going to not only, like Demon Mama said, target of hate crimes, but also economically, these businesses are going to suffer in Tennessee if they're not in like Nashville or whatever. So either they follow this and lose money, or they don't follow it and don't accept trans people, or they don't follow it and accept trans people and get charged illegally. That still is a thing that will happen because people are crazy in Tennessee. They want to go for this culture war stuff. Literally, all of the anti-trans laws across the country are politically motivated bigotry. None of it is fact-based whatsoever. Republicans are throwing red meat to their bases. So my question for Cutsleeve, I guess, aside from this current policy, why do you think, I want to hear your current philosophy on why you think many conservatives still really hate trans people, and why do you think this is their current political tactic? Because we see West Virginia doing it. The West Virginian governor was literally talking to the CNN host about trans women in sports, and she said, can you name one instance of this happening? He couldn't name one instance of a trans woman competing in West Virginian sports, and he actually ended it with, I can only name around 12 trans people in our state in total, only 12. So why are they focusing on this instead of literally any other issue that they can be focusing on?
Cutsleeve, that was directed at you. It was like a harder, like long form question about like your specific philosophy of the Republican Party and how they relate to trans people. So we're gonna go to modern conservative first, so you have like some time to think on your response to make you like not have to like just throw something off the cuff. So modern conservative, then we're gonna go to Cutsleeve. So modern conservative, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Demon Mama's point really quick. People were not banned. Transgender people were not banned from the military because the whole government was just transphobic. It was because it was previously considered a mental disorder. Full stop.
Yeah.
Okay, now that changed, but people with any mental disorder are technically banned from the military. So, I mean, that was just patently wrong. It had nothing to do with being transphobic or being discriminatory. It had, in fact, to do that there's
Probably a
rule in place that
combination,
prevents people
I
with
would
mental
say.
disorders from joining the military.
Dear Mama, modern conservative, was that the entirety of your question, or do you want to keep going? You have a minute and a half left. If you have anything else you want to say before we throw it to Dear Mama, because she was directly like added.
You can throw it to her.
All right, Dear Mama, feel free to answer his question. Dear Mama, can you hear us? Everything all right?
Oh, she's not in the voice chat anymore on
Oh,
Discord.
shit.
I think she's having some more technical difficulties.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
I can
dang.
respond to Joe's question.
All right, great. While Demon Mama, I'll say something in our chat. Sam, one of my illustrious mods, if you could go let Demon Mama know that we're trying to get her back in the chat. We don't know what's happening. We'll do. Just tell her to get in the waiting room once she has figured out her technical stuff, and we can pull her back in that way. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, cut sleeves. Feel free to respond to Jola. This is like a longer form question, so I'm gonna give you like a minute, like 2 minutes and 30 seconds on this one. Just go ahead. Please, no one try and interrupt him while he's like doing this point. This is like a long form like philosophical thesis, so please don't like try and snipe him during this. All right, cut sleeves. Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. So specifically, you asked why do Republicans hate trans people? One, I think it's like a fundamentally loaded question, like begging the question of like why Republicans hate trans people. One, I don't think they do. I haven't, or I don't think they do, or they don't. I haven't been given evidence that they love trans people. I've been given evidence that they hate trans people. My first impression of the military brand was they were like
What's up, Carnage?
mandating that we pay for
How you
the health
doing?
of trans people of the military band, and the healthcare that we paid for
They not
was
trouble?
a big deficit. I have no clue if that's
The
true
fun
or not.
debate.
I can
I love
I
debates.
can so be like proven otherwise.
Well, the problem
I
is,
say
Carnage,
yes,
is these
yes,
topics aren't the
no ban
most
on the military, but and also what modern conservatives said, like it was a mental disability. I don't know if
divisive
it's true
topics
or if it's
to
like
me
an actual
personally, because I
fact.
really
I think
don't
that's either
have a
way.
dog in the
I think
fight.
it's stupid.
But
The trans ban on
I will.
LGBT
For this one, I agreed with
yeah,
with
trans
the
ban on trans
lefties,
people.
just because
Yeah.
I think that anytime
But to
you
like
want to segregate or
just
single
try
people
the
out, it's
overall
bad.
question,
But
why do
some of the
Republicans hate
next
trans
topics,
people?
I'll
Well,
provide a little
on
more
behalf of
spice.
the
I think
Republican Party, I cannot speak for the
get a
Republican
little more
Party.
pushback.
I can only speak for me. I don't hate
So we'll
trans
see.
people, and for this
You
specific
need to
bill,
start getting on some panels,
just
Carnage.
going back into a little bit of
I
time.
think you have a lot of good takes.
And I
Maybe
noticed
not
like
thought
many
through as
many
well
people
as
listening
I'd
to me,
like, but still
and
good.
there was like signs that said
Yeah.
black is this space is black youth
I don't know though.
conservative.
Hans
I
really
like
isn't
safe
a
space for black
lefty
people.
lefty. I
I would
mean, he
much
seems
much
pretty
much
centrist
appreciate
to
it
me,
if him
honestly,
like
from what I've seen of
walking
him.
in, like randomly walking in
So
to
we'll see.
either building,
We'll see how it
gambling
goes.
with my life and seeing like maybe I died today because like this building didn't want me, or maybe oh this building from the north did
I
want
mean,
me,
you get in enough
or maybe I just
conversations
like
with us,
expressed outside of that.
just in
I would
regular
rather have like
chatting. So I think
like
you'd be good on some
indicators
panels.
of whether
Maybe
I'm going
get
to be
you.
like
You could be
headhunted
that righty
or
that everybody likes to
specifically
dunk
answering
on, like
questions. I'm
CTV
not
or
the
Rob
Republican
Noor. You could be
Party.
the
I
next
can only speak for myself.
big right
All right,
leaning
Demon
creator.
Mama, thank you so much for the raid. You're awesome. Hope the tech side is working a bit better. You're back at the VC. Just say something so we can make sure that everything works on that end.
Test, test. You can hear me clear?
10-4. All right, so Jola.
I don't. Apparently, my apologies. The tech side is not okay, but
Sorry. Well, I'm happy that I'm still happy that we can hear you. All right, Jola, feel free to respond quickly to Cutsleeve's point. Did that satisfy your question?
Well, the thing is, the same people who are passing all of these laws are also the same people that are trying their best to make sure trans people will never be accepted into society in the same way that everybody else is. Like you can make an argument in some fantastical world that these policies are for equality and whatever, but that isn't followed up by any of the rhetoric that they actually say, whether it's what
Oh, I
DeSantis
love
is doing. We'll talk
drinking
about
some
that later.
beers and some vodka.
And
Beer and
even
vodka goes
we
together
already
like
saw
wine and
Governor
cheese,
knew this.
but better.
He knew this was a
That's
politically
why I like it.
motivated culture war attack. That's why he vetoed.
Yeah, I see some more people in the chat.
anti-trans
Who's
bill
all
that
in
we
here? Let's
saw,
see.
If everybody heard about that news story.
Not, it
Just
hasn't
in general,
updated
do
yet,
you agree
unfortunately.
that they're focusing on things that don't matter to get their base
Hello.
mad, and by they I mean conservatives, instead
Thank
of
you, my
focusing
lovely.
on the Democrats' policy and stuff like that? Because they really are making
Yes.
such a big issue out of this. And like I said in West Virginia,
I
the governor
love
said
you.
literally we only have 12 trans people in our state. But this is apparently the one issue I should go on national television to talk about.
What's
West Virginia
up, Jawsome Sauce?
trust me, I know. I'm near there, so.
Thank you.
I'm having a fun political debate all about the how the Republicans hate the LGBTQ community.
Hands recently, so we're gonna throw it to Marcy, and then
Wait, that was a direct question. That was a direct question.
All right, sorry, yeah. Cutsleeve.
Hope you're doing well.
Then we're gonna go to Marcy, and then everyone start preparing your closing.
One of these days we got to get on Discord and talk again because I feel like I miss you.
Unless you want to keep talking about this for another.
You should hear everyone. You don't hear anybody else? Yeah, well, let me check.
I don't hear anything, so
I'm fine with talking about this or whatever other ones we want to get to.
I feel like I could go on a journey inside the mind of Cutsleeves for this
Can you hear it better now?
I'm good staying on this, honestly.
All right, we'll stay on this for another 20 minutes, and then we'll reconvene on that in a second. Thank you for that. Cutsleeve, take it away.
Yeah, specifically, you made a statement and then you made another question. So the statement disagreed with. Let me think about what the statement was. So you asked.
All
All
right, I
right.
turned
So
it
I'll
up.
just
You
go
hear it
with the
better?
question first. You asked, are Republicans passing like bills that don't matter in order to win over the culture war? My
You should be hearing it just
my
fine.
answer is there are.
I can
I
hear it
think
in
the culture
my
war and
broadcast.
the real policies, as you indicate, I think they're both very important. Right now, Republicans around the states might be
Ugh.
passing more culture war bills, but I think those are also important. But
A little
conservatives are
louder
also
still?
passing real bills. Texas just had like their abortion bill of like the heartbeat bill. I might not agree with it. I might not disagree with it, but they're using those bills to like motivate actual political power. And I don't think like abortion is a culture war point. I think that's like a real policy. I don't know what real
All right, that's
policies
about
mean
that
when
should
like
be good.
you say that,
How's that
Jola.
sound?
Um, but yeah, I think conservatives are doing both, and I think both are important. I don't think culture war doesn't matter, and I don't think real policies are better than culture war. I think both are important.
No, I want him
Right.
to be a little bit lower than me.
Small segue. Holy shit, we have 200 people watching now. This is fucking crazy. You're all really cool. I have 3 mods in chat. Sam's been holding down the fort by himself, but I just modded Neo Gaia and
he's
Eagle.
got to throw out
Everyone,
mods.
please be kind. Again, this is a contentious topic, so please treat each other with respect in the chat. And thank you for joining us tonight. This is absolutely awesome. So, all right, cut sleeve. Sorry, Marcy, go ahead.
Sleeves, you just said a phrase that I think really sums up this entire conservative mindset we're seeing in just the most succinct and beautiful way, and I really appreciate for doing it. All right, I don't think real policies are any more important than the culture war issue. Right. Okay. What aspect
Turn
of
the
the
whole
culture war
audio
issue do you
down
think is like
10%.
so important that it needs to take precedence over the actual problems that exist in this country when it comes to, let's say, infrastructure or healthcare or economic
How's that? I
inequality
turned
or
it down
any
a
of the
little
other
bit more.
things that are plaguing us? Why is it most
I honestly don't
important that
know
we care
like how
about,
all
like,
this stuff
gay
actually
people or
interacts
trans
with each
people or
other.
whatever?
Sure. It's not most important that we do anything. I didn't say culture war was more important than real policy. I said both were important in their own
My
aspects.
input, like
First, we have to
my
define what
my
a
mic
culture
input.
policy is. For example, I think a lot of culture policy and real policy intertwine. Like culture has to do with how we look at immigration way more than like
So I have
actual
both
real
mine set
physical
at
economics
0
does.
dB like
Like
adjustment because I
culture
have
has
my
to do
stuff
with
set
what we look at unions.
to pick
But
up.
most importantly, culture has the most to do with family
Okay, yeah,
structures.
that's fine.
We already
Okay,
know
wait,
like in terms of
right. Yeah. I get you. But do you know why people make like culture war arguments?
It
It's
also doesn't
generally
help that
because they know that
I
people
was
have these
streaming on
existing
Streamlabs
biases about
earlier,
like
but because of
preference
the way
towards
my
nuclear family units
my
or
stream
preference
works,
towards
I
like cis
couldn't
people
do
or
my
whatever,
virtual camera and stream at the
preference
same
towards
time.
only white people being in the country,
So I
and
have
they exploit these
my
things to
virtual
take the
camera through
conversation off
my
of the real
Streamlabs,
ways
but
that
then
they're fucking
my
over the
streaming
people
it
who
through
they're
the regular
talking to,
OBS
right?
studio.
And you, as an African American conservative coming in here and defending a policy that does essentially equate to segregation, is really, really shocking to me. Just, I mean, it's not shocking because conservatives.
Right.
You guys are a
Specifically,
great breed.
yeah. My response to that is you said like people are like white nationalists or they have a preference to cis people. I have no
Oh yeah,
evidence.
well,
To...
if you
Wait,
oppose
wait, wait.
immigration from a culture
Marcy,
standpoint,
Marcy,
Let me,
Marcy,
let me,
Marcy, Marcy, please let him
yeah.
finish.
Let me, yeah. I have no evidence. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like I don't know where this comes from that like Republicans are like white ethnostaters that are only pushing this policy for cis people, for white people, for the European Asian. Like I don't know where that comes from. Specifically, I remember Joel's statement. Specifically, this is called the genetic fallacy. So even if I were to grant you that this was passed by someone who is like a white ethnostater and or like a cis
okay,
person, cis lord, that doesn't mean the bill has like negative
cis
outcomes.
lord.
I specifically refer to the bill as their outcomes. I don't try to like deal with what's inside the mind of a person because I'm not a psychic. I can
Check,
only
check.
affect the outcomes and I can only process the
Cut
bill on
sleeves
how
is
effective
crazy.
their outcomes were. So even if he was this like race realist,
I
it
like
really
him, but
doesn't
he's
matter to
crazy.
me. All that matters to me are the bill's
I
outcomes.
don't know if you have like something in your ears or something. Like I'm literally not sitting here saying, "Oh, the person who passed the bill is bad, and that's why the bill is
My bad.
bad."
Wait.
I'm saying that
Specifically,
the bill exists. Oh,
interruption.
I'm saying that the wait,
One
listen,
second, Cutsleeve.
listen.
Clarification. Yeah,
Yeah, would I be able to
clarification.
get in here at a point too?
Wait. Small clarification.
Yeah.
I
1
never
second.
said-
Yeah.
Jesus
So Cutsleeve, make your clarification. Marcy, respond. Cutsleeve, you can respond to what Marcy says to you, and then Demon Mama can jump in. Everyone else, again, if you want to jump in the panel, just please raise your hand, because like right now, no one's on the list right now. So
Yeah,
all right,
5 seconds.
go ahead.
Specifically, Marcy, you're completely correct. You never said that. I was specifically responding to Jola's point because he made a statement and a question. I answered the question, but I was like thinking in my mind, like, what was the statement that I disagree with? Yeah, you didn't say that. That was Jola's point.
I listened to Jola's point, and I know that like now Jola's gonna have to get to talk or whatever because he's been called out by this, but I don't recall Jola saying anything like the person who came up with the bill was bad and therefore the bill is bad. I think the issue is that the Republican Party knows that a lot of the people who support them do so only due to culture war issues like trans people, immigration, things like this. And don't really care that much about the actual policies they enforce that hurt poor people regardless of their color, creed, or gender or sexuality. But policies like this are pushed as virtue signals by Republicans to their base, right? You're feeding the hungry dogs, so to speak. So I'm not saying this bill is bad because the guy who thought of it is an evil white nationalist. Like, I don't know that. I'm saying it's bad because it only exists to pander towards people's biases about trans people that have no basis in reality. And it's similar to like, and this I see you've completely abandoned the argument of like, actually it's just good for trans people. I support it because I support trans rights, and I'm glad you've abandoned that argument because I could go down a whole tangent about how the people made that exact same argument during the civil rights era.
Yep, Republicans, conservatives are wrong.
I've never
No.
abandoned that. We can still talk
It
about it.
definitely depends. Like in this case, the Republican Party is being stupid by trying to pass these laws that are just virtue signaling to their crazy
So there's
evangelical right.
getting thrown at Cutsleeve. So here's what we're gonna do. Cutsleeve, please respond to Marcy's point. Try and keep it brief, like under 1:30, and then we're gonna go to Demon Mama. Jola, are you okay with just moving over? I know you were added, but like this was a different. It seems like sort of tangential. So we're gonna go for. It's like. Sorry, someone subscribe. Stop it, everybody. But anyway, so Cutsleeve into Demon Mama, into Modern Conservative, into Biggs. That's the current order we got. So Cutsleeves, take it away.
And get more subscriptions to Hans, everybody.
No one subscribed to me.
Yes, everybody subscribe.
There are other amazing IRL streamers who like who this is like their job, or they want to make it their job. Sub to them, not to me.
You just got to sub as you said that.
So
specifically, it's the reverse psychology premise. But specifically to Marcy's point, I never abandoned it. I still support the bill because I have yet to be proven that this is in any way harmful to trans people. You guys throw these vague notions at like othering trans people, but never made an actual argument to why this is segregation. Specifically to Marcy's point, I don't think that like I've never abandoned any like
the Burning Legion.
If
We all need to go back
down
and
the
play
rabbit
some
hole
Burning
of the,
Crusade.
actual
I really
intricacies
need
of
to
this
get back
policy,
into WoW
we did.
again just to try it out, but
Yes, I can do that.
I've got too many other games. I'm playing Resident Evil 7
Cutsleeve,
right
do you have
now,
any
so
other
then I can play
specific
Village.
points, or can we throw it to Demon Mama?
That's my
All
goal,
right,
to
Demon
beat
Mama,
Resident
take
Evil
it away.
7 and then Village next after that.
So, if we're gonna try and
Excuse
engage,
me.
as if this is in good faith, which let's be real, this is not in good faith. This is what we call
Let us try to be good.
But yes, let us try. I was going to say I'm going to do my best here because my
Ooh, you're in the
question
slave
is,
pens,
what
huh?
would
I don't remember what that is actually, to be honest with you.
to grant a special privilege to businesses that want to discriminate
Wow.
against trans people.
What is that? I forgot what that got you.
Handle their
What is being honored? Is it like a tabard or something?
I mean, is it because
Is that the one? Is it was Burning Crusade the one where you had to get the tabards so that you can get rep when you wore the tabards in the dungeons or whatever?
Is that what it really is? And
is that what it was? I don't remember.
And I think I already know the answer. But also this type of law, when we make a law that specifically targets somebody else, and especially a already marginalized group, and that is
that's right. You have to be exalted to do heroics. Okay.
Hate crimes against trans people are well documented. The
Another useless
mistreatment
grind
of
to
trans
make you
people
pay
across
money
this
to play
country,
WoW.
is so well documented. It would be absurd for you to try to argue against that. And so that leaves the question: why would we need a law like this?
Okay,
I would
that makes
posit
sense.
the answer is that conservatives want to normalize trans people being seen as somehow uniquely dangerous. That yes, we really need to give businesses the right to
This
police
poor
who
Jola
they
guy
think
has barely
pooping out
said
of their-
anything.
pooping
Neither has
out of
Modern
their bathrooms,
Conservative.
despite the fact there is
It's
no
been pretty
way
much
to
just
prove
Cut
somebody's
Sleeve
gender
versus
because
Marcy
this sort
and
of thing
Demon
is
Mama.
unenforceable. And people who are totally neutral or relatively
Okay.
neutral on trans issues, who don't really think that trans people are undermining.
Yeah, it makes sense. You don't
the
want to be
modern family
fighting over
liberty
mobs or whatever
that
for people.
is.
That's never fun.
These people recognize, oh yeah, like we don't really police bathrooms at all. And in fact, it's really funny because there's been also well documented. You can look this up. There's been, I believe, the lawyer Chase Strangio for the ACLU presented research on this very recently. That the people that when trans restrictive bathroom policies are passed, or when there are resurgences in transphobic hatred, it is often
You're just staying in the same
women
dungeons. Yeah.
who get caught in the blast as well, because they will be assumed to be trans because of the way that they look. Isn't that interesting? That what this ultimately
So,
boils down to
I
is a
will
law that protects the right of
note
business
that
owners to
I
discriminate
screwed up my
based on a
stream
completely arbitrary standard. I think
because
you're
I should have
trans,
had my
therefore,
OBS
get out of my
Studios
bathroom.
making
And
the
then what is the
virtual
trans
cam, and I
person
should have been
supposed to
streaming
say?
from my
Or the not trans person?
Streamlabs because
What
that
if
would have
it's just
probably
a
been better
butch
because I could
woman
have had
who's
more.
trying to fucking take a piss?
I could
Oh,
have had
you're
more
trans, get out of the
bells
bathroom.
and
No, I'm
whistles
not.
and things.
Okay, how do you prove that? Well, you
So
can't.
we'll see.
You see, this sort of law is not designed to address anything. And while and I'm sorry, I'll wrap this up, but I wanted to.
Thank you. Please finish the point. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
apologize.
what
I
was
just wanted to make sure I hit on all the
TBC and
things,
Rays? It was
that-
like
that happened
was
with
that
all the technical
Karazhan
issues. So,
and what was the one with
one
all
of
the
interesting
animals?
things here is that this
The
law
one that was
doesn't
the
seem
troll
designed
one.
to
I
do
forgot what it's
anything
called.
other than to bring
Zuljin
attention
or something
to
like
those
that.
people, to empower those who would discriminate against those people.
I
In
forgot
this
what it was,
case,
but I did like
trans
once or
people. This
twice.
is why it
Like
is
actually
a
like
form of
finished it
segregation,
once or twice.
undeniably a
But I don't
form
really
of
remember.
segregation. So I hope that
So.
answers the question.
All
I
right.
definitely miss
We're
WoW
going
and
to
like
throw
just
it
having a
to,
fun game to
modern
play.
Conservative. Just trying to get some of the other conservative voices on the panel into this. So conservative, take it away, and then we're gonna go to Biggs, then to Marcy, then to Jola, and then back to Cut Sleeve. So
Ooh, I get to go
modern
coming up.
conservative, take it away.
Yeah, I actually want to posit a question to Jola, and this is not rhetorical; it's a literal question. Because you say, conservatives just bring up all these culture war issues to sort of
I got my
rehash this,
sweet
distract
boom
from,
arm and microphone that I can like
helping poor
move my
people.
microphone around.
But I mean, that just
Look at
fundamentally
me.
denies, in my opinion, the fact that day one, the first thing Biden did was pass an executive order that tied federal funds to allowing trans athletes to compete. So you're sort of positing this as if conservatives are at the forefront of trying to distract from all the issues when it's mostly a reaction to that, of Biden trying to rehash this issue after 4 years.
How is this current situation in any way a reaction to any executive order that Biden made? This current bathroom bill? In what relation is this to anything Biden did? Because all I see in the news about Biden, infrastructure plan, American Families Plan, how are we going to get people health care, the roads, the bridges, American jobs? That's all I hear about Biden.
What do you mean
The
by
current
that,
stuff is
Dawson
brought up
Sauce?
by conservatives.
Not a fan
trying
of
to
lumping
distract from the
liberals or
actual,
cons into one
policy
group
issues that are
either.
very
What do you mean?
popular with the American people, by the way, that they want to reject.
Can I
You mean like
respond to
having
that?
just two
So-
groups
so
when there's
just-
a whole plethora?
Just to be clear, it's not the fact that he actually did something that brought up the whole issue again. It's the fact that only conservatives in your mind are responding to it. And to your point, whether it ties to the Tennessee bill, I don't know if it does. I can certainly make the case for why it ties to the Florida bill, which we'll get into later. But it's positing that he was the one who brought this back into the mainstream.
You're right. Biden is saying trans people are okay, and Republicans are coming up and saying no, they're not. Good job. Republicans are saying no, they're not. When Biden says it's okay, yep, it's a total reaction to Biden. It's Biden's fault for the culture war, sure.
I mean, it's a different time. I mean, that was over a decade ago.
On that, keep it quick, and then we're gonna throw it to Biggs.
Yeah, sure. I think that's completely absurd. I think the idea of allowing trans women into women's sports where they have an unfair advantage is completely ridiculous. But I don't want to.
That's what I feel like. I'm a moderate libertarian, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to get into that realm, but
because like
we're
the
here
sports
now.
thing,
It's okay.
sports thing's another topic. We can like get that in a bit. All right, Biggs, thank you for waiting so patiently. Take it away, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. So my biggest thing about this whole topic is that to me, this whole law was put into effect I mean, to be honest, like, and as much as I want to, you know, support my Republican side, my conservative side, but like, this is basically just a virtue signal from the Republicans to their crazy religious zealots, right? And I think that is something we need to pass, you know, move away from. It's not really. I don't think people care nearly as much as what they're making it seem to be with passing these bills. I think this is actually a net negative on the Republican Party. And for me personally, I want to have my Republicans passing fiscal responsible policy and things that I actually care about and things that I can actually feel like make a difference. When we have these bills that are just stupid, basically way to like drum up all the hate from the left and drum up their support from their radical right religious zealots. I just think it's just a bad policy, a bad strategy. And I think that in the end, it actually hurts the Republicans. I don't know how, again, I support Republicans for the most part when they make, you know, sound policy, but things like this just pisses me off so much because, and I think that cut sleeves and moderate conservative could probably agree that overall this is a net negative blemish on the Republican side. And I think that we need to move past this. We need to get the social issues back to like freedom and things like that, where it doesn't matter what you represent as, what your gender identity is. People need to be free to do what they want to do, and as long as they're not affecting anybody else, why do we need to police it? There's no reason to. It's, for one thing, it's not even able to be policed. Like, how are you going to police these laws? It's just dumb. So I think we need to move past this, and I think that cut sleeves and modern conservative could probably agree with that, because how can you say that this is actually benefiting the Republican Party in any way?
All right. Thank you so much, Biggs. We're gonna throw it to Marcy, then to Jola, then to cut sleeves, and Demon Mama ICU. So yep, awesome. Marcy, take it away.
I feel like so much has been said since the last contention I had with cut sleeves that I may as well just move on to what modern conservative here is saying. The idea that the Biden administration and the Democrats are
hey, I've got some hot takes and some good takes.
They're the ones who make it so that
I'm just sick of the Republican Party being so shitty. Like, if you stick to the like actually stuff that matters, you could actually make policy.
This is one of those things that you don't prepare for.
But they want to make these bullshit things.
Ever actually hear something like it, you know? But if I were to try and improvise some sort of response to this point, I would challenge you to to look at.
I just want people to be free, Josh and Sauce. That's all I want. Just freedom.
To social change in
I want my gay and lesbian neighbors to have their AK-47s
and which side is the kind
protect their marijuana grow operation. That's what I want.
You know,
I don't give a F what they do, as long as they're not infringing on anybody else's rights.
Screaming endlessly about
and
trans
fine.
people using bathrooms when there's no like marked harms to trans people using the same bathrooms as cis people is something I would consider a culture war issue. You know, it's doesn't seem to be based in reality.
All right, modern conservative, you were directly at it, so feel free to
right.
respond.
I like choice. Choice is good.
Clock for that.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna go to Jola. So go ahead.
I think that that's another policy we could
I
enact in
never
tax
said that
policy. I think
conservatives
tax
don't
policy
engage
needs to
with
be
culture
more
war. I think they
more
do
choice involved
just
in
as
that.
much as the left, right? I don't necessarily agree with that, right? I was purporting, because he was saying that after, Joel was specifically saying after 4 years, Republicans were just...
The problem with that
randomly
idea,
up.
Jocelyn
And I was
Sauce,
just
is
pointing
that
out that it was not at
you
all
still have a
random. It
choice
was
to
in
make
reaction
yourself
to something
more
specifically
profitable
done
as
on the
far
first
as
day of
attaining
the
skills that can make you
administration.
more money.
You can say that, but no, this is something that I mean.
If your
I
wages,
see that you're
if your
following
skill
the
level
Goldbox
only
method,
reaches a
all right,
certain
you've already
wage,
got the gaslighting
you need to
down.
improve
Fuck
that
you,
skill
because
level.
We can clearly see, all right, that the fucking Republicans have been talking about the trans sports issue since like well back into the Trump administration. So trying to pretend like this is an issue that Biden just randomly came up with is so silly. We all remember the last 4 years. We all remember constantly having to hear about trans people in sports.
I hate being an old man,
When it stopped
because now
being
whenever I
vogue to
drink
talk
beer
about
and
trans
shit,
people raping your
I gotta
kids in
pee
the
a
bathroom,
lot.
they moved on to the sports discussion, and they're gonna move on to something else after the sports discussion, and we're gonna be accused of being the ones who started that discourse too. When all the left tries to do is make life a little bit less shitty for minority groups, and all the right tries to do is make life more shitty for those minority groups. So yeah, I am skeptical of your narrative here where the Democrats are actually
I would say in this day and age, Justin Sauce, the attainment of most skills can be relatively free. I mean,
gender change.
I mean, if you think about like worst case scenario, like let's say somebody that has to
you're welcome to
go
respond
to
that.
somewhere
Also,
else
just a
to
rule
like
for
get
the
on the
panelists,
internet
please do
and
not
find a
say fuck
YouTube
you to each
video.
other.
I mean,
like
technically it's possible,
as just like a personal.
but to me, I
preference of
personally
in the
think that
chat.
colleges are
Again,
obsolete.
we're
I think
attacking
anything you can
ideas.
learn in
Let's try
college, you
not
can
to
learn
attack
online
people.
now.
All right, go ahead, Modern Conservative.
Yeah,
So I mean,
again, I'm not saying that
I'm a little
Republicans
bit
don't engage in culture war. I think that's a little
cynical when it
disingenuous
comes
of you
to learning new
sort
skills
of
and things like that.
implicate that or imply that. I mean, again, they very much so do. I was just pointing out that this was not the issue, that this was not brought up randomly. First of all, by Republicans to begin with, and second of all, that
honest, I mean, like, I think that's dumb to kill
other
training
issue I see
programs,
here is
but
that
like,
there's also lots of
I think that
Democrats
there's
and athletes who don't
something
agree
to be
with
said about
sports.
like
So it's
anything
not
you
all
could
something
probably
exclusive to the
train
Republican Party. It's not all
in
something
person. You
exclusive
could
to
probably find it on the
Talking
internet,
about
but like
bathroom
again,
bill,
it
not
just
the
depends on
trans
the person's
sports
access to the
argument. That's
internet and
the third
whatnot.
topic. We're
But
on the bathroom bill. Biden did nothing when it comes to the trans people in bathrooms. I wish he
Well,
would have
she
actually,
was
so we wouldn't be
she
hearing
was
about this.
specifically
yeah, it depends on
engaged
what
with-
it is. Like, I'm all for like teaching a man to fish, not
right,
giving him
but
fish. So I'm
you have
all
to
for more
understand that you're mixing
programs.
topics here,
But
so
it
I'm
just
gonna
depends on
respond
how
to the
they're
things
implemented
you
and how
say
the money's
because nobody
spent, and
wants
if
to hear
they're
me respond to
actually
the other liberals
efficient
over
and they're
there,
actually
right?
providing a net
I
gain or
think
not.
that the trans sports thing
Because
is
if they're not
one
making
issue,
a
but with
benefit, then
every
there's no
single
point in
issue
having
that
them.
we've
They should
actually
be
talked about
canceled.
regarding trans people in this country, it is never the Democrats who bring it up first. It is never the left, without even regarding the two-party system, who brings these things up first. It's the Republicans fear-mongering, and they constantly do this. Like, to imply that it's even slightly equal is just it boggles my mind. And I'm sorry I said fuck you, but frankly, when the conversation we're having is whether or not trans people deserve the same rights as cis people, and there are two trans people sitting here on this panel listening to fucking conservatives tell us why we actually shouldn't, I do think it's okay for me to be able to drop a little profanity, but I'll abstain for the audience's sake.
It wasn't so much the profanity. It was like I understand. I'm sorry, Marcy. But again,
That's
like,
okay.
All right, just thank you. All right. We can do the trans sports thing as the next topic if we want, because we seem to like be bleeding into that a bit. So we can just like.
What percent of the U.S. population doesn't have access to the internet on a regular
Other
basis?
topic as like number 3.
I don't know, maybe like 40% on a regular basis, but like maybe like 25% or like at all.
And then we are going to.
I don't know. It's hard to say because like.
Want to get in on this? Get in on it. So
most people can find either a local library or something like that they could access it if they knew where to look, but who knows?
You are on the list, so you will still be able to speak.
I would like to respond to that.
I think it's time to move on to the next topic, because we went on this topic for like an hour and 20 minutes, so it's time to move on, I think.
That's okay. But to the other point that you're addressing, most people on the left that I speak
and you got this guy with his
think
cat. That's an
almost
awesome
all
cat.
Social change comes from the left. So you either have to make the case to me that that's not true, because you clearly said that wasn't, that it's all the right bringing up these issues senselessly, or that it is, in which case I'm right, and it is a reaction to those social change.
Right. You think I was apologizing to you, King?
All right.
Library budgets.
Everyone, please.
I think that's a local issue, so I don't know. I mean, that's down to like local, like very small town, like local, like very close to the best.
Doesn't even need to be like.
So I don't know about that. Like, you can't really say GOP
anything. We just went through
/ library budgets that actually matter to the people.
We have Little Nas X. We went through an entire pandemic where people literally just walked around on the streets with their like hips moving all swaggy, like, I'm not gonna wear a mask because I'm not a liberal. Like, we literally went through an entire pandemic based off culture war nonsense that overrode policy in multiple in my state of Pennsylvania.
Did you personally see that a lot though?
Yes,
I did not. I mean, I don't know where you live, but like where I lived, it was most people wore masks just out of respect for other people. But maybe where you live, people were being defiant. But like, I honestly did not see that. Pretty much everywhere I went, people wore masks for the most part.
I live in Pennsylvania. But one thing that Custleaf said a while ago about when I brought up like who's doing these policies, the reason it matters who's doing like these policies, because if you do a policy about trans people in bathrooms, there's a big difference between doing a policy that says, hey, you can no longer discriminate against a certain group, and what's happening here.
I mean, yeah, everybody. I mean, most Republicans are against raising taxes, but like that stuff is voted at the local level for the most part, right? That's not just state voting. That's a lot of those are local and county and city.
That's all something that matters.
All right. We're gonna throw it to Cutsleeve now, and then to Demon Mama.
So specifically, I feel like no one's like super addressed any of my points, but I feel like we're running in a little bit of circles here on like who started like culture war and like who started like real policy. Like, I don't care. I think both are important, and I like to analyze bill by bill, not like who does the most cultural war policies or who does the most real policy. I think both are important in their own aspects, and I would like to address each bill by bill and take it specific instance by instance. But for you guys, since
I
I feel
live
like
in a
we're like
super
kind of running in
GOP
circles,
county and people are
Demon
still
Mama
wearing
answered my
masks.
question. But for you,
Yeah,
Biggs and
I'm
Roblox Marcy,
conservative. I
is
personally
there
don't think
anything that I
wearing a
can do
mask
to
was that
convince
big
you
of a
that
deal
this
for me
bill is,
personally.
not as
I
bad
think
as
it would help other
it
people
seems?
that I work with that may be elderly or something like
Yeah.
that might be more
Can I
susceptible to
respond to
getting
that
sick.
since I was added?
But I think
Yeah,
everybody that I
you
know
go.
is mostly wearing masks. I
Okay,
mean, we
I
just now this last
think,
week
and
lifted
I
the
don't,
mask mandate in
you
Ohio.
strike me as a very genuine person.
So I don't know.
Alright,
I
but
mean,
this whole
I think the
argument of, like,
pandemic's pretty much
well,
over,
is there
hopefully, for the
anything
most
I can
part.
say to change your mind
Hopefully we
about
can
it
move
is
on from this
so
and just kind of
phenomenally
go from
stupid,
there.
alright? Obviously, if you came up to me and said, actually, turns out trans people are super prone to raping children in bathrooms, and it's actually good to keep them out. Or if you came up to me and you said,
Whoa,
actually,
this person's
here's
being a
some
little
studies
crazy with
that
their
say
take.
that buildings that put this up actually do, like, have less trans
Excuse
hate
me.
crimes or whatever, even though there's a vanishingly small amount of those because most people actually don't care about trans
Yes,
people in their
conservative people
bathrooms.
want to
Surprise,
lower
surprise,
taxes.
they're
They
like
want they don't want to pay
right?
for other
So,
people's
like,
stuff. They want people to pay
the
for their
whole
own stuff. That's
conversation
just
here is
conservative
slanting towards you
basics.
saying, is there anything I could say to change your mind on that? And I'm supposed to come out and say, no, I'm a stuck in my ways liberal, and I believe what the dogma of
I think we're gonna have to
liberalism
have an actual
is so
conversation on
ridiculous.
this,
It's like if
Jossum
I were to
Sauce,
ask you, is there
sometime.
anything I could say as a pro-choicer to make you
Because
think
I think it would
abortion
be
is fine?
more
All right, let's try to argue the actual
more
positions and not the fucking
beneficial to have
intellectual
actually
and
a chat
philosophical
like
rigor of
live
those who
on
are
voice
arguing
chat.
them.
But
All right.
I do
No,
agree
so
that the
to be
main
clear, it's not
philosophy
like
of
an
Republicans is for
intellectual
more
or
personal
philosophical
responsibility
rigor.
and less
I have
having
the
to pay
position
taxes and pay
that
for
this
other
could
people.
actually be helpful as an indicator
But
to trans people.
I don't
obviously
think
don't
that
hold that position.
the
I
things like
think
minimum
that
wage are actually meant to
I'm
be
failing right now to
funding
reach
people to
through
live
to you,
lives
and
that they
I'm
want to
trying
have
to
multiple,
have you
children and stuff
help
like that.
me
Like
to
a minimum
try to
wage to
make
me
this
is like the
communication, this
minimum for like
dialogue
one
better.
person to live
And
by
I'm not
themselves, and
trying
that's
to
it.
get you to say
So
there's
again,
nothing
that may be a
that can
fundamental difference that we
convince me
have,
that
but that's
oppression
my
is not
personal
good,
opinion.
because I don't think this is oppression. I think this is just an indicator
And what is
to let
financial
trans people know
equal
when they can come into the
opportunity? Like, what do
bathroom
you
or
mean by
not.
that?
And you're you don't have the same interpretation of
I
that
think the
bill.
default
I'm
should probably be trans people don't get hate crimed if they go into the bathroom. Yeah, I think that should be the default.
well, wait,
I
and
mean, call me an
True.
idealist.
wait,
Call me an
if,
idealist here.
well, wait, can we like, yeah, let's just address on that one point. If there was a third solution where it was disappear all
Hey,
hate
what's
crime
up?
for
Thank
trans
you everybody
people,
for coming in.
I'd love
Hop
that
in the
solution.
chat if you guys
And
are
I think
here. I'd like
everyone
to
on
hear
this
more
call
than
would
just
agree.
Jossum Sauce.
But that's not the world we live in. So specifically continuing my point, I have an interpretation of the bill. You have
Well, I
another
mean, to
interpretation of the
me,
bill. We're
like
failing to
minimum
truly
wage
listen
should
to
be
each
like
other
entry
to
level,
help me
right? So
help
like,
you
how old were we when you
so I can
started? I mean, I know
communicate
this
and we
is
can
a
have
kind of
better
a personal
dialogue.
thing,
That's
but
all I'm
like
asking.
when you started
Yeah,
your
interpret
first
the bill
job or
better.
whatever at
You're
McDonald's or
just
Taco Bell or
your
wherever that was,
interpretation of
like,
the bill. I'm
do
sorry.
you
It's
think you
just
deserve to
wrong.
be
This is
paid more
being
than
done
whatever
for
seven something dollars
concern
an
for
hour?
trans
Like,
people's safety.
to me, that was
It's
pretty awesome.
very
So
clearly
like,
just a virtue signal
whether
about trans
you're a high
bathrooms.
school
We've
or
been doing this stuff forever.
16-year-old
I don't
or a
understand
40-year-old,
how
like
I'm
that. I
supposed to,
mean,
in good
why would
faith,
that
sit here
person
and
be
believe
paid any
you're
different for the
genuinely
same
telling
work?
me
You know
you
what I
believe
mean?
this is a measure for the safety of trans people. What? Like,
Again,
we have the whites only fountain, and then we have the anyone fountain. And if you use the whites only fountain, ooh, there's a risk to you. But if you just use the anyone fountain, then anyone can use it. Anyone can. It's beautiful. It's separate, but it's equal.
I personally think
your
there shouldn't
argument
be a
isn't gonna
minimum
be very
wage at
good.
all,
One
but that's
second,
just my personal
Marcy,
opinion.
1 second. So, Marcy, is that the end of your point? We're gonna throw it cut sleeves short response. Then we're gonna throw it to Demon Mama, and then
Can I add one more thing?
Just keep it quick.
All right, cut sleeves. See if you can.
We're
debunk my
already
point without
we're
listing
already over
fallacies.
an hour and a half, and we're only on the first topic.
All right, cut sleeves. You're welcome to respond. Right now, a minute and a half on the clock for that. Then we're going to throw to Demon Mama, and then Modern Conserve, and then we're going to closing statements for this topic. So, if you're not on the list, sorry, you missed your chance. Just start preparing your closer. So, cut sleeve.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Specifically, I think fallacies are an important thing.
And I got another
Philosophical
beer.
contradictions,
Beer is
law of
good.
explosion, anything could, anything bad can result of a contradiction. But specifically to your point, I wasn't even going to use a fallacy. I just say when I interpret a bill, I just interpret it as outcomes, because specifically Democrats, I'll admit this as a Republican, I think Democrats have the purest heart. I think they want to help people more. And even like, the LVJ, expansive welfare, expansive war on poverty. They want to help people more, but those bills fail. And when they fail, and when I'm hurting, and when I'm poor and I can't get my checks, and or I'm relying on the government, or these like COVID stimuluses aren't going through. I don't care what you think when you're passing the bill. All I care about are the outcomes of the bill. So specifically, I don't care if it's a virtue signal. To me, every bill, Democrats or Republicans, is a virtue signal. What I was trying to elicit is this is just another indicator, just like in the bathroom signs. The bathroom signs are an indicator to whether boys can go into the bathroom or whether girls can go to the bathroom. This is an indicator on when trans people can use the bathroom they prefer or whether they can't use the bathroom they prefer. It's just another indicator, just like any other bathroom sign.
All right, thank you, Cutsleeve. We are going to throw it to Demon Mama and then to Modern Conservative. So, Demon Mama, take it away.
Yeah, I unfortunately Biggs has stepped away, but I wanted to give Biggs some a little bit of props for being the only conservative on this panel who seems to engage like honestly with the fact that they're a conservative. And Biggs said pretty clearly, like, yeah, I think that we should change the way the Conservative Party is operating. Um, in the 90s, now I don't know, maybe everyone here is too young for this, but I grew up in the 90s. Did you know that we had this exact same conversation about gay people in the 90s? I mean, quite literally. There was pushes to make it so that gay people couldn't use locker rooms that children would be in, because there was a lot of fear mongering about the idea that gay people are inherently predatory, and that's the same exact thing that's happening here, and we know it. Those of us who've been here, we know exactly what it is. So I find the idea that like that and also it's really interesting. I find it interesting that the conservatives here like have such a fear, it seems, of confronting their own conservatism. It's in the name. Conservatives don't want to change things. They like things how they are. But the reality is that things aren't working for most people the way they are. And they certainly aren't working as they are for trans people, because as it stands right now, trans people are becoming the target of hate increasingly, and they're passing laws to make sure that's the case. When you talk about outcomes, do you want to know what a law that could probably prevent all visible or recordable hate crimes? Banning trans people. Hey, remember when Lauren Southern made that argument? Yeah, what if you just got rid of
Enjoy
all
your
trans people,
public
then you wouldn't have
plumbing
any trans
services
hate
you
crimes?
paid for by
Wow,
taxes.
it's almost like you can't just
Yeah,
emptily
everything
focus
has
on the
something to do with
supposed
taxes, right?
outcome
Like,
of a law. You have to actually look at whether that law is
but
just and whether it accomplishes something that's even.
I think there's some things that we
further.
don't need to
I
pay
don't
for,
think that
like that you shouldn't be responsible to
targeting
pay for.
businesses
But
bringing
that's just me.
further negative attention
So.
on trans people and making trans people segregated is a good outcome.
Thank you, Demon Mama. All right, Modern Conservative, you get the last word before we go into closing statements. Jola, I saw your hand. You can't get you in for this one, but you will be first to speak for the next topic following opening statements for that one. So, Modern Conservative, take it away, and then we're going to go into closing statements, which are going to be in the opposite direction. It's going to go Demon Mama, Modern Conservative, Jola, Cutsleeve, Marcy, and then Biggs gets the closing word because he had the opening word as well. And he didn't get to respond to anyone who might have responded to him. So, Modern Conservative, go ahead. This is not part of your closing statement. So, 2 minutes on the clock for you. Go ahead.
Sure. Sorry. I'm just
like what, for example?
This is
I am
not,
personal against
please
the
don't
income
specifically ask a
tax.
question of anyone for this one
My
because,
personal
we're trying to
opinion
get these,
is that we
closing
should be
statements.
taxed
we can just move to I
more
really have
based on
nothing else to add,
choice.
honestly.
So,
we can
to
move on with
me,
the closing statement.
No
I
problem
think
at
that
all.
something
All
like
right.
a flat rate
So,
of
closing
10,
statements for this one,
15%,
we're
and
going
then
to,
having a tax
Demon Mama just,
on
spoke,
things
but
that
we're
you
gonna
buy or
give it
any
to her again.
transaction,
So, Demon
preferably.
Mama, you have
Minus
there
necessities,
have been,
right? So like anything like
the
food and
statements, everyone
clothing,
went a little bit over last time.
that's
I don't want
not
to cut off.
like
So
obviously
instead of
like a
minute, we're gonna go
Gucci
a
bag
minute,
wouldn't
15
qualify for
for
this,
the
but like
for the
a
closing statements. Then we're gonna
basic
try and keep
like
that for the
clothing
opening
garments
closing
would
for the next,
qualify.
topics as well. So
Shouldn't be
Demon
taxed, but
Mama,
anything about that,
minute
anything
15
above
on the
that, we
clock.
could have
Take
sin
it away.
tax type things or luxury
Absolutely.
tax type
This
things.
bill is a
And that would kind of like recoup the costs. I also think that we should have some type of a flat corporate rate that people can't, corporations can't go below, like 15%. Like no matter what your deductions are, you can't go below 15% of your profits or something like that. But we'll see.
Lead to trans people being harmed that we've dealt with.
So I think capital gains tax is fine. I think 15% is good. I think that the problem is we have so many loopholes that prevent people from paying any tax at all, or corporations from paying any tax at all. That's the problem. Like I think that everybody should pay a little bit because I think that helps. I think it's much more of a benefit to society if everybody pays a little bit. Therefore they have a little bit of skin in the game. But I'm going to listen to some of these chatters here. of their closing
and they want to
statements.
sit there and they want to say, no, you can't have your basic rights. Even if we learn something new, if we found
I
out
definitely
there was a
don't
new
like
type of
Biden's
person
whatever
next month,
43% capital gains
conservatives
tax.
would immediately begin fighting
I do
against
see
allowing those
some
people to have
benefit
rights.
to it with
It's
having
ridiculous.
making money off of
we know
nothing,
this is how
but
it goes.
I still don't
We've
like that
seen this.
idea.
We've seen the fear mongering that's whipped up over immigrants, over gay people, over the years, over
What do you mean? It
brown
doesn't sound like
people.
a conservative
absolutely
tax
ridiculous.
structure.
And the
To
fact
me,
that
that's
this is,
the
this
most
law
conservative because
is
it's all
being
based on
framed
choice.
As, oh, we're
If
trying
all
to
you're
look out for
doing
the
is
trans
providing
people,
your
that's
basic
like saying you're
necessities, you
looking
wouldn't
out
pay
for the
any
trans
tax at
people by
all.
locking every trans person up into a cage so that nobody can hurt them. They're being hurt by the act, and so is it with this law as well.
Thank you, Demon Mama. All right, we went up.
I can be a little progressive,
no
Jossum Sauce. I'm not all conservative, you know.
I'm just going to give everyone the same amount of time.
I'm a
so everyone
pragmatic
knows a minute 30 on the
libertarian.
clock. Don't worry, Mama. I didn't want to cut you off because you were, you had very salient points. I didn't want to stop any of those. So, all right, moderate conservative. Minute 30 on the clock. Take it away, buddy.
Yeah, sure. I mean, just to wrap this up.
Yeah, corporate tax rates. I think it's bullshit that a corporation pays $0 in taxes. That's dumb. Nobody should not pay should pay zero. I shouldn't pay a negative 5%. I should pay something. That should be the way it is.
And now that being said,
but I don't. I literally have a negative
effective
tax rate. So
with all of you on,
you might too. I mean, I don't know.
That's really it. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, Jola. You're up, buddy.
Texas and Tennessee are the two states that lead our country when it comes to anti-trans legislation. So I think, looking at this entire thing, there's no question whatsoever that this is a very anti-trans policy. It's really funny that I have to say that. But even the bill's sponsor, his name is Tim Rudd. He said, whether you're a man or woman, don't you want to know who might be waiting? Don't you want to know who might be waiting on the other side?
You have a huge bill every year. It sucks.
Just talking like
well, then you're not taking enough out of your. You're not having enough of your
that's
earnings
how they're
tax.
framing this entire policy, and that's how the policy is going to be implemented, and the outcomes are going to be very bad.
What's your actual effective rate, though?
People. Thank you.
I bet it's not that high.
Thank you, Jola. All right.
Because I don't think that you make that much, and your spouse makes that much.
Marcy and Jola, you guys were like really.
1 second, cut sleeve. If you could be a little bit louder, that would be awesome.
Also, my bad. I forgot I had a mic. Okay.
No worries.
Test 1 1 2.
Pro streamer.
For Marcy.
Leave him alone.
Yeah. For Marcy and Jola, you guys are very concerned on like how the bill's intended or who passed the bill. For me, I only care about the outcomes. When I read the bill, I don't go into any bias on whether it was passed by a conservative or a Democrat. We can talk about that later. But for Demon Mama, no one is locking up trans people in this bill. Don't worry. You kind of dodged all my points and inserted this is a segregation bill without any reason.
Damn, there's 261 people watching Hans's stream.
And it's like
there's another
kind of annoying because every time I made a point,
bunch of no, I guess Dean Mama moved her, she rated it, so that's why it's got so high.
Audience. You talk about me being bad faith, but compare the extinction of.
And I have 4 people on my stream, my 4 besties.
All right, thank you, cut sleeve. And again, I appreciate everyone.
Oh shit! Now it went down to 2. Where'd everybody go?
But I appreciate everyone.
Everybody's leaving my stream.
Uninterrupted closing statements. So Marcy, and also you're welcome.
Ooh, Liquid Sunshine.
During closing
Amanda Root.
You're welcome to address them like in the opener of like the next topic. I would prefer if you didn't.
11%. Okay, that's not too bad.
For this, so
that's reasonable. I mean, at least it's not negative 5.5 like me.
Oh, Marcy,
but that's because I have 2 more kids than you.
Another pro streamer.
There we go. I know, pro gamer move. Listen, we can sit here and we can listen to the conservatives on this panel say, actually, comparing it to segregation is just absurd, and then crossing their arms and going, and looking smug. Or we can take a look at
I love looking smug.
That, the existence
it's my
of
best
a bill
look,
like this
actually.
implies that a building that does not have a sign like that would, in fact, be cis only, not allow trans people, and have them removed either via force or via social pressure. Clearly echoing the halls of segregation. All right, so I'm glad we've established that the bill does remind us, at least in some ways.
I'm glad we at least have one African American on the panel for
that,
this, right?
I think that if we want to take a look at the whole culture war distinction, we should look
There
at
was
the
a
way
whole
Joe Biden's administration
issue
handled
earlier
coronavirus versus the way
today
Trump's
about
administration handled
cut
coronavirus.
sleeves being
Trump's
on somebody else's
administration banned
panel
travel
and
from China,
being
started
on the
calling
panel
it the
only because
China
he was an
flu,
African American.
immediately
This whole
took all
drama
the
and whatnot. And
severity out
it
of
was
the
pretty ridiculous,
situation
but
that didn't relate to China.
didn't really matter to
But
anything
when
that
it
we're talking
related
about
to
now.
China, we
But
can
still
use it to
still
push
interesting.
those xenophobic talking points. So it's important again, right? Joe Biden comes in, boom, medical infrastructure, boom, vaccine rollout, bim, boom, bam, real concrete policies that help the American people. All right, all of the legislation from Joe Biden has been based in union pilled, based
Oh
in
my God.
fucking infrastructure pilled, and the
Shill.
Trump administration and the
She's a
Republicans in
shill.
general
She's a
support two
Biden
signals to their
shill.
fucking supporters, and that's all they do.
Biden shill.
All right, thank you, Marcy. All right, Biggs, you get the last word on this. Minute 30 on the clock. Take it away, buddy.
All right. Well, like I said at the beginning, I think this whole bill itself is on its face segregationist, if not at least singling out different people and minorities, which I think is a bad thing. I think that the proper take on this is to not have it at all. I think that, like I said before, it's just virtual signaling for the Republicans, so they're zealots on the religious right. I think we need to move past this. I think this is a net blemish on the Republicans' overall strategy. I don't think it helps them at all. I think it actually hurts them. I think most people, most of the normies in the world, they want people to be accepted for who they are. I think that they need to just, kind of move towards that, shift towards the more social acceptance. I do want to say, though, that Marcy, you're being a little bit too hard of a Biden shill. I don't really think you believe in that 100%. I think Biden's kind of shitty, personally, but I do think that that some progressive policies, especially when it comes to people's freedoms, like the rights of trans people, should be respected. And I think as a conservative and as a libertarian, I think that that's the proper way to go. I think that whenever we have to single out people or segregate people, I think that's a net negative on society as a whole. So I think everybody should be treated with respect and equality. And because of that, I'll yield my time.
Thank you so much, Biggs. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for visiting. That first topic was absolutely excellent. I think we had an incredible discussion. And chat, thank you all for being here with us. This is an amazing night. So,
personally raised forward stock 25%. How? How is that? I need to see a source of that.
5-minute break right now. It is 9:40. We are going to jump back in with opening topics for the second topic, which is we are moving up the Florida trans sports bill to have the conversation on that. So everyone, feel free. I'm going to step away from the keyboard, but I'm not going to mute all of you. So please, if you remain on, be respectful. No slurs, no horrible gamer words that'll get my stream imploded. Please be respectful.
Yeah, you can be respected and still be a shill, Jawsome Sauce.
I have 6 mods in chat, and if any of you do any spooky or sneaky shit, you're gonna get hit by a thunderbolt. So I'll be right back. Everyone, take 5, do whatever you need. All right, I'll be right back.
Only the conservatives stayed.
Yeah, it's just
please be good. Biggs, you're in charge.
Time to say the T slur on.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys, but I can't support that one thing on the conservative side. Just to me, it just doesn't make sense. But the next couple topics, I might be a little more on your guys' side, just so you know.
On the opposite, brother. The second topic, I have literally no comment on it.
I think we're doing the trans athletes.
Okay,
next. Yeah, that's a little more contentious.
I think that one might be a little bit on firmer because the reality is this one I can try to defend it, but I just don't really care enough to.
Right.
You know
yeah.
I mean?
And
it's none of these things, especially this first and this second, not the third one. I just don't care. The second one is the homosexual in has anyone actually been prosecuted for that?
Exactly.
I don't care. I want to talk about lowering taxes. I want to talk about immigration.
You got a new electric.
You don't feel like there's anything wrong with a state law keeping gay people in general as obscene? You don't really care about that?
Wait,
so
I have no evidence to. I have no
Demon
evidence
Mama.
If there was one person who got fined for this law, I'd be against it. But I haven't seen any. I researched. I tried.
That would be my question too, because a lot of states still have sodomy laws on the books, but they're not at all enforced.
Yeah, but
Yeah, they're
it's
just
wouldn't-
not
yeah, but
enforced.
wait, hold on a second. Regardless of enforcement, don't you think that it would be better to get rid of such a law because such a law is unjust? That it
Here's my position. All right,
I
I
mean, I
don't
guess we're
think
gonna
real
talk about
people.
this, right? So
Yeah, I don't like so like Twitch like aside from Twitch people, real life average Americans, they don't read bills. They don't care. The word homosexuality in one law that prosecutes no one. I just don't
So
care
I mean,
enough.
it's in the
It's-
so
states.
let's save it. Let's save it for the topic because I don't want to. I don't want to.
Hold on. I'm
Yeah.
gonna get some water anyways. Real quick.
I don't want to. I don't want to ruin
I
the.
wonder. I wonder what thing that just said. I just found myself musing. I wonder what might be the difference between something like you two and or maybe you three. I don't know, Biggs. You seem pretty reasonable. But you
I try to
two
be.
and someone like myself that might make you not care as much about laws that directly discriminate against people like me, but not against people like you. I wonder what it could be.
I don't want anybody to just be discriminated against personally.
You don't
So
want to.
that's my but again with that
I wish
actual
more conservatives were with you.
I know and I try to be more about actual like freedom and actual conservatism as far as like what people should be allowed to do and what government should be allowed to do. Because to me right now the government does way too much than what they should be doing. And again, that may not be socially because I think people should be free to do what they want to do as long as they're not harming anybody. And that's where the government should step in if they are harming people. But to me, the LGBT right is not harming anybody. It's not harming me.
Oh, yeah,
It's not
definitely
harming
not.
anybody. So why should I be legislating archaic rules on people that are hindering their ability to perform in society? That just seems silly and ridiculous and just cruel.
I wish the entire conservative party thought more like you.
I hope. I wish
It would
that
make
too.
my life a lot easier.
Yeah,
Because, yeah, most people, a lot of people I've encountered in this space, a lot of the conservatives I've gone up against don't think like that at all.
and
They'll
I
tell
will.
you that maybe, but
And we're gonna disagree probably on this topic, but that's because I have 3 daughters, and so when it comes to like sports and stuff like that, when they get older, I may have some issue with that. But like to me, as long as it's not affecting other people, why bother legislating? It just doesn't make any sense other than to virtue signal to their religious
well, you'll be
zealots.
happy. Listen, regardless of how the conversation goes on this particular panel, if you're interested in finding out why you have absolutely nothing to worry about with regards to trans sports issues, I could give you, not only could I give you a whole bunch of resources, but I would be totally willing to have a conversation with you about it. This is a topic
Definitely.
I've talked about a lot. And unfortunately, much like the last issue, there is a lot of fear mongering, which I'm sure we're going to discover.
Yep. Okay. I would definitely be open to that anytime.
Yeah. I'll do my best to try and keep it on task here, but yeah, there's a lot of misinformation about it, and I think I'll be able to address most of that.
Okay.
There's actually a really great video I would like to shout out to not just you, but also the entire audience. I think a sports medicine YouTuber by the name of Jangles Science Lad recently did a huge analysis of the
Welcome everybody to the chat, by the
recent,
way.
like trans sports study that's being cited very frequently, and it was absolutely phenomenal. His goal was to go in and address the study, point out like potential issues with the study, and also point out strengths of the study. And his video was really good, and he's literally qualified to do that. So that's a really good video if you want to find out like why it's definitely, even if you disagree with all of his conclusions, it's absolutely not something worth fear mongering over. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. It is now 8:46. So we are back. Everyone, yeah, so someone in chat just said this, but again, feel free to link all of your stuff in chat right now.
Yeah, abolish the NCAA. Hell yeah.
Different socials and stuff so they can follow you. So please follow all of our magnificent panelists.
I know, yeah, that does make sense, Awesome Sauce. There's so many bigger policy topics that need to be addressed. That trans in sports is like bottom of the totem pole, but it is one of those social wedge issues, and that's what the problem is.
Day, like, we're competing with Vosh on Twitch, which I never thought was possible. That guy was literally
hell yeah.
Like, he inspired me to start streaming like in the first place. So this is so fucking cool. But again, this is absolutely bonkers and awesome, and I appreciate all of you for making such an entertaining and I hope educational panel for everybody. So With that, with that in mind, we are going to begin our next topic, which is specifically about the transgender sports bill that was passed in Florida, my state. Big, like I'm a Floridian. I know I am Florida man. I'm so sorry. Don't cancel me for that.
Florida man.
Yeah, I am Florida man. So I'm just gonna read this quickly. An excerpt from the article I linked to everybody.
Everything
So
is superficial
Governor Ron DeSantis signed into
solution.
law a ban on transgender girls from competing in girls and women's sports at an event at a Christian
In
school
my
on
line
the
of
first day of
work,
Pride Month.
it's all about looking for
So
the
he
underlying
said,
causes.
"We
Why don't
believe
we do
the state of
enough
Florida
without the
protecting
policy
fairness and
discusses in the
integrity
U.S.?
of
Yeah,
women's
I agree.
athletics."
I definitely agree. We need to
Said
find out the
DeSantis,
underlying causes,
I can tell you that in Florida,
and
girls
from
are
that
gonna
we
play
can
girl
derive
sports
real
and
solutions
boys
that
are
would
going to
actually
play
correct the
boys'
problems.
sports. So
I agree with that.
Roster or the panel for this one, we're going to start with Jola, and then we're going to go Jola, Cut Sleeve, Demon Mama, Modern Conservative, Marcy, and then Biggs, and then we're going to reverse that order for the closing statements. And then Jola, I promised you earlier when you had your hand up that you get the first crack at this after the opening statements. So with this in mind, we're going to move the opening statements to 1:30 now because it seems like a lot of us have a lot to say, which is totally fine. I'm totally happy to have that. Remember, please don't interrupt anyone.
I've got to take
during
notes
your
on
opening
this,
statement, but you are allowed
just
to
in
at
case
people,
I've got something to.
and you can fight about it later. But just again, please no interruptions.
I actually gotta figure out what I'm gonna say to these people with this one.
With that in mind, 1:30 on the clock. Jola, take it away.
So with trans athletes in sports, I understand. I did 4 sports in high school, so I really understand the obsession with athletics. Like I know certain people who in high school actually stayed back 2 grades so they would have a shot at being the best athlete possible. Very fair.
That's
by the
fucked
way.
up.
It's called redshirting. If
Staying
you
back
haven't heard of
2
it.
grades
It's awesome.
in
It's
high
awesome when
school.
somebody who's like 23
That's crazy.
beats somebody who's like 19. Very fair.
That's
for
crazy.
For sports, and that's a legal.
Maybe in
thing.
college, I
Definitely
guess.
is
If
not
he's talking
fair.
about college
100%
red
is not
shirts,
fair.
that's fine.
When it comes
But
to this
high
bill
school.
in Florida, so the way they presented this entire thing was in a very transphobic manner, and I think there is a real policy discussion to be had here. But the issue is, everybody who talks about this issue is just using it as another cultural war wedge to take rights away from trans people. So DeSantis said, the governor of Florida, girls are going to play girl sports and boys are going to play boy sports, and he did it at a private Christian academy that would not even be
Montreal
affected
is
by
about
this
to go
bill
up
that was signed.
on
So he's at a private
Winnipeg.
Christian academy, and this ban.
It's so weird
for
watching the
trans
hockey
women's
playoffs
sports
too,
was tucked in at the last
because they got the
minute
Canadian
of a
teams that are playing with no
session
fans, and the
event
American teams that are
for a
playing with
totally
like full
different
fans.
issue.
It's
And the
weird.
rhetoric at the announcement of
Very
this
weird.
signing said nothing about that other issue. It was all about trans people. You know, they're
Have you been
super
following
terrible,
the
we should not let
NHL
them in sports.
playoffs, Jossum
That's all
Sauce?
it was
Because it's been
about.
pretty exciting.
And there is a real policy discussion to be had here, and I'm excited to hear everybody's points on this.
I get to go last, which is
Yeah.
awesome.
All right, thank you, Jola.
Montreal, yeah, they're up. They're up right now.
Someone asked in chat, I am eating just chicken breast.
I think it's going to
didn't
be
eat
the
much, so
Lightning
I got a big chest day tomorrow, so I'm ready.
and the
fuel
Avalanche
for
in the
that.
finals,
Cut Sleeve, 30
because
on the clock.
the Avalanche
go ahead,
looked
buddy.
fucking crazy the other
Okay.
night. They've been going hot as
Some of you guys
hell.
might think I'm chilling, and I know Hans brought me.
Yeah, you have Colorado win it all. Yeah, hell yeah.
Just for this
Colorado's
take,
fucking rocking it, dude. They fucking
smoked.
smoked.
I 100%
They
believe it.
smoked the fucking Knights the other
but
night, dude.
This does not ban
I was at my
transgender people in
stepdad's
sports.
house watching it
My
on the big
18
screen. It was
sports
fucking
section defense
crazy.
makes that
They
very
get fucking
clear.
stomped them.
This bill isn't to spite transgender people. Page 63, line 1819 says that any student deprived of athletic opportunity shall have a private cause of action for injustice or belief. It seems like no one who has spoken recently have actually read the bill, but I did. But now to outline my
There's only been
views
one person
and
that
my
talked.
personal conspiracy on why Hans put me on this panel. I don't know if you could tell by my masculine traits and my he/him pronouns, but I'm a boy. As
I'm a boy.
I don't think I should have a say in women's sports. I think this is a women's issue, and I think they should be able to decide for themselves if they don't want transgender people in their sports. If they don't want transgender people in their sports, that doesn't make them turfs. And if you want transgender in their sports, that doesn't make them liberal cucks. I've said this
Cooks,
yesterday
liberal
or 2 years ago
cooks.
on the other panel that I have Hans with, but this is my position. I've stayed consistent, and I haven't heard an argument for why, or I haven't heard a counter argument on why it shouldn't be a woman's issue on this topic. I yield.
Thank you. I've never had the moderator added before, but Cutslave, this isn't specifically why I brought you. I just I wanted conservative, so invited a plethora of conservatives that I got recommendations on, and you were one of them. So congratulations, you were one of the conservatives that was recommended as someone who could hold his own in a debate. And I'm happy you're here because this is an extremely enjoyable conversation for a lot of people. So that's why I brought you. There's no conspiracy. I promise. I'm much
There's
too
always a
big and dumb
conspiracy.
for that. So I appreciate it, and we're gonna throw it to Demon Mama.
Okay, that's fine then. That's fine then.
Okay, so I can see there's a lot of stuff that we're going to touch on here. So, first of all, let's get a quick definition of what transphobia is out there.
Oh my gosh,
Refers
transphobia.
to fear mongering about trans people,
Transphobia.
arguing that trans people are inherently bad, and denying the validity of trans people. If you
I don't think this
that
has
trans
anything to do with
people
this
are the
at
gender
all.
that they say they are, that is transphobic. That's definitionally transphobic. I'm sorry, but that's just true. Secondly, I'm glad that even Ron DeSantis believes that women should play with women and men should play with men, which means trans men who are men should play with trans men, and trans women who are women should play with women. Wow, that's really cool and simple. Interestingly, the law does not allow for this, and it's funny how most of these conversations about sports specifically center around a whole lot of misinformation about trans women, and they entirely ignore the existence of trans men. If trans men who go on T have to compete against cis women, they will crush them because T in your bloodstream gives you an active advantage. Now, it's interesting. I'm sure we'll dive into the science more, but the current science shows that after approximately anywhere between six months to 1 year on hormones, there is no advantage whatsoever, no measurable advantage between trans women and their cis women counterparts in sports. The Olympics has recognized this for a long time. Every major serious sports medicine group has recognized this for a long time. Once again, this is an example of fear mongering based on misinformation on the claim and also poor stereotypes. You should, if you ever don't believe me on this, just watch a conservative video about this. In fact, recently Ben Shapiro put one out complete with scary music to make it seem like big, scary, manly trans people were going to break in and break their daughters in half. It's obviously and patently transphobic. It promotes the idea that trans women are not women. It promotes the idea that trans women are scary and dangerous, and it promotes scientific misinformation. All things that we don't want to agree with here. So yeah, the Florida sports bill is an atrocity, and it's terrible. So yeah.
Thank you, Demon Mama. I would just remind you, please be a little bit more brief in the opening statement. Didn't want to
My
cut you off.
I don't think it's that
All
people
right,
think
so,
that they would become
conservative,
man would
go ahead,
become a
buddy.
woman to be better at sports.
Yeah,
I think it's just
I
like
think
a
both is
side
a good
effect
thing. I think
more
it
than
helps make
anything.
sports more fair. I think Ron DeSantis is right in a whole lot of things, including that. To Demon Mama's point, I have no idea if that's true or not, but there are other advantages they get. They do have greater transgender women do have greater bone density. They are more, tend to be taller, have greater muscle mass. So, and even most sources, right, on the left or right, I can point to the ACLU, for instance, they'll use very specific terminology. They'll say things it doesn't give them an unfair advantage. So they're not saying it doesn't give advantage. They're saying the advantage is not unfair, which I think is obviously disingenuous and completely salacious, but I yield my time.
All right, thank you, Modern Conservative. We're going to throw it to Marcy, and then Biggs gets the last opening statement, and then on the list right now we have Jola and then Demon Mama. So Marcy, take it away.
Well, this is very, very quick. I don't want to make this a whole thing, but I'm going to try a little exercise with the panel really quick. Please raise your hand if you have seen the South Park episode about women in sports. Just raise your hand. All right, cool.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but as a mod, I can't answer questions from the panel.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, you can't. Like, you mean like you're doing...
You got to be unbiased, right?
What is South Park?
So I will not be arguing with Cutsleeve on this issue today, or Biggs. I'm so sorry, because I do not argue about issues with people who have seen this South Park episode, because I feel like the narrative portrayed in that episode, where like the big burly
That's discriminatory.
Comes in and he wrecks all the women's competition or whatever, is actually the image that most of you fucking conservatives have in your mind when you think of trans people playing sports. And that's what the GOP and the people who write these laws count on, right? Because they know that if you looked into the actual science, like my good friend Jangle Science Lad, youtube.com/Jangle Science said, it is document, and if you look into like the actual research backing this, you will find that there is in fact a way to
This
bring
is trying to
trans
find a
women,
problem,
especially
solution to a
those
problem
who
that
have
doesn't
not been
exist.
athletic
Rhetorical and name any
prior to
trans
their
woman as
transition
decimated
in
women's
line
sport.
with
Okay.
cis women in their
Yep,
sports,
that's
right?
true.
When it comes to high school sports, this is a conversation that we don't really need to have because it's not been shown that trans athletes in high school
There's some like in those two
cis athletes
runners
in
in
high schools,
Connecticut, but
especially
like for the
since
most
you're
part, it's
trans, and
not.
in high school, it's most likely that your puberty has been interfered with, so the testosterone advantage doesn't even exist for you. And in professional sports, it's not an issue because the Olympics has had it legal for trans people to compete with cis people for like 18 years, and so far we have not seen a single trans gold medal Olympian. So none of the evidence shakes out in your favor. Great.
All right. Thank you, Marcy. Biggs, you have the last statement, and then we're going to go right into Jola, and then Demon Mama, and then if you want to start, see you cut sleeves. Anyone else who wants to get in, feel free to start raising your hands during Biggs' statement. So, Biggs, take it away, buddy.
Thank you. So I have one question that I would like to propose to the left on this panel is, do you have any restrictions on when, especially like at like middle school or high school aged transgender people should be able to compete? If there should be any restrictions at all? So that's one question I have to all of you. And then as far as my own personal opinion is that I have 3 daughters. So when they become of age to be in sports and stuff like that, I may have a problem with them competing with transgender. I don't know until it actually occurs. But my personal opinion is that there are biological differences between male and female. Now, if there are certain procedures taken, like hormone replacement and things like that, I think that after a certain amount of that, like Dima Mama has stated previously, that 6 to 12 months from starting those interventions, they do have less muscle tone, less bone density, and things like that. So I think that there may be some argument to be after a certain point that they can compete with their desired gender. But I do think that there needs to be some type of regulation when it comes to like a person, like for me personally, like when I was in high school, if I would have decided to be transgender as my senior year, that might have been unfair to other female athletes. But I still think that there needs to be some type of concession made on both sides to where we need to have some avenue where that they can actually compete but not be able to have any type of advantage. So maybe that's like 6 months or a year after they take hormone therapy replacement or things like that. But I think that there needs to be some type of common sense concessions made on both sides. So that's my personal opinion.
All right. Thank you, Big. So we're going to start it with Jola, and then Demon Mama, and then Cut Sleeves, and everyone else, feel free to start raising your hand. So Jola, 2 minutes on the clock. Go ahead, buddy.
I just want to thank Biggs for approaching this in such a, I guess, clear-headed way, because I think we can find certain ways to reach, like you said, policies that are based off of the science that Demon Mama brought up. And I hate politically motivated policy. We already went through this. I hate the culture stuff. But this is another reason the culture war is so toxic. So you are worried about like unfair advantages and disadvantages, and height and weight and all that stuff. I in a track there's an event called high jump, which the goal is to jump over a bar. We had one girl on our a cis girl on our high school team that was 6'4", and she could basically step over the bar. She never really worked out. It wasn't a meritocracy. She just happened to be 6'4". The second place person at our one championship meet was 5 feet tall. So was the 6'4" girl better than the 5 foot tall girl? No. Sports are not fair. It's based on what you are born with, height, weight, all that stuff is going to be, there's going to be a lot of deviation in that. This girl's going to be better at, 6'4" girl's going to be better at basketball, anything that requires, length and speed and height and strength and all that stuff. So that unfair advantage is already there. And
my girls are going to be awesome at sports because they're going to be freaking gigantic.
Looking for what the policy can
just like your children are going to be gigantic. I've already seen, how they are. They're going to be ridiculous in sports.
All right, thank you, Jola. We are going to throw it to Demon Mama and then to Cut Sleeve. So Demon Mama, 2 minutes on the clock. Take it away.
Yeah, you often will hear conservatives cite some sort of vague idea that there are biological differences between men and women, males and females, and yeah, that's true. There's biological differences between everybody, but we have to actually identify what those are and how they actually affect anything that we're talking about. As it turns out, high school is high school sports are already really unfair. Some people start puberty early, some people start puberty late, and there's very, very minor junior varsity versus varsity, stuff like that. But a lot of these are merit based and based off of performance and things like that, not based off of any sort of biological essentialism. The reality is that it's almost impossible to try and control sports for your biological essentials as it is. But especially high school sports. High school sports have never been about being Olympic levels of scrutiny. Nobody wants that. That would make high school sports inaccessible to the people who are currently in high school. If all high schoolers had to go through Olympic standards in order to be sure that they were engaging, first of all, many of them wouldn't do sports. Secondly, they wouldn't be able to focus on their studies at all. And third of all, most of them would fail. The reality is that there's all kinds of things that go into this. High school sports are about teamwork. They're about learning to train yourself, learning hard work. They're about socializing. They're about gaining experience. All of these things. This is why we do high school sports. They are a social action. So the fairness really isn't an issue. If it was all about fairness, we would see all kinds of issues. We would need to break up high school sports into divisions based on when people start puberty, which would require us to do blood tests. That's wild. Secondly, we already know that the physical differences between men and women is generally caused by hormones, and those hormones, uh, you know, obviously interesting because conservatives actually often create the problem that they say they're worried about by preventing things like puberty blockers from being used or assigning HRT to trans kids who have gone into puberty and are wanting to start a puberty of the opposite sex. Well, they make the problem exist because, see, the trans people would like to have their puberty stopped, which would put them on par, by the way, with put biological males who are transitioning to female who have puberty blockers are bodily almost identical to cis women. That's the whole point. And yeah, so there's a whole lot of this. There's just, again, it's an issue where there's so much fear mongering and so much misinformation. And I want to say to Biggs, I do appreciate Biggs keeping an open mind to this because I promise you there is nothing to even be worried about with regards to fear. There's no concern that your daughters will ever have. I promise you they have as much to worry about that family of tall
I
people
was
who
muted
are
this whole
all
time.
their entire family is 6'3", and then their daughter
Thank
is
you.
6'3"
Yes.
by the age of 14. Yeah, much more to worry about that than anything
That'll
else.
be my
Okay?
daughters, actually.
Hey, there you go. Then your daughters are the ones who, oh no, your daughters might be the next to be litigated by your conservative panel mates.
Possibly,
they might
yes.
go, uh-oh, those girls look really tall. I wonder if they're transes, and then they get targeted. Hope that never happens. I fight for that world, world where that doesn't happen.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Demon Mama.
Thank you, Demon Mama, and I always appreciate your contributions. But this is you went.
I was muted this whole time.
So just in terms of enforcement, I got to be fair to everybody. So remember, this means a minute 30, and then I will just start cutting you off at 2 minutes again. It's nothing personal,
Sure.
but I'm just letting you know.
My timing is all fucked up because I don't have my stream timer up because I ended my stream, so I apologize if I run
So
over.
professional.
No problem at all. I just got to be a fair and balanced TM mod.
I get you.
We're gonna moderate conservative. I see you. So we're gonna go to cut sleeves and then Biggs and then moderate conservative. I assume because 3 conservatives are going in a row, there's going to be some questions and some ats. So be like careful with that, TM. So cut sleeves. Just take away, buddy.
Yeah, specifically to Demon Mama's.
Yeah, I was already muted for so long and I didn't even know it.
She just said. She says like conservatives acknowledge biology. Again, the constant appeals to what conservatives do, what conservatives don't do. She constantly, when Biggs, when modern conservatives brings up an argument, she would instead address conservatives, Republicans, Trump, instead of actually addressing their arguments. You're not talking to conservatives TM. You're not talking to Republicans TM. You're talking to Biggs. You're talking to modern conservatives. Again, the constant appeals to your chat instead of the one-on-one discussions. Now, you bring up fairness. Just because things are unfair now, alluding to height, biology, and things like that, doesn't mean we can't impose other things that are unfair aspects.
You're getting too old for stuff like this. Why?
Unfair does not mean anything.
It's just nice to talk to people, though. It's just nice to have a conversation.
Third,
this is actually a very tame panel, to be honest. Like, a lot of the panels I've been on in the past have been crazy.
Because you block their puberty, so like the body types are similar. This is really stupid. Conservatives don't like puberty blockers, not because it doesn't make sports uneven, but for another reason. Because you're doing life-altering things to your body as a child. Like, I don't know what the red herring to puberty blockers is, but none of your arguments hold up to even an ounce of logic. I yield.
Can I respond to that because I was added?
Of course.
Or no?
Go ahead, Demon Mama.
Yeah, I mean, it's not my fault if you don't listen. I addressed all of the arguments that were presented in the opening statement directly. I just also recognize that there was a greater context. I'm sorry if you want to pretend that like there's nothing outside of this that you're a part of, but you are, and you're making the arguments that these same people are. So I don't know. I feel like I did a pretty good job. Not my fault if you don't listen. And with regard to puberty blockers, again, if you had been listening, you would recognize that the reason why I brought puberty blockers in is because I am pointing out that conservatives create one of the problems that they say they want to fix by not allowing people who have gone through their necessary process to get the puberty blockers, which is a long and arduous process.
It's like you're gonna do something about it. Talk is cheap. Yeah, well, yeah, talk is cheap in everything, though.
People and forcing them to go through a puberty that would make them not be able to participate fairly, quote unquote, in those sports.
You want to debate my top 10 SNES games?
It's totally
my top SNES games are gonna be so skewed because it's gonna be like Madden and
cut sleeves, quick response, and then we're gonna throw it to Biggs.
Madden, and then like Donkey Kong Country, and then like Super Mario, and like a bunch of other shit that I don't even know if I had 10 and SNES games, to be honest with you.
Unreasonable argument by Demon Mama.
Yeah, it's true, but it's just we just want to talk. It's just about making content. It's not about changing our minds on the panel. It's about changing the viewers' minds, maybe. You know.
But we denied puberty blockers for another reason entirely. Nothing.
There's over 300 people watching this panel right now. So if we can change anybody's mind, that's worth it.
To a red herring. Another dangerously stupid argument from Demon Mama. I yield.
Oh yes. Cool.
All right.
Nice ad homs there, buddy.
I was gonna say, like, everyone, again, like, let's attack arguments, not people. Please no fuck yous. Please no calling people dumb. Chat. I understand it's hard. I can't possibly control all of you, but like, please be kind and attack arguments, not people. We're going to go to Biggs now, and this is just Big Hans dad energy. Please
Big Hans dad.
I am tired of like
we love our Hans daddy.
Mean to each other.
Hans daddy.
I really fucking like this shirt, so don't.
Don't make him Hulk rip that shit.
All right, Hans, would it be better if I said "frick you"?
No.
I want to see him rip the shirt, chat. So you guys need to push for that. That's what I want to see. I want to see that bare chest.
Biggs, go ahead. God damn it.
All right, so
you people.
Yes, us people.
All right, go ahead, Biggs.
I appreciate everybody here and all your guys' opinion and everybody's opinions here, and I do appreciate Demon Mama's take for sure. My biggest issue is whether, and I started this with my opening statement, and do you have, and I want to ask this to both Demon Mama, Marcy, and Jola, do you think there should be any type of restriction on when somebody who's, especially at like high school level, is able to compete at what stage of their hormone replacement or anything like that? Because that's my biggest hang up, is like, to me, like, I think that, like you said, Demon Mama, is after like 6 to 12 months there's no real benefit or advantage, right? So I think that there should be maybe some type of concession to that. But again, I don't know if that's too hard to regulate or anything like that. But for me, if my daughters are competing, and again, my daughters are still young, but once they get to a certain age, they're going to be competing in high school sports. If somebody's like just starting their transition versus somebody who's 6 months or a year in, I think there is a difference there, and there may be some type of a concession that can be made to say maybe somebody who's only in their first, less than a year of transition maybe can be competing in one versus the other. But I don't know what that line is personally, because I'm not well educated on that. But I do believe that I want to make it so everybody can do what they want to do. But in a case like this, I think that it does actually impact other people. So these are the cases where I find like I want to have some type of concession where we can say this is the common line that we need to set, and we can move on from there. But I do think there needs to be some type of consensus when we get there.
All right.
I mean,
that was Demon Mama, Marcy. Anyone on like the on the left thing side? If
exactly.
They can, help Biggs with this. Demon Mom, Marcy, I'll let you two hash out which one of you wants to go for this. And then after that, we are going to throw it to modern conservative.
Mine is pretty quick. Yeah, I think that you can come to some sort of reasonable standard, especially if you take measures to ensure privacy of the individuals involved. Like, I don't know, a doctor's note or something like that seems pretty straightforward to me. Sure. I mean, I think that we still need to do more research into if there's actually even anything to worry about. But also, hopefully, if we continue to progress into a modern country that doesn't have dark age era like discrimination, we should be able to get trans kids onto puberty blockers, and this will become a non-issue. That would be fantastic, and in fact that would solve both of our issues, and you'd have literally nothing to worry about.
Right, because they'd already be
Fortunately,
transitioning at that point.
yeah, they'd already be. Well, they would just never go through the puberty
Right.
that would expose their body
Yep.
to the thing that makes their bones bigger. Like, keep in mind that there's not much biological difference. There's very little biological difference between children before puberty. That's like, puberty is the point where trans feelings usually really start to ramp up, because puberty starts to change your body in a way that you don't want to be changed. Now, there are some minor differences, but we all acknowledge that most of these differences aren't like enough to make a difference in sports. So yeah, I think if it's necessary, I think it could be researched, but it should be done with a clear mind and without any sort of like discriminatory intent.
All right, Biggs, did that satisfy you as an answer?
Yeah, definitely. Yep.
All right, awesome. We're gonna throw it now to modern conservative. 2 minutes on the clock. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah. Well, first, I just want to say that was actually a much more reasonable response than I was expecting. I thought that was pretty based. But to your earlier point, I just wanted to parse out, just make sure we're clear. I thought I heard you say that we don't judge whether someone's entered puberty or not before they play sports, because that would be too difficult. But isn't that exactly the reason we do it by age? So that, say a 12-year-old doesn't have to compete with a 17-year-old or so on?
Is that a question for me?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Yeah, no, not really. Like, I mean, kind of, we kind of do that. Like, we do age separation. I mean, it's usually more a matter of like mental maturity. And there is some loose correlation with like when people tend to start puberty. But this is like a sort of a pseudo unrelated, not unrelated, but it's relevant here, but it's not the same discussion. But just so we know, we all are aware, like, Americans start puberty like a lot earlier than they used to, and a lot of these rules that we currently run by were built when puberty started much later. It's just a fluke of biology. There's a number of reasons. We are better. We are more. We have better more. We have better nutrition. Sorry, I'm stumbling on my words there. We have better nutrition than we used to, which tends to correlate with people starting puberty earlier. So these rules right now aren't actually doing a very good job at that anyway. So yeah, I mean, the thing is, right now we don't really have like super fair high school systems, but we recognize that that's okay, because school sports aren't about having perfect competitive fairness. That's what Olympic sports, and you could argue like professional sports, are for. And there's even critiques of that happens within those communities all the time. High school sports is a lot more about the social aspect and about learning, all the skills necessary to be a part of a big team. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Demon Mama. Modern conservative, you only spoke for like 30 seconds, and most of it was asking a question. Is there anything else you want to say before we throw it to Marcy?
I'd like to see what Marcy has to say.
All right. So Marcy is up. There is no one else on the list after her. So if you want to start speaking, start raising your hands. All right, Marcy, take it away.
I encourage the people who speak after me to do the standard panel move and redirect us back to what the topic at the beginning of the discussion was. But given that I have been unfairly muzzled for so long, to make way for the conservative men, all right, by our misogynist-in-chief, HanzOfHarkir here.
I hate all women equally. Continue.
I know. These conservative chads over here. Anyway, so everyone, I'm joking, all right? I feel like I have to say that because people take me seriously when I clearly do every indication to make it clear that I'm joking. Cut sleeve, I want to address a thing you said really quick. When Demon Mama suggests that the best way to deal with trans people in high school sports is to encourage like the profound use of puberty blockers in kids who struggle with gender dysphoria, right? You react with this like big showy like, but like it like that's not an absurd position, right? That's a position that is held by the majority of like pediatric associations, the majority of psychological, biological organizations, all of these organizations that frankly, like are made up of countless researchers just constantly doing work and figuring out these things exactly, have determined that children have a pretty good sense of their gender identity and whether or not that gender identity matches what they were assigned at birth, right? And so when we talk about puberty blockers, we aren't talking about every boy who puts on a dress at age 3, we put him on hormones and turn him into a girl. We like generally we mean like there are steps taken with psychiatrists, child psychiatrists, and specifically like gender therapists. We have a robust gatekeeping system that some argue could actually stand to lessen itself a little bit, but I think is in some ways necessary, right? We can have that conversation, but the idea that you take the puberty blockers as like this totally invalid out there concept, we do things to children that are irreversible all the time that are in their best interest medically. A child with depression, I was given antidepressants at age, I think 9, right? I consented to it. I said, yeah, I'll take pills if they'll help me feel better. And my family consented to it, and it was with the help of medical professionals. But yeah, we put kids on medication that change their biology and their biological functions all the time, irreversibly, and it's to help them. So yeah, it's a good solution.
All right, that was Cutsleeve. That was directed at you, so you're welcome to have a response to that. And then we're going to Demon Mama. Hope you're good. All right, Demon Mama, feel free to take it away.
Yeah,
Oh, I forgot a beard,
there's
damn it.
just again, it does frustrate me that the question of the puberty blockers constantly gets, it does get conflated with this for a lot of reasons. The logic that's applied to both of these issues is more or less the same, which is a denial of what we know to be scientifically true through an incredible amount of research and the making up of fearful, horrifying scenarios that simply don't happen. Um, I'm one of those people that Marcy mentioned who believes that the gatekeeping should probably be lowered. It is actually a very traumatic and complicated process for children to get a drug that is almost entirely harmless. We have used puberty blockers since they were invented in the late 70s on cis kids constantly, and also we make way more rapid decisions on way more dangerous drugs. Has anybody here heard? There's a drug that is often used to treat acne, and I'm blanking on the name right now.
Accutane.
That is, what's that? Accutane. Thank you. Accutane. Thank you very much. Accutane is a drug that is so severe that in most states you have to sign a form that says that you will not have unprotected sex when you go on it. They make even teenagers and not usually prepubescent, but teenagers sign such a contract because the effects of that are so strong that it can create horrific birth defects. And yet we hand this out to children very easily. So I think that there's a lot of fear mongering around the use of not just puberty blockers, but trans people in general. I think that's something that I hope that has been displayed to everyone who's watching in throughout this conversation, and hopefully the people on the panel, which is that all of these issues, when you dig down to the base, there isn't actually any real harm that's being done anywhere. It's funny that I think the puberty blockers is relevant because both Tennessee and Arkansas, both in coordination with these other bills we've discussed today, passed restrictions or bans on hormone blockers. And I can't help but wonder, I know the answer, but what is really motivating all of this?
All right. So now that was thank you, Demon Mama. I feel like that was directed towards the conservatives. No one's on the list right now. So if you want to jump in, Modern Conservative, take it away. Anyone else? Again, if no one raises their hand, there's no reason we have to. We have plenty of other topics to talk about as well. So again, this doesn't have to be an hour and a half like the last topics. We have 2 other ones that we can dig into. So
yeah, I to tell you the truth, Hans, like the experience, and I don't know if anybody else is experiencing this with this topic. I feel like the trans sports issue has been so thoroughly debunked by people who can explain it better than me that I have nothing new to say at this point. It almost feels like beating a dead horse to me.
All right. I mean, all right, we're gonna go to Modern Conservative, and then we're gonna keep going through it again. Marcy, I can't take a position on this right now. I can't agree or disagree with you what you just said.
Right.
We're gonna throw it to Modern Conservative, and then Jola raised his hand as well, and I think Cutsleeve did as well. So we're gonna go from Modern Conservative to Jola to Cutsleeve. So go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to respond to what Dima Mama was saying. I think it's a pretty pretty massive conflation. Like, just because I think there's concerns around puberty blockers doesn't mean that I don't also share concerns about other things being prescribed to kids, right? I think Adderall is being overprescribed to kids. I think opioids are being overprescribed to kids, right? And I think those are all serious issues. So just because I say I think puberty blockers might have serious issues and we should be more prudent when handing them out to kids, that doesn't mean I don't care about kids in other contexts.
Okay, real quick though, to respond directly to that, what are your concerns, first of all? And secondly, what do you actually know about the process of getting them to kids? Because I have a feeling that if I ask you what the process is by which kids get puberty blockers, you will either I will hope that you will tell the truth and recognize that you don't actually know, or you will make something up on the spot. And I'm hoping it's the first one.
Okay, sure. So I think there are serious concerns that there have been kids that have detransitioned. That is a real phenomenon. There have been children studies that said that some children are prone to being shorter, and it does offset a lot of hormonal imbalances long term for some children. So I think there are serious concerns with it.
Okay, so I can address all of those directly. First of all, the citation of the idea that children are shorter, that is shorter for their age. Once those children, because their puberty has been delayed, it will take a couple years for them to catch up. They'll be shorter until they catch up. And that's where that stat comes from. It's because they were comparing people not across age, not across process through puberty, but directly to age. Obviously, if your puberty has been slightly delayed, you're going to be probably shorter than somebody who's the same age but didn't have a delayed puberty. But you catch up afterwards because it's just been delayed. Secondly, hormonal imbalances as a result of puberty blockers, simply that is not an accurate statement. There have been no long-term complications proven. And again, we've had a very long time to study this. The hormonal imbalances don't seem to last. And with regard to the detransitioning, which is usually the one that most people talk about, it's very good that you bring that up because, interestingly, puberty blockers aren't transition. Puberty blockers allow you to have time to not have a puberty forced on you while you think about whether or not you want to transition. And all recent studies have shown that people who do actually get to the point of getting onto puberty blockers almost always go on to transition and not detransition. The detransition rate of people who start and finish puberty blockers is next to none. And those who stop, the very few who do stop through puberty blockers, well, that's why we do the puberty blockers, because then they haven't transitioned yet. They're pre-transition. That's the ideal reason. So all three of those, I think that I have successfully laid to rest, and I hope that from now on you'll recognize those risks have already been addressed. And then, you know, uh, yeah, that would be the thing. And secondly, I guess I'll just comment because we kind of like dodged to the side about the process of getting puberty blockers. As somebody who went through who went through numerous transition related processes, I can tell you these processes are arduous. You often have to have multiple opinions, which can be sometimes near impossible. If you live in a rural area where there aren't any specialists, you might have to get your parents, that's if you have supportive parents, to travel you across state lines to get a second opinion before you'll even be allowed to consider getting a prescription for something, even if you've been talking about it your entire life. So yes, I think the gatekeeping process is too strong as it is. It's leading to undue duress. Our doctors are really well informed, and if they work with kids, then I think they can come to a better solution.
All right, thank you, Demon Mama. Modern Conservative, did that answer your questions, or is there anything you want to say, or can we throw it to Jola?
You can throw it to Jola. That answered my question.
All right, thank you, Demon Mama. All right, Jola, go ahead.
One big question people that I know often have is how they should communicate, during these topics with other people. And I think it's really important. Just this is like a general interpersonal thing when you talk to people about like pushing forward, like, hey, we should have trans women in sports. There is a thing happening right now with the Sackler family, which is the family that owns Purdue Pharma, which is a big company that helped cause the opioid epidemic. And this opioid epidemic happened in parts of the country, in rural America, and these parts of the country just happen to have the lowest rates of people who accept trans people. From these areas, people don't have many systemic understandings. They don't, because I'm from rural America. Um, they don't have systemic understandings of how to help themselves. So if you try to go up to them and they saw all this propaganda, like Big Saw, the Ben Shapiro stuff. Oh, there's going to be a big, scary trans person that's going to come kill your little daughter during a soccer game. I hear that on the daily. But if somebody says that to you, don't just call them a bigot. Tell them all the facts. If the facts don't dissuade them or persuade them to a different position, you were never going to be able to get them on your side. It's just the best option to go with the facts and arm yourself with the facts and all that stuff. Because real issues aren't paid attention to. They're, these cultural issues are going to be very annoying to even discuss with people.
All right, thank you, Jola. We are going to throw it now to Cutsleeve and then Marcy. So Cutsleeve,
Wait,
take
one
it away.
thing, everybody, right now,
sorry.
get Hans to 1,000 subscribers. He's like 20 away. You better get him to that within the next 5 minutes.
Well, thanks, Jola.
1,000 followers.
You're all based in Poggers. Yeah, this is super cool. Anyway, sorry. Cutsleeve, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah. This seemed like years ago, but Marcy did say something to respond to my argument on the lines of puberty blockers could solve the problem of the athletic disparity gap between boys and women. Again, I don't know if anyone has I don't know if you have cotton in your ears or you have bananas in your ears. I don't know what you've been doing for the past minute. I completely conceded that puberty blockers could genetically modify the boy's body or the woman's body to be similar to the opposing sex. What I said was puberty blockers, even though they could be a solution to the problem, could create multiple other problems. Now, Mama asked this rhetorical question of, the process of puberty blockers. Yes, I do. Anyone who's seen one Bosch video has known the process of puberty blockers because you guys have the same key talking points. Now, if puberty blockers are so safe, and you guys could dunk me on it.
Welcome.
Totally dunk on this because you guys.
Hope everybody's doing good.
Do way more debate on puberty blockers.
Sorry, I gotta mute this hockey game here.
If puberty
Sorry,
blockers are so
I'm watching the
safe,
hockey
why
game.
did Sweden in the use of
My God, let me mute the hockey game, please.
All right.
0-0, Colorado and the Kings for the Knights.
He also added Marcy. Marcy, would you like to specifically respond to that, or I'll just throw that response to anyone on the progressive side of the panel?
I would love to respond to that, Hans.
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So, first of all, Cutsleeves, I just want to say, you had like 5 people's little dialogues worth of time to come up with a comeback. And you said the cotton in your ears thing. You just did the thing I did.
Cotton in your ears, yep.
All right, bring your
Terrible.
A-game, okay? So here's what
Terrible.
I
That was just terrible.
When it comes to
T-E-R-B,
puberty blockers,
terrible.
we have this view of like irreversible changes or whatever. Like they'll do irreversible changes to your body. So let's do a little tree of logic, right? Okay. Let's say you're a kid and you go on puberty blockers because you're not sure what gender you want to be and you want to avoid having a puberty, right? A couple years go by and you decide I'm going to transition. All right? If you've chosen to transition, congratulations. Now the sports issue does not apply to you whatsoever. Congratulations. Now people will exclusively perceive you as the gender that gives you euphoria as opposed to dysphoria. Congratulations. Your life is better in like every demonstrable way because you've come out and you've just totally skipped the step of a male puberty. Great job. Same goes for trans men, but since we always have to talk about trans women because that's who scares conservatives, we're on that right now. So this is only for trans women, all right? The other option, all right? You decide you're not going to transition and you're going to stay the gender you were assigned at birth, which is male, all right? Okay. What's the worst that happens? Maybe you grow body hair a little later than your peers. Maybe you don't get quite as tall as the other guys. I'm sorry, are we fucking twink negative on this stream? Do we not like twinks here? All right? Some people are twinks and they had a male puberty, okay? I see absolutely nothing wrong with this option, right? Twink
That's
rights,
kind of a
that's
bad
what I'm
take
saying.
there.
Who gives a shit?
I don't like the
if a
twink
kid
take.
grows up and has a little
When I
less
think of
body hair
twinks,
than
I
the
think of
other
like
boys
WoW
in the class.
twinks.
Who cares?
Where you make your
You know?
rogue
it's-
level
we
19
give
and
people,
fucking
we give kids specifically medical interventions all
War
the
Song
time
Gulch,
that have way worse
things
and
like
way
that.
more repercussions than
You know?
hormone blockers, and
That's
that
my
seems to
personal
fly,
opinion
but as
on
soon as
that.
it has to do with trans people, then we have to be all against it. It's very interesting to me.
All right.
Yeah, that was directed at me. And she didn't answer my
You
question.
also directed at me too.
I know. So Cutsleeves, please respond to that. Then we're going to throw it to Demon Mama really quickly. And then Marcy was on the list, and she was mostly responding to your point. So Marcy, if you have like a positive like position or statement that you were going to like put forward, you're welcome to do that after Demon Mama does her response. So Cutsleeves, try and like finish that part. Then we're going to throw it to Demon Mama, and then Modern Conservative. I have you on the list. It's going to go Cutsleeves, Demon Mama, Biggs, and then Modern Conservative. So go Cutsleeves.
Okay. Marcy, you didn't answer my question. If puberty blockers are safe, why did Sweden ban it? Direct question. Go.
I don't know. I haven't looked into that story. I can look into that.
If Marcy or Cutsleeves wants to like do some like quick googling during this, that's fine.
Yeah.
I did.
Here,
I can post a link. I can post a link in chat. I did.
the,
No,
the-
I just want to say, like, I think it's incredibly silly to be like, why did one country on the planet Earth ban something? Because, haha, gotcha. Like, is that supposed to be like a gotcha?
Wait, I
You
just
know how
want to
many-
say,
you know how
I
many
just want to
things
say,
are banned? You know that like America's like, you know that like
Wait,
every
really?
country. Hold on, every single country on the Earth has almost every single Western country, at least I should say, has banned high fructose corn syrup, and yet because of corn subsidies in America, we still have high fructose corn syrup. Like that's such like a stupid argument. Like I don't know, you've been calling a lot of people stupid this game, this panel, but it's really funny because you're like, huh, well, it's so good. How come Sweden doesn't like it? I don't know. Maybe some idiot in Sweden passed a stupid law. Is that really what you do? Do you base everything off Sweden? Because if that's the case, how come we live in America? Because Sweden has healthcare for everyone. How come we don't? I guess by your logic, you're in the wrong because Sweden didn't do it. Stupid argument. And then go ahead, Marcy, and then I'll do my full response to what I got added.
Can I just first of all, it reminds me of if you've ever seen like Tim Heidecker's fake court trial where he like slowly picks up what the
That was directed
prosecution
at me.
says and like
That was
terms and
directed
stuff.
at me.
Okay, but second of all, I just want to say
one second. Sorry, Marcy. Make it brief. Cutsleeve, you can respond to both,
Boom.
and then Demon Mama, you had your other contention, and then we can go down the list. So Marcy, please keep it quick.
Okay, I have a browser extension on Chrome called Shinigami Eyes. Shout out to my other trans homies. I'm sure a lot of you have that. And I googled why did Sweden ban the use of hormone blockers, and it's just a wall of red on the first page of Google search results. So this is going to be awesome. That's all I wanted to say. Anyone who knows what it means knows what it means. Go on.
I personally don't, but you're welcome to explain that in a bit.
I totally
Cutsleeve,
forgot
feel
what I
free
was
to
gonna
respond to
fucking
Demon
say
Mama's
about this
point,
whole
and then
thing.
Demon Mama, you can have your response to his earlier question as well. So Cutsleeve, go ahead. And then again, sorry, Cutsleeves, in general, in the future, I will try and let people respond directly to points because again, in the case of time restraints, it's impossible for someone say to respond to like 5 different people in the span of 2 minutes, and I want to keep the conversation moving, so I'll try and like have the back and forths more heavily regulated. That's a failure of me as a mod in this one. I'm sorry for that. So Cutsleeve, respond, and then we're gonna go back to Demon Mama. So Cutsleeve, go ahead.
As an avid Vosh fan myself, and as you are too, Demon Mama, I would assume that you would know this instead of doing another hilariously idiotic argument. So they say like
Nice.
this Sweden thing does not matter because Sweden is a different country. But if you actually know of the puberty research, Sweden and the Norwegian countries have been doing puberty research way before us with way bigger sample sizes. They've had transgender people way before the United States, and they've done way bigger sample sizes
That's a
because
lie.
people because yeah, well, I can just send you the data if you don't believe me. But yeah, they have way bigger sample sizes. Their scientific body is way more than anything that the United States can produce. They have sample sizes of thousands of people, do cross-sectional analysis of people, of transgender people, of puberty blockers. They have their database is insane compared to the United States. And Sweden is one of the most far left countries in like the world, one of the most progressive SOCDEM countries in the world. You can just cross apply this to all the Norwegian countries. The fact that their database is so big and the fact that they're so left leaning begs me to have the question on why do even Sweden thinks puberty blockers is unsafe. This just alludes to me that this is not a baseless, scientifically idiotic idea based on nothing. I think that there's some merit to look into puberty blockers. And if Sweden doesn't think it's like approvable, I feel like we should just acknowledge the body of science that Sweden has and go with it. But again, I don't like this pivot because this is not a debate on puberty blockers. This is a debate on transgender people in sports. In my position is it's a woman's choice.
All right. So we're gonna let Demon Mom respond to that. Just quick thing in terms of mod stuff. Samantha Banana, I love you. I appreciate you. I've heard you're like bullying people in chat, so just please, as mods, you're supposed to keep order. Try not to like fight with too many people unless they're like explicitly breaking TOS or like harassing other people. So just please be careful with that. We're gonna throw it to Demon Mama. I don't know what happened to Marcy. I'm gonna DM her real quick, but Demon
I'm still
Mama.
here.
Oh.
I'm still here. My camera's just having a little issue. I'm working
Oh,
on
okay.
it.
Okay, no problem. And then cut sleeve. A lot of people in chat are asking like for data stuff. So if you could drop like your like the link to your studier thing, both like in our Discord like a group chat, so people can start reading it when they're not speaking, and in in the Twitch chat as well, just so people can start seeing what you're talking about. Thank you very much for that. And then so Demon Mama, feel free to respond. And then once you may like someone on the left side has had more time to like read the study that cut sleeve is like citing, maybe you can have a response for that as well. I don't expect like an immediate like study response because obviously if this is like a 17-page like study, you're gonna have to read it before you can say something about it. So Demon Mom, feel free to respond, and then it doesn't have to be directly like analyzing the study until you have a chance to read it.
Okay. Yeah, there's like so much here that I want to put down. Like that was like a massive, that was what I would consider like a massive gish gallop. Basically 15 different arguments. Well, the Norwegian countries, I think you meant Scandinavian, not Norwegian. Norway is a country in Scandinavia. I know it seems like you don't really understand that these are different countries. But first of all, a country passing a law says nothing about the science of that's actually there. I don't know about this particular study off the top of my head. And also, I just want to let you know, you seem to be having a lot of issues, like just like figuring out one thing from another thing. My name is Demon Mama. I'm not Vosh. Maybe you're like a big Vosh fan. Maybe you watch a lot of Vosh, but we're different people. We make different arguments. Also, Vosh isn't trans. I don't know if you knew that, but he's not. So maybe I would appreciate if you'd talk to me and not to whoever you're wanting to talk to in your head. But secondly, first of all, in your words, Norwegian countries don't have the same standards or approach. No, Norwegian countries did not invent trans people before America did. Trans people have been around in every country for all of history. And also, the results of one study does not undo the overwhelming data that we have on puberty blockers, which shows that there is no reason for concern. If there is some evidence that shows up that there's something wrong with puberty blockers or something along that line, then we can look at that at the time that it happens. But right now, that is not the case. And the rest of the medical community, thankfully, the rest of the medical community doesn't give a shit what Norwegian countries approve of. They care about the actual science that's going on. So, yeah, I think that touched on everything. That was a really tough thing to grapple with.
Yeah,
Monumentally stupid.
that was directed at me. So can I respond?
Please keep it brief. We have Biggs, Modern, and Modern Conservative, and Marcy all waiting very patiently. So try and keep it.
Yes.
This is brief.
Hans,
Yeah, this is brief. Well, wait, hold on.
What's up, Marcy? What's up, Marcy?
I just
One
I
second.
just want to let you know that I read the study. So whenever that's ready, I read the study or the.
All right. So cut sleeve, have your response, and then Marcy, feel free to talk about the study real quick. Just like because I don't want to like have Biggs and then Moderns like start this down a new path, and then like we have to come back to this in 5 minutes. So Biggs, Modern, I hope you guys understand. Just
Yep.
for the purpose of like this conversation. So cut sleeve, have your retort. Try and keep it like like answering questions and not like throwing any more points or accusations. Just like finish the points we're on, so Marcy can talk about the study that you cited. So go ahead.
Firstly, I don't know what the fuck Marcy's talking about. I didn't post anything yet, so I don't know what you're responding to. But one, I'd never said that the U.S. invented trans people. I said Sweden's body of literature on trans issue and LGBT issues amasses America's by the
No, it doesn't.
exponential amount. And yeah, I can post that. In second, I said that yeah, Sweden has like cross-sectional analysis, and they've been studying this way longer than us. And secondly, if you look up Scandinavian
Sorry,
countries,
sorry.
wait,
Real
wait, wait,
quick.
wait, wait,
I
wait,
don't want to
come
interrupt.
on,
I don't
come
want to
on,
interrupt you, but
come on,
I
come
have an
on,
important
one
question.
more,
Like, well,
one
all
more,
right, all right.
one
Please,
more, come on.
David Mama, please let him finish, and then you can ask as many
Yeah,
questions as you want.
yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Okay, okay. If you go to Scandinavian countries, you'll see uh Scandinavia is part of Europe, held consistently of two countries on the Scandinavia Peninsula. One's Norway, the second one's Sweden.
Okay.
Okay.
Demon Mama,
Sorry, what?
what were your specific points, and then we'll throw it. We'll let Cutsleeve answer them, and then we'll throw it to Marcy. So go ahead.
Yeah, so my first thing that I wanted to bring up is that the idea that Sweden has quote unquote like leagues of knowledge more than us on trans issues is really not correct at all. Um, we share knowledge internationally. Medical knowledge is openly shared internationally. The knowledge that each country has is basically the same. What we have problems with is laws that are passed that allow the utilization of that knowledge. There is not an extensive difference in scientific knowledge across any country on Earth. The actual knowledge, barring very small situations like how to produce nuclear arms or like tightly kept state secrets, medical knowledge is freely shared through international organizations all across the world. The moment that something is discovered in one country, scientists in other countries are working on it and archiving it. It's ridiculous. Your argument is ridiculous. And also, you kept saying Norwegian. I know you were struggling to understand what was being said back to you, but you kept saying Norwegian countries, and that just sounds very stupid to me. Like you don't actually know what you're talking about. And I was wondering if you could define real quick for me. If you could just describe and define a cross sectional for me, because you kept throwing that word out, but it doesn't sound like you actually know what it means. If you could define that for the chat, that'd be cool.
All right, Cutsleeve, please answer that, and also 1 second. Samantha, please do not have polls attacking panelists. That is like, we're supposed to run a tight ship here. Please don't do that. You're supposed to keep control of chat, not be egging chat on like towards like.
We're just trying to have fun, Hans. We're just having good fun.
No bully, all right.
But it's fun. Right. We're having fun.
All right, Cutsleeve, answer Demon Mama's question, and then we're going to Marcy, and then Biggs, and then Modern Conservative, because they've all been waiting very patiently.
Yeah, just keep going. I don't have the definition of cross-sectional analysis pulled up. I can pull that up for you.
All right.
Nice.
All right. You figure that out. You're welcome to respond to that at some point later. Marcy, go ahead on the thing that you read. Apparently you found it, so feel free to start talking about that. 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, so I think you might have said the word study at some point, because I was just kind of parroting what I heard. But it wasn't a study. What it was I looked up, why did Sweden ban the use of hormone blockers? Thanks for the sub retro reference. Anyway, so I googled this, and what Shinigami Eyes is it's a browser extension for Chrome that outlines trans positive sources in green and trans negative sources that take money from anti-trans groups or that are themselves anti-trans think tanks, and it highlights those in red. All right. So when I googled why did Sweden ban the use of hormone blockers, it was a wall of red. All right. So all these sources are already pretty fucking right-wing sources, right? So I click on one of them. First thing that catches my eye, Sweden, in fact, I'm sorry to break it to you, did not ban the use of hormone blockers. King, one single hospital in Sweden that is considered a relatively major hospital stopped prescribing them. They were not banned. They were just stopped being prescribed.
I want to see if I can get a fucking subtrain going on fucking Hans's fucking shit.
It's one hospital.
I'm glad my stream looks like just like Hans's.
So
it's funny.
Why did a whole country ban them? Is just bullshit. A country didn't ban hormone blockers, all right? One hospital stopped prescribing them to kids. And millions of other hospitals continued prescribing them to kids. And we love it. We love to see it.
One little note, and then I'll shut up. But remember how I said at the beginning of this panel that we were going to hear a whole lot of fear mongering, and basically every single thing we've come to has been disinformation and fear mongering, whipping up unbelievable fear about things that aren't actually happening. Case in point.
They don't have evidence, so they just make shit up. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it.
All right, Cutsleeve. Quick response to that, and then we are throwing it to Biggs.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So specifically, Sweden's head medical advisor team, SIGM. I don't know what the actual.
Wait, SEGM? You mean the Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine and Anti-Trans
Can I finish? Hans.
Please,
I didn't even say
all right.
3 words.
Finish your point, Cutsleeve.
I didn't even say. Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry. She jumped in and I stopped her. Go ahead, everyone. Let Cutsleeve finish.
Good moderator, Hans.
Specifically, my knowledge of this is that they posted an article that says like there's insufficient data to say whether puberty blockers is good or bad. Then Finland actually like updated that article in 2020, I think, and they also like co-respond to what they said. And I could, because like I already said in the beginning of this thing, you guys study way more on this literature than I do. I wanted an answer to that question. I can totally concede, and I can totally change my mind on this puberty blocker situation. If all of the data says like puberty blockers is good, I mean I'll just follow the data. If this is somehow bad data because of your like Wikipedia Shinigami Wise, or if this is some like bad source, then I'll just change my opinion on puberty blockers. For me, puberty blockers is not a top priority issue. So if the data goes one way, then I'll go that way. So yeah, that's my.
Hans, can I please say one more thing, please?
All right, all right, but apologize to Biggs first.
I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead,
Biggs.
Maddie.
I'm
Or go
sorry
ahead,
that
Marcy.
I'm sorry that because
Marcy,
of
go
my
ahead.
needs, you're not able to speak for a moment.
Go
all
ahead,
right?
Marcy. I approve.
SEGM, the Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine, is not the head medical office of Sweden. It's absurd to me that you Googled Sweden hormone blockers, and because the first source on the Google search was from SEGM, you believed they were a high-ranking office in Sweden. It says a lot to me about the ethos of the conservative mind, all right? Furthermore, SEGM is an independent organization associated with such researchers as Ray Blanchard and others who believe unscientific, bigoted, horrendous things about trans people and funnel money into political machines that keep us from having basic human rights, all right? So you're not going to sit here and tell me that fucking SEGM is this massive Swedish government organization that declared hormone blockers bad. If you want to follow the data, follow the fucking data. There is so much data. There is so much data. You can just Google hormone blockers. What do they do? And you will have your answer. Either you have a hang up about trans people or you've been tricked by someone smarter than you. I'm so sorry.
All right, we are going to throw it to Biggs and no, everyone. I have a small bladder because it's been almost another hour, and I have to piss again. So if I hear anyone interrupted Biggs during his statement, I'm gonna fucking lose it.
I'll tell you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. All right.
I'll
so
fucking
Biggs is in
rat them
charge while
out.
I'm gone. It's gonna go Biggs, and then if there's no questions, and again if there are questions, please keep it respectful. We're gonna go to modern.
We got this.
All
we
right.
got this, Hans.
I'm trusting you, Biggs.
We got this, Hans.
It's all
100%.
on you. I will
All
be
right.
right back. All right.
All right. So, back to the topic at hand. We're talking about trans athletes in sports, right? My only contention is having daughters. And again, I believe that there needs to be some type of concession. Some type of concession as to when these athletes are able to compete. I agree with Demon Mama and Marcy, which is that within 6 to 12 months, there's no, and again, the data shows that there's not very much difference between the ability. So I think that that's fair. So to me, I think that we need to have, whether it's some type of regulation or not, I don't know how we regulate this, but I think that there needs to be some type of concession on both sides to say that we can allow trans athletes to compete if they meet X criteria, whatever that's decided upon, whether that's state, local, school board, however they decide to do it. But I do think that there needs to be also some understanding when it comes to we don't need to force people to do things the way we want them to do them just because we want them. So I think that the conservatives and the leftists need to come to terms with that. We need to let people do what they want to do, and we have to respect them. So I think that that's all that we need to do. And I think that when it comes to regulations, I think we should limit the amount of government involvement as best we can. And I think that that's the best policy. All right.
All right, thank you, Biggs. We're gonna right? We're gonna throw it to modern conservative, and then Demon Mama, and then to Cut Sleeve. So modern conservative, go ahead.
Yeah. So a few points. I'm gonna try and back up some of what Cut Sleeve said. I mean, to this point, they're not the only country that has become more restricted on puberty blockers. The UK has, Finland has, several other countries have. So that's the first thing. The next thing is I find it a little ironic that we get criticized for not presenting any evidence, yet we haven't been presented with a single study either. So I'm not really sure how fair of a criticism that is. But next up, the whole point is I can send you a study right now if you like, but I think a data debate would be fairly unproductive. If I just say I have one study and you say you have something that says something different, I think that's pretty unproductive. I think it's better to just try and argue through the logic of it. But
Google meta-analysis.
But what is the harm? So here's my thing, everybody. What is the harm? If we can agree that at a certain point people are relatively fair to compete with other people, why is there a problem? I think that obviously if at my prime in high school, I played football, right? So and basketball. So to me, in my prime in high school, if I wanted to compete as a senior against females, I think that would be unfair. But if the data shows that a person who's transitioning after 6 months or a year, that their physical abilities are in line with other genetic females, I think that's perfectly fine for them to compete with females. I think it depends on the data. And while everybody's different and everybody responds to different types of hormones and things differently, I think we need to have some type of consensus where we can say if somebody's under hormone therapy for 6 months or 12 months or whatever we decide is scientifically reasonable, we can have them compete with whatever they want to.
So just to answer that real quick, I mean, I largely agree. If it's not unfair, then I don't think they should be barred from competing. But
okay, good.
The good news is that like that's the thing that we've done this research. We have.
I don't think so.
Yes, but you're wrong.
I think.
Like,
I think.
So I think the issue. Okay, I want to. I want to say. Can I say something real quick? Just real quick. I think the problem is that I think, and I fall into this trap as well as a conservative. I think a lot of the conservative data says that these people that transition are not fairly competing with the whatever the females in their sport, right? So I think that that's the problem. I think that the data is skewed to show that because they are transitioning, they are not on a fair playing field as genetic females, right? And I think that's the problem.
But see, this is where things get
Wait, hold up. Is she next on the list? That wasn't directed at her.
It was literally directed at me.
Yeah. So
do you just not want me to?
Biggs, who was that directed at?
So this was just a general statement. So I'm just saying that to me, when we see these people that are being discriminated because they are transgender, the consensus is from the right that they are genetically superior athletically to the females that they're competing against, the biological females they're competing against. But to me, after they've been transitioning for a certain period of time, the data shows that these advantages tend to disappear or diminish. And I think that that's been the consensus. Now, whether or not that, I think that the problem is that the conservatives think that data is flawed. But I don't know. I personally agree with the data. If it shows that a person who's transitioned for 6 months to a year or 2 years is genetically similar to a biological female, then they should be allowed to compete, right? And that we have this with the Olympics, right? We have certain testosterone levels and estrogen levels that are allowed within the Olympic their thresholds, right?
Yeah.
So actually,
can I address that?
Of course. So right, 1 second. So the list right now is Demon Mama, Cut Sleeves, Modern Conservative. There was a back and forth, which I did not include on the list, and then Modern Conservative seemed like he had finished his point, and then Biggs wanted to jump in about something, and they were yelling. So Demon Mama, you have 2 minutes on the clock. Then Cut Sleeve has 2 minutes, and then Modern Conservative. That is the list right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll do my best. The problem is that most conservative narratives are not based on data. They are based on anecdotes and fear-mongering. And that's the thing that gets me frustrated, because the reality is that the data has already been decided. Scientists, doctors, even school leaders already know. We already have rules for this. There's common sense rules in schools that doesn't need to be dictated from a federal level. I know that you, as a small government conservative, will appreciate that we generally, in the current status quo, minus a few exceptions, most schools just make common sense rules. Like, okay, if you've been on hormones for 6 months, all right, you're good to go, and there's no issue. The problem is that we keep having these big conservative culture warrior figures try to pass laws that forbid that. They're trying to override the already perfectly peaceable solutions that have already existed. And this is the problem. This is what gets me mad, is that those the conservatives don't have the data. You might be able to cherry pick one quote unquote study, which turns out to not be a study, which turns out to be a statement from a conservative group, and that's about it. But the reality is that you can go ask doctors. You can go to you can literally go right now to the website of the World Health Organization, the American Psychological Association, like the American Pediatric Association, all of these, and they will tell you what their statements openly today, what their conclusions are from the summary of the data. And of course, there might be certain flaws, but those flaws have to be elucidated, not just vaguely gestured to in the name of fear mongering. And yeah, I mean, that's what ends up happening. And again, this is where we end up running into all this, is that there is no actual engagement with the data. Data that's brought up is brought up in bad faith to try and prove as a gotcha. And then the conservatives on this panel, not yourself, Biggs, but at least one, will go, well, yeah, but this study blah blah blah, and then you go, yes, but the consensus, the medical consensus from people whose literal jobs is to do this, they don't agree with you. And then they go, well, I don't care, it's a conspiracy or something.
Thank you, Demon Mama. That was right on time. All right, Cut Sleeves, 2 minutes. Go for it, buddy.
Yeah. So specifically, So here's what you see from liberals all the time. What they do is they fucking lie to you. So I just posted the data in chat, and I would just read the first line. Sweden has officially ended the practices of prescribing puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for minors under the age of 18. Not one medical institute that was funded by dark secret government. Literally, Sweden has officially ended the practice of prescribing puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for minors under the age of 18. This is what liberals do to you. They fucking lie. It wasn't one medical institute.
Everybody lies. All
Will you
people
drop the link,
lie.
please?
All
Yeah,
politicians.
I just did.
Hey,
Chat.
hey,
And
guess
I literally
what?
just
Guess
left
what?
it.
Hey, everybody. Hey, guess what? All politicians lie.
Well,
Hold on a second. No.
Come on. I didn't interrupt you, Demon Mama.
I
Come
know.
on.
One second. Cut Sleeve. Please drop it in the Discord chat, because I don't want it's popping up on the on
Yeah.
like the whereby thing. So please put it in the Discord chat
Sure.
for our group chat, and then also please link it in the Twitch chat. Now, Cut Sleeve, you were at a minute 3 when this exchange happened. So I'm going to keep that in mind. You have 57 seconds. Keep going. Cut Sleeve. Good. Oh wait, what are you? Are you? Did you get? 1 second. Oh, shit. So, okay. I'm really sorry about that. You fell out of Discord. All right. So Cut Sleeves. You can.
Right,
can you hear?
Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you. There is some feedback. So just make sure that you're muting yourself when you're
No,
not talking.
I cannot hear you.
Wait. Wait. Cut Sleeve. You're in chat again. Can you hear us? He's in the Discord chat.
We're having all kinds of problems.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. We
Hello.
can hear you. Okay. All right. Cut Sleeve. I'm not sure if you heard me before, but during you were at a minute 3 when you were when the exchange / interruption happened. So you have 57 seconds left on the clock. Keep going.
Okay. Yeah. For sure. If you somehow find a way to prove that this is some right-wing conspiracy again, I don't care about PBD blockers. If the data supports one side, I'll go to that side. But you haven't posted any evidence to suggest that this is just like a right-wing blog post, except your friends Shinigami eyes. What can you post data specifically to Marcy? And this is a specific call out to Marcy. Can you post actual data to support the idea that Sigma or whatever acronym it is a right wing think tank? Because right here I have an actual article that says it's supported by the UK scientific body, it's supported by Finland, and it's supported by, I had it here, the US based Endocrine Society, and it's supported by the National Institute of Health and Care Organization, also known as NICE. And it does many systematic reviews of puberty blockers. Again, I could be wrong at all of this because I have not done the research or the data to I've not done a deep dive of any of this. So I could be wrong, but it seems like they're supported by a lot of people, including the NICE organization, U.S. Economic Institute of Society, I just have no evidence to believe that they're a right-wing conspiracy think tank, but I could be totally wrong on that.
All right. So Marcy was directly added. Marcy, would you like to respond? Because right now the list is Modern Conservative, Jola, Marcy, Demon Mama. So Marcy, would you like to respond real quick? Before
Yeah,
we go
I'd
to
love to
Modern Conservative?
respond. You can all see in chat, you can all see my theory is being validated that Cutsleeves gains his terms through a form of social vampirism from the other panelists. When they say a big word, he's like, yeah, that's a big word. That's a nice word. I want that. So now he's taken on data and study and all this stuff. So we're getting our terms a little bit confused. What he actually sent in the chat was an article from Canadian Gender Report, which is all kinds of red flags just right off the bat. Looking at these articles, and they're all pretty
Sounds pretty sus.
right-wing conspiracy. Yeah, it's pretty amogus sus. I can go ahead and post this link. I think there's a reason he didn't post it in the Twitch chat. Yeah, it's a blog. It's literally a blog. You linked me to a blog, and you said I have all the hard evidence.
Marcy, real quick, one quick note. Just I want to note
Look,
this
that was
because
directed at me. That was that was directed at me.
No, wait, hold on. This is excuse me. Hey, don't get so triggered, buddy.
Everyone. All right. Marcy, did you finish your point? Because I don't want you to like I don't want you to like throw something in and then like Demon Mama throws it and you go back and then Cutsleep has to respond to like everything. So finish your thing. Okay. Cutsleep can respond to it, then Demon Mama can jump in.
Okay.
Address me directly, please.
I'm literally sitting here Googling all the things about Segum and Canadian Gender Report and whatever else, but I just want you to internalize the fact that because I haven't sent you any sources, the only sources you've been able to find to back up your point are like literally right-wing conspiracy sites and blogs from Canadian fucking Gender Report, all right? Maybe instead of sitting here and posturing about how if the evidence goes one way, I'll follow it, you should look at the actual evidence, okay? It's not my fucking job to educate you on trans issues. The data is out there. You are specifically looking for shit that confirms your biases instead of looking for the actual scientific organizations. Don't find me something that is some fancy sounding little fucking group that studies specifically only trans issues and somehow always comes to the right conclusion, and your little coy smiles and all that shit.
I'm so sorry,
right?
real quick. I accidentally hopped out of the Discord chat. Could you pull me back in?
Oh, what's up, Modern Conservative? Oh, you fell out? Sorry, we'll pull you back in. Cutsleeve, please respond to Marcy's point, and then we're going to go to Demon Mama, and then we're going to go to Modern Conservative.
Specifically, the evidence I posted wasn't that puberty blockers are bad. The evidence that I posted was that Sweden ended puberty blockers. Now this is not a data.
It's a headline.
Wait, come on.
Please,
I didn't interrupt you.
Marcy, please let him finish.
On this point, it was a blog. That's why I didn't use it to support my analysis that puberty blockers are bad, because I have no analysis that puberty blockers are bad. I am agnostic on the puberty blockers position. I don't think it's bad or it's good. But Sweden has officially ended the practice of prescribing puberty blockers. I wanted to ask the panel, why do you think that is? No one has no one has answered my point. So I'm just gonna assume that they're right. Now you say that SIGM is a right-wing conspiracy theorist organization. Can you please post the data for that in the chat or anywhere? Or can you please post evidence for your claim? That's specifically pointed at Marcy. Can you do that?
All right, Marcy. Well, while Demon Mama responds to one of Cutsleeve's other points, you are welcome to Google for the evidence of that being like a right-wing, like anti-trans group.
Yeah, I'll find the meta-analysis of how they're a right-wing group.
So I have a question, real quick. Cutsleeves. You do know that in what already Marcy and Demon Mama have brought up is that this was one hospital, right?
Oh, okay. Specifically, the article I posted, its first lines are: Sweden has officially ended the practice of prescribing puberty blockers.
The Karolinska Hospital in Sweden.
I think you're looking at a different link.
No, you're looking at a different link. The first line, literally, I'm reading it. I'm reading it to you guys. Sweden.
I can fix all of this by using my brain.
Holy shit! holy shit, you gotta let me answer this because it was originally sent to me, okay? This fucking article is a blog that says in the title that Sweden officially ended the use of gender hormones, all right? But if you actually Google, did Sweden end the use of gender hormones?
It says
and you
no.
don't click on the first fucking result that says they did, you'll find that they didn't. It was one hospital.
Wait, Marcy, you're a liar. I
One-
googled
Wait, it
what
goes
you
even
said
further.
to
I can
Google, and it
prove this.
posted
Please
evidence.
let me have my turn. For
You
fuck's
are
sake.
lying.
Up for like 5 seconds.
Yes, Hans.
Thank
Yes,
you.
I love you, Hans.
I love you too, Biggs. All
We
right,
all love
so
Fred.
all right, so oh god. All right, 1 second. Let me just like bring myself back from that. All right, Marcy, explain your point. Cutsleeves can respond quickly, and then we
This
are
is so
going to
fun.
do
This is so great.
go.
I'm really sad that people are missing this. People are missing my fucking my fucking channel right now. There's only like me watching. Nobody else is watching.
I'm agnostic on the hormone
It's very
issue,
sad.
but come on, all the evidence points my way. All right. We've shown the second point.
BRM Draco 77, whoever you are, thank you for hopping in and watching the channel. If you're still here, I appreciate it. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you stopping by and enjoying this panel. It's been fun.
All right, one hospital in Sweden stopped prescribing hormones. Segum, I just Googled them. I went to their own site. I'm learning a little more about the people at the top of the organization right now, but I'm noticing a lot of red flags in the way that they describe themselves. They describe themselves in this kind of concern trolley way that we see from trans exclusionary medical groups all over the country that aim to make it harder for trans people to get life-saving medical intervention, okay? So I will continue reading about this, but it is not on me to prove that the bullshit organization that you said was the head of Sweden it is not what you say it is. All right, that is nakedly obvious, and you've clearly done the amount of research on this that could be expected reasonably of a toddler. All right.
All right, Cutsleeves, keep this brief and only respond to that point, and then we are going to go to Demon Mama. Go ahead.
On this specific point, Marcy is lying to you. Look it up for yourself. And I posted the blog in the site. Maybe you guys don't believe the blog. Okay, maybe you only think that one hospital did it, even though the first line of the blog says not one Sweden hospital. Sweden in and of its entirety is disallowing puberty blockers. I don't care about this point. If you guys post something, you know what? I don't even care. Marcy, do you have any evidence like the thing that I was asking for minutes ago? Do you have any evidence to like prove your claim that like that Bingham's is like a right wing conspiracy theorist tank? I
feel like I'm talking to
I don't
somebody
care.
who watched
Wait,
like
Marcy,
one Destiny debate.
1 second.
Marcy.
Marcy, all right, 1 second. 1 second, Cutsleeves. Marcy, if you could either like if you like post a link or something.
I posted the link in the Twitch chat. You know?
All right, I really appreciate that. And then Cutsleeves, people in
Wait,
chat.
wait.
Wait 1 second. Cutsleeves, people in chat are begging for your evidence and study. So please, as soon as you're done talking, if not before, like please post your link so people can review it.
Well, the thing is,
Okay, can I have my turn now? For
I'm in
fuck's
high
sake?
school. Wait,
Like I'm actually getting pissed off here.
Demon
All right.
Mama, come on now.
Like no offense, Hans, but come on, that's
Demon Mama.
5 people have gone since I was told I was.
All right, hold on a second.
1 second. So sorry. Okay, Cutsleeves. Post your study.
Real quick.
No. Post your study. You keep asking for evidence. People are posting stuff for you. Post it in chat. Let Demon Mama talk, and then you can go back to what you were saying. All right, Demon Mama. I'm so sorry that this happened. Again, I'm not like it wasn't personal. I was just trying to like control everything. Again, that was another failure of mine as a mod. Demon Mama. Take as much time as you need, provided it's under 3 minutes. I'll give you an extra minute because you've been so kind and polite. Waiting for this. You have Cutsleeve, please. Like because
Twitch is banned. Literally, Twitch is blocked on my. I can't post it on Twitch. Twitch is blocked on my computer.
I just posted it. It's okay. I'm ahead of you.
All right.
No. But I want Marcy's evidence. Can you guys post that on like the
Discord? She will post her evidence in a second. All right.
She posted it on Twitch. It's blocked on me. I can't access that.
Okay. DM it to him. Put it in like the group chat on Discord as well.
Thank
so
you.
Cutsleeve can read it. Thank you. All right, Demon Mama. Again, so sorry. Got 3 minutes. Go nuts.
Jesus. Okay. So look, I have posted the link in the Twitch chat that was sent to me. This is genderreport.ca. This was the one that was sent to it popped up on screen. If you don't believe me, this is the one that was sent. Now, we're going to follow through this real quick because I could have solved the entire last 10 minutes of us talking in about 5 seconds. If anybody would like to open that link, we can read together. Gender transitioning for children, the Canadian Gender Report, updated May 5th. The U-turn is official. And now they write, this is a blog, writes, Sweden has officially ended the practice of prescribing puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for minors under the age 18. They further talk about this, and then they provide a link to it. If you click the link to their report, which goes directly to the Society for the Evidence-Based Gender Medicine, SMEGMA, then you will be taken to SMEGMA's website, where you will discover this. Oh my God. Their actual SMEGMA says, the Karolinska Hospital in Sweden recently issued a new policy statement regarding the treatment of gender dysphoric minors. So, as it turns out, not only was Marcy not lying, but Cutsleeves was so triggered that he wouldn't even allow Marcy's point to get out, even though literally the blog that he linked is just lying. And they're lying about an organization that is already a well-recognized gender-critical organization. For those of you who don't know, Shinigami Eyes is a really cool tool. It's a fact-checking tool. It is specifically designed to fact-check because, as it turns out, there's a lot of misinformation going on right now about trans people. So a tool was made to help you fact-check. You can then click on, with that tool, you can click on any website and you can find out why they came to those conclusions. But occasionally, it is very difficult to know thousands of websites on a moment's notice. So instead, they have an organization that made an app that helps you do that. Go ahead and check it out for yourself. I think that it's very clear that the society or the Swedish SMEGMA organization for gender critical science is a pretty politically motivated organization. That is not really that hard to tell. All you need to go to their websites, and you'll realize they have policy prescriptions. They have an agenda, and their agenda is to stop trans people from getting treatment. And as it turns out, the blog lied about what even they said. So this whole thing has been a complete waste of time. And all of it is, like I said from the beginning, and I will note, just so that we're all clear, every person who's watching this, remember what this segment started as. Do you remember when Cutsleeves was openly and unabashedly denouncing the use of puberty blockers for moral reasons to protect the children? Oh, and now all of a sudden, I'm agnostic. What we have on our hands right here is a liar. You are talking to a liar who has been lying to you this entire time. And this is emblematic of the lies and the fear-mongering that have been spewed this entire goddamn panel. And this is what makes this conversation impossible, because there are good conservatives out there like Biggs who are actually interested in learning the facts. And then there are demagogues like Cutsleeves who sit here and try to whisper into your ear about the fears that you should be scared of all the trans people, that you should be, oh God, and then they'll scream, literally scream over you if you try to point out that they're literally lying to your face that is verifiable in one click of your finger. And I'm sorry, maybe it's the school internet. Oh, I'm so sorry. Maybe the school internet makes it impossible for him to do more than one click so that he can find out the truth. But I would recommend, before you come onto a panel to argue about the rights of trans people, that you do at least one click, for God's sake.
All right. Thank you, Demon Mama. Again, I'm sorry for I haven't kept you out of the conversation for so long. I appreciate your.
I want to nominate that for the best rant of the panel. I think that is the top rant so far.
I will tell you if I enjoyed it after the panel. I am an unbiased mod. So Cutsleeves, I'm going to let you respond to that, and then we are going to go to Marcy, and then Modern Conservative.
Sure. If anyone's praising Demon Mama, just know that she's a racist who compared the extinction of my people to a Tennessee bill.
Nice meme, buddy.
Secondly,
Fucking meme.
Well, wait. Secondly,
I don't respect this.
She's also
this is
other
than everyone's time.
race. Well,
I
it's not.
understand.
Wait. To be clear, ad hominem is distracting from the point using an attack.
Cutsleeves, please, just get to your point. No, it's better.
Just continue your point. I'm not trying to stop you. I'm trying.
No, I'm not saying. No,
All
Hans,
right.
you're amazing.
Thank you.
You're ultimate supreme leader. You never do anything wrong. So specifically, not only is she a liar, not only is she a racist
So
who compared
good.
the extinction of my people
Supreme
to a
leader
Tennessee goat,
Hans.
she's also a liar. I've never
Supreme leader
Hans,
Hans.
Hans, come on. You
I'm
can't
okay.
allow
All
this
right.
thing
All
to
right.
go
So
on.
okay. So you.
Oh,
so
come on. I can't interrupt when he's calling me a.
You can't interrupt that.
You are welcome to respond immediately after he finishes.
Thank
I
you.
promise.
Wait, okay, yeah.
Yeah, come on. And now Marcy's in. Okay, come on.
This
Let me
is
just
so
say one
fun.
point.
I've been to save
I
you
know.
for like
I
10
know.
So
minutes.
funny.
Wait, I know.
This is
Point.
so
Look,
good.
I know I'm a teenager, but you guys are acting a little bit
I
childish.
don't care how
Um,
old you are. Just
so
start talking
yeah,
about the
That
point.
is so good.
thank you.
You're welcome.
She's also a liar. I've never said that I oppose puberty blockers for moral reasons. If anyone can send me the clip, I'll denounce it wholeheartedly. I'm agnostic on the puberty blocker research, and my point was consistent from the get-go. If the evidence sways one way, I sway that way. You guys have provided no evidence to suggest puberty blockers are good. I have seen them out there. That data is flawed in my research. But if there's unflawed data, I go where the data goes. She is a liar when she says I oppose puberty blockers for moral reasons and I want to protect the children. Never said fuck all to do with that. So not only is she a liar, she's a racist. Anyone applauding Demon Mama is not only applauding a racist, but also a liar and a mischaracterization of my point.
Nice.
All right, Demon Mama, you are welcome to respond.
Yeah, that was hilarious. I think that we could like. First of all, I didn't know you were a literal child, but it's good to know. It's good to know that I would have seriously reconsidered having a conversation with you in this format if I knew you were a literal child. I mean, I don't know. It's funny. There's a lot of irony going on here. But yeah, I guess if you think that I'm a racist for being correct, wow, I guess that sucks. But as you can see, Cut Sleeves has repeatedly lied, verifiably lied. You all followed along with it in chat, and we know that this guy isn't saying anything worth listening to. He supports policies that are unironically no different than segregation, is unable to actually provide an argument for why they aren't, and then proceeds to go on and just lie directly to your face. And then when called on it, oh, I can't, oh, my school internet won't let me post the study, the thing that I said that blows you out of the water, because one country, which actually turned out to be one hospital, which turned out to be a private hospital that's right-wing in nature, that's funded by a right-wing think tank. Oh, that's where we end up. This is like a Mott and 7 Baileys, or I don't know, maybe it's like a 7 Motts and 1 Bailey, and the Bailey is just I don't know what I'm talking about. That's the actual truth. When you get through the 70 moats of bullshit that this person has been putting out, you find out he doesn't know jack shit, and he's been fear-mongering this entire time. So yeah, sure, go ahead, call me a racist. Go ahead and freak the fuck out and say, oh, you're a racist, and anybody who agrees with you must be a racist. I'm sure that's a real good look. I thought you conservatives
Cancel.
didn't like the id poll
You
crap.
better get back in here, you
Thank
punk.
you, Demon Mama. I'm going to put a pin on that dialogue. Because I assume that if I keep allowing responses, it's just going to be you calling each other liars, which again I can't take a position on as a moderator. I appreciate your discretion. Again, I'm sorry that it got this heated. We are going to throw it to Marcy and then Modern Conservative.
I can't wait to hear Hans's take later.
I just want to say that when I'm sitting here and I'm like laughing and like goofing off while someone's talking, I'm comfortable in doing that because I have the facts and the logic on my side. And I know that sounds silly, but really, I mean, there's a reason that it seems to everyone on this panel, including the conservative conspiracy theorists among us, that evidence seems to have a left-wing bias, right? So when I go,
that's perspective based.
I think it's a little cuter because I have the evidence on my side. If I came out here and said the sky is naturally yellow, and you were like, no, what? No, the sky is blue, and then I was like, the sky's blue. It wouldn't make me any more right about the color of the sky. So I just want you to internalize that a little bit. Maybe don't get involved in something after watching like 2 Destiny videos. All right, maybe we can make that compromise so you're not just sitting here pointing out fallacies and pretending to laugh. All right.
Name drop.
Anyway, to speak to the larger point about hormone blockers, I can link shit in chat. I'll do that later. Literally any number of research documents exist that back up the validity of prescribing hormone blockers to children who've had adequate kind of medical introduction to the concept and who have familiarized themselves with like dysphoria or feelings thereof. So it's really it's a done deal. It's a settled question, and any more talking about it will just be dunking on cut sleeves, which I could do by simply going to my kitchen and drinking a glass of wine legally.
All right.
No.
Thank you, Marcy. Next, we have modern conservative, and then cut sleeves. And then after that, I think this is an excellent place to have closing statements for this topic because we have moved into the realm of blood sports, and I appreciate all of you. And I don't want to be an accomplice or witness to any murders tonight. So, thank you so much for this. Modern, take it away, and then Cutsley, and then we'll start with our closing statements for this topic. And again, everyone here, if you all want to keep going, I am happy to continue this. If not, I understand it's been 3 hours. So, how do you all feel about doing one more topic before we put a pin in this thing?
Great.
If it's quick,
Love that idea.
but yeah, I do have an interview I got to do after this. So if we can do it quick, or at least maybe I'll stay for opening statements so I can get my opinion out there or something like that.
Sounds good. I'll see if I can like grab a replacement for you. But again, really appreciate it. So all right, Modern, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, thanks. So I have 2 questions positing to any of the liberals, and it's one is that if there was, hypothetically, if there was an unfair advantage, would you then support banning trans women competing in sports? And 2, the second being, I'm blanking for a sec. Give me 1 sec.
We can go back.
Yeah.
If you want to collect yourself, we can come back to you. Cut sleeves.
I forget what that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Specifically on Demon Mama, I don't think she said anything relevant of substance. She's kind of just a liar. She said like I oppose puberty blockers on the form of protecting the children. No one has been able to post a link or any evidence that I've said that because I've never said that. That's the thing. And when she tells you that I said that, she is lying to you.
All
Now,
right, we get it.
wait, second.
You said that she's lies. She's saying you're lying.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right. What
But
is the
no
next
one's
point?
responded to me. Wait. I asked for evidence. I asked for a link that I've said these things, and no one has posted
Like
it. So I'm just
monopolize the entire
asking for
crying.
another. I asked again, and I have to keep asking people for links on when did I say this. But again, to the more substantive argument on Marcy, specifically, you post this Yahoo article to support your idea that this is a right-wing conspiracy site. This just says
Dark
that
Knight and what else?
the Sweden hospitals that ban hospital with S meaning more than one hospital ban puberty blockers, citing the Cara Bell ruling, which I guarantee you I know more about Cara Bell than you do. This does not say that like that hospital was a right wing conspiracy theorist. So the evidence that you sorted was not not good enough.
Jesus Christ,
Can you,
my dude. Jesus
like,
Christ, can
but-
you
Jesus
just
Christ,
attack my
my
arguments
dude.
and not make up this
Jesus
argument
Christ,
that I'm
my
somehow
dude.
making about how the hospital is a right-wing conspiracy?
Wait,
Literally.
I literally wait. I have you quoted. Wait, again, I have you quoted.
You
because
quoted?
I write things down. You said
You talked to
like,
Dylan
the
Burns
evidence that Cut
twice.
Sleeves brings up is a right wing conspiracy theorist. Now, when I call you out on your stuff and I say
No. The group the group that published the first article that you sent me.
Yes.
Is a right-wing group. Yeah.
One second, Marcy. All right, Cutsleeve, please finish your point. We're far past 2 minutes at this point.
Yeah, I know because people keep interrupting me. Yeah,
I understand. Just finish your point, and then I promise no one is allowed to interrupt you during your closing statement.
Thank you. The point. Well, it's not even a point because I think we're running in circles. Can Marcy, specifically going back to what I said 20 minutes ago, post evidence that this is a right-wing conspiracy theorist? Because the evidence you source just said that this takes place from the Cara Bell ruling, which is not evidence to say that this is a conspiracy theorist.
I'm gonna start charging you for wasting my fucking time. Jesus Christ.
All right.
Bam.
Marcy, feel free to do any research you need for that. We're gonna go to modern conservatives, and then everyone start preparing your 90-second closing statements for this topic. Go ahead, modern conservative.
Yeah, is it alright if it's just a quick question to one of the progressives?
Of course.
Okay, so yeah, sorry about that. I remember the question. So it was, if transgender people did have an unfair advantage, should they be allowed to compete? And second, it's not clear to me, should sports in your mind be segregated at all on the basis of gender?
Would someone on the progressive side like to
Is
take
that is that for me?
It's
For
for
anyone of you.
it's for anyone, but go
Oh
ahead.
yeah, I can answer that. I actually talked about this relatively recently. In many cases, gender isn't actually a particularly good way to segregate sports, as it turns out, but we haven't quite figured it out 100%. The thing is that there's a lot of inequality even among gender segregation, and there are some depending on the sport, there are some women who perform better than men who are than men who are their peers, and therefore could probably very reasonably compete. Most of the gender segregation that's like required for fairness is a result of like particularly like upper body strength related sports, but there are lots of sports that don't require that sort of thing. And also, so I don't know that that's necessarily the best way to segregate things. I think there's sort of there probably will be some level of segregation.
Oh, Demon Mama, 1 second. Shit.
Yeah, you can't hear you.
Muted, Mama.
Demon Mama, she's not muted in Discord. Demon Mama, I can't hear. None of us can hear you. Wait, it's like oh shit. She can't. Wait, what?
It's all going to shit.
1 second. Shit.
I wonder if she can hear us.
I don't think she can.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so.
Wait, Demon Mama, Demon Mama, Demon Mama. For what? Like, you're in Discord, but none of us can hear you. You dropped off like 30 seconds ago. We've been trying to get you back.
That's a cool echo. Jeez.
Yeah, sorry about that. This was like the only way. I had to, like, this was some like extra ratchet shit. Yeah, get back in the waiting room. I'll pull you in and see if if like the sound quality's fixed. I knew you're doing like a really epic rant. I'm sorry for like killing your rhythm. I was just I literally I don't know what happened. Like, you were right there in Discord, and I couldn't hear anything. Good.
Hans's rage has burst through and elevated him to
I'm
his god form, and he's
like,
now
Marcy,
up the mountain freezing
I don't know
cold.
what you're talking about. I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. Like, we're fine.
Did you just break
It's
the
like,
two pencils to show how strong you are?
it's like I'm not mad. I'm just fine.
You should be able to bring me in now.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, you're in.
Okay, sorry about that. My Discord literally crashed, which rarely ever happens, but it did. Okay, so sorry. Really sorry. What I was saying is that I think that gender is not the most accurate way of sorting things. Also, we run into issues with just continuing to use traditional gender segregation when we start talking about non-binary people and intersex people. Intersex people are really common. They are as common as redheaded people, and trans people are more common. Non-binary people are more common than redheaded people. So I think that it's important that we build systems that are fair. I think it will take some time for us to figure out what's better, whether we move to like a generalized weight class system for certain types of sports or whatever. But I think there are better systems we could use that also solve other issues. Gender segregation is like something that we did in the past because our science didn't allow us to figure out other things, and there was all kinds of assumptions made about men and women. But it's not necessarily the best way to sort things. So I think we could probably move to a better system. I would say that this is my same answer to the idea that it, like, quote unquote, if, and there isn't, let's be clear about that, but if there was some evidence shown that like trans women just absolutely destroy the shit out of like cis women or something physically, which again isn't the case, I think that that we should recognize that, hey, maybe we've built something bad. Maybe we need to fundamentally change the way that we look at sports if we need to ban an entire group of people just because they're slightly different. So yeah, basically, I think that we should, that if that was even true, which it isn't, so we don't even need to cross that bridge. But if it were, we should come up with a better way of sorting sports, like weight classes. And I think that probably would be better in the long run anyway. If we want to really make things fair, we should actually sort it. What if there's a woman who just, like a cis woman who just by pure chance just destroys the shit out of all of her peers and isn't even, there's no challenge. She's not even having a challenge. She should be able to fight. She should be able to go up against like dudes who are an actual challenge to her. So yeah, I don't know. I think we can come up with better systems. We probably just need to do a little bit more research on it. But having people, having people constantly spreading disinfo and fear really stands in the way of us actually making things better.
Thank you so much, Demon Mama. All right,
Freaking
so
back.
that was the
Killing
last
me.
point because the last person to talk was Modern Conservative, and he wanted to ask a question. So now we are going to do closing statements for this topic. Again, this is a minute and a half uninterrupted. So if you've been interrupted or interrupting other people, just realize I will just mute everyone who isn't talking during this. So again, you're allowed to make whatever faces you want. You can do whatever you want in regards to that. Just please, no interrupting. So the order for this is going to go Biggs, Marcy, Modern Conservative, Demon Mama, Cut Sleeve, and then Jola. So, Biggs, take it away, buddy.
All right, so I personally think that we need to have some type of concession as to when a trans person is able to compete with their desired gender. I think that that's still up to debate. I think that there's very good information as far as what Demon Mama and Marcy have said in the previous arguments, which is 6 months to 12 months of hormone therapy and things like that. I would be personally okay with that. Because I have 3 daughters, I do have some type of input as to I want people to be as free as possible, but obviously when it affects other people, that's when I have a issue, when it needs to be kind of more regulated. But I think that this is a good common ground that we can stand on, to have some type of understanding that if somebody's been in transition for a certain amount of time, then they don't have the same advantages that a biological male would be. My personal opinion as far as the things that are brought up about the female to male transition is that, to me, that doesn't matter as much, because to me that's more of like they're trying to step up into a higher level of competition, whereas when to me it seems like the male to female seems like they're stepping to a lower level of competition. Now that may be something that you might want to debate, but to me that seems reasonable, and I think that that's something we can find common ground on, and that's where I stand.
Thank you so much, Biggs. All right, Marcy, you are up.
Okay. So I could use this to dunk on Cut Sleeves, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to share something a little bit more personal. I as everybody's been kind of talking about the actual topic here, which was trans sports, I've been Googling about this SEGUM, this supposed highest Swedish office, which is in no way right-wing, and which I have provided no evidence in any way to show is right-wing. SEGUM, what is it? The Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine is a gender-critical think tank founded by William Malone and Julia Mason. When I go to their Twitters, I see them retweeting things from Post-Trans, an organization built on cynically exploiting the suffering of detransitioners to score petty political points over trans people in their healthcare. I see retweets from Tucker Carlson. I see articles about how no one is born in the wrong body, and gender ideology is wreaking carnage in our medical schools. And this all seemed really familiar to me, right? And then I remembered I've seen SEGUM before. SEGUM is the organization that my mother regularly sent me content from while I was coming out as trans, because she wanted to show me that there's scientific evidence that hormones are irreversibly terrible, and that they're killing our children, and they're like, you're being taken advantage of by the medical industry, and it's all a bunch of bullshit, right? I looked into it because I care a lot about what my mom thinks. Like, we had a pretty good relationship before I transitioned, and it's all bullshit. It's bullshit all the way down. So Cut Sleeves, I would really appreciate it if in the future you would get out of fucking Destiny Brain, where your rhetoric is the most important thing, and get into some kind of understanding of like the topics that you choose to talk about, because you don't have to come on here. You don't have to be a Twitch streamer. You could just be a dumb fuck kid in high school. You choose to come out here and spread that bullshit. So fucking learn, dude.
All right. Thank you, Marcy. All right. Modern Conservative, minute 30 on the clock. Take it away.
Yeah, sure. So to try and tie us back to the initial thing, I fully support the Florida ban. I think there are a lot of studies have pointed to real serious issues with transgender females competing with females. So one study that I meant to link, that I still can, comes from the British Medical Journal, where they found that even after 2 years of taking hormones, trans women were still 12% faster than cis women. And not only that, but that's after 2 years. After 1 year, they had advantages in running, push-ups, sit-ups, and onwards. And this was a study done on the U.S. Air Force. It's a very well-done study. And so the idea that there's a consensus on this topic, I think is blatantly false. I think that's your typical go-to by progressives, that there's always the consensus is somehow always on their side, which is patently ridiculous. And I think in the case of trans sports, there is a need to be prudent on this situation, because it's not just about it's not just a sport. For many females, they use that to move on to collegiate level and on to pro. So that is the need to enforce some semblance of fairness. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Modern Conservative. All right. Demon Mama, you're up.
Yeah, I think that this panel has very clearly illustrated exactly what trans people all over the internet and all over the world have been saying about how conservatives go about talking about trans issues. Constant scaremongering, obvious, easily verifiable lies that they rely on basically what I like to
Hey,
call
thank you for the
a shit
raid,
pipe,
everybody.
technique. A shit pipe
Sorry if I
technique
was a little
is that
late on
every
this. I
time you
missed
enter a
it.
debate with a
You guys
anti-trans
are awesome. Thank
conservative,
you so
they
much
will blast
for
out
hanging
a bunch
out.
of bullshit all over the place. It's incredibly thin. It gets all over the walls.
It's
If you
tough
really
for
try
me
to
with
stop,
these
if you really try to address each one, you end up
these
a whole bunch of
moral
wasting
and
a whole
these
bunch of time,
philosophical debates with
basically
when it
just
regards to like
going, hey,
human
wait a minute,
rights and
if you
stuff,
click
because
one
I just
link
want everybody to
further,
be
this actually
free.
shows that
Like,
it
I don't
contradicts what
care
you're
what
saying.
you want
This
to
happens
be
all the time.
described as. I
Most,
don't
in
care
fact,
what you want
most
to
of the
be
studies that I've had quoted
what
at
you
me
want
have
to
been
do. Like, as long
disprovable
as you're not
at,
infringing on
or
anybody
sorry, not
else's
disprovable,
abilities
but
or their rights,
it
I
has
don't
been
care.
it has been possible for me
I just
to
want you to be
disprove the
free. I want you to
claim
be
that is being
happy.
made
And that's
about
all I
that
care
study
about.
within 5 minutes.
But thank you all for stopping in. I appreciate it. You guys are amazing.
All right.
I really wish I had my other stream up with the
Let's
Streamlabs
see,
and not
so
this one,
minute 30.
because
I
my
promise
streaming
no one will
is
interrupt you, but I
all
will
messed
cut you
up
off
right
in a
now
minute
because I
30
don't know what I'm
seconds,
doing,
so
and I haven't I got kind of screwed up
Okay.
with
Specifically for
running
the
my
panelists,
virtual camera and all that
I
stuff.
think
So,
all of your
but I
arguments
appreciate y'all
are
being here.
hilarious.
It's
I
awesome. Thank
think
you.
the fact
Thank
that
you, Cancel.
you
You're
subscribe to the
amazing.
position-
Thank you,
one second,
Sproticus.
I think
You're
Demon Mama
awesome.
might have
I
fallen
love
off
what
the
you
again.
do. I love your takes.
She's
No, I think
We
she's
don't agree
talking
on
to a chat.
everything, but I
Oh,
think
okay.
we have a
Okay,
good
sorry.
common ground to build
Yeah,
upon.
no, she.
And I enjoy playing
she's
Halo with
ranting
you
to a
and
chat, I think.
just talking to you in
I
general.
don't think she's ran to her chat. She's not live right
Oh
now.
wait, she's not live. What?
Yeah,
Then what's the thing?
Demon Mama, did you get muted again? I'll move you out of the thing and then pull you back in. 1 second.
Well, I mean, she's not supposed to interrupt me, anyways.
1 second. She still had some time left. Like I thought she ended her statement pretty quickly.
Oh.
Yeah. Just 1 second,
Okay.
buddy. Demon Mama, I pulled you back in to say something. She.
Demon Mama, you there?
Demon Mama, it's not working that great on Discord. Maybe you just want to unmute yourself on Whereby to finish your closing statement. I wasn't sure if you were done or like what you were doing specifically. I just wanted to make sure that you had the chance to like finish your statement.
Yeah, sorry about that. I have no idea what's happening with my Discord. That's the second time it's crashed today. So it like literally just crashed completely and kicked me out. I didn't even realize it.
So,
yeah,
feel free to just take another minute on the clock just to say whatever
I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah. No, sorry. That's my apologies. It's not your problem that I have this like random tech issue. Basically, what I was saying is that this.
Thank you.
I don't remember where it dropped off, but the fact of the matter is, what often happens is that a fuckload of misinformation, just sometimes obviously completely time wasting misinformation, gets blasted all over the place. And 99% of the time, when you go and look at what claim is actually being made, there are there is a study that goes around that is cited by conservatives all the time, where when you go and look at it, they actually put a warning at the beginning that, hey, this is not what, there have been lots of people claiming that this is what the study says. The study does not say this. This is a problem that you have with engaging with this conversation with a lot of anti-trans conservatives, which is that even if every single medical organization in the entire world has completely cited, fully cited reasons for why they have come to the conclusions they've come to, they will never believe you. They will always find some random study, which usually turns out to be a blog, that allows them to continue fear mongering, because they're not engaging with science. They're not engaging with fact. They have a cultural reason for why they don't like trans people, and they want to launder it to you as if it's a scientific reason. It is, at its face, concern trolling, and that is what we have seen all of tonight.
Thank you so much, Demon Mama. All right, Cut Sleeve, you again, you will not be interrupted. You have a
VM
minute 30 for real
Draco,
this time.
thank you for
Go
that.
ahead, buddy.
I appreciate those comments. I know you're probably not
Specifically,
my stream, but I do appreciate those comments from
tried my best
Hans's
to improve and look
Hans's
at these
chat
through
there.
a good faith analysis. No, I looked at many research,
I'm gonna respond to
and
you.
I think we are kind of both wrong. So the more I look into it, it doesn't seem like one hospital banned puberty blockers, but it doesn't seem like all of Sweden banned puberty blockers. It seems like this one major hospital, Sigum, data backed by Sigum, posted the research, they banned it, and then soon followed on, a lot of hospitals incurred and banned with it too. So it's probably multiple. Sweden probably didn't all of it banned it. I just wanted a reason why, because usually these studies, as the mom says, usually talking points do get debunked. This is Democratic and conservative. I don't know why she pointed out, but usually, if the same articles get used again, there are probably holes in those articles. It's usually the ones that aren't used that are the best data points. But um, one of the big talking points in my circles was Sweden. Sweden banned puberty blockers. I just wanted to answer to that. We got into this whole blood sports thing on like assigning that I had a position that puberty blockers was immoral. I've never said that. And specifically on this bill, going back to the general topic, I believe that trans people in sports should be a woman's right. I am a boy. I don't know why I have a say in what trans people do in their sports. For this specific topic, I wanted a specific question answered. I don't know why it had to get so sporty. I don't know why you guys had to lie on my name. I just wanted an answer, and no one was able to provide me with this.
Yeah, thanks,
I yield.
Case.
Thanks, buddy. All right. Jola, last word on this issue, minute 30.
You're muted, Hans.
Oh, shit. I thought you could still hear me because like I unmuted myself to make sure that Demon Mama could hear me on Whereby. So, but I might be double talking now on Discord and Whereby.
You're
so,
like the overlord voice of God right now, Hans.
Jola, you have 90 seconds. Speak.
Okay, so something that Moderate Conservative brought up earlier about like a Biden executive order that says trans female athletes have to be allowed to compete against women, and it is tied to federal funding. That's completely a lie. You can Google fact checks on it. Just Google that. There's fact checks on it. But on trans women in sports, sports are unfair when it comes to height, weight, your parents' genetics. Can your parents buy you nice shoes, cleats, equipment? Do your parents feed you healthy food? Do you have parents that support you and can drive you to practices? Can they pay for you to go to special training camps and everything? Do kids go to a private school versus a public school? Can your kid afford to redshirt? Can they stay in school for a couple extra years so they can be better at a sport? The only reason being, trying to be better at a sport. Our society values high school sports way too much. And the idea that so many people are using this to get into college, that is completely false. Completely false. Less than 2% of high school athletes are awarded athletic scholarships to get into schools. And over 1% of that 2%, they start off in higher income categories. Because if you have a lot of money, you're not going to get financial aid. So if you're good at sports, schools are more likely to give you scholarship money if you are good at sports. If you are poor, you're going to.
Thank you, everybody, for stopping in.
There's not little.
Puff Cakes, love to see you here. Thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate it.
Just like a tall person might beat a short person, if a trans woman beats a cis woman, that shouldn't be a huge deal. Even if we cannot find a perfect way to do it, it doesn't matter. It's freaking high school sports. It's not that big of a deal. We shouldn't be taking rights away from people.
You guys are all amazing. Thank you so much.
Excluding
everything
people from certain parts of society.
Awesome.
Because of our arbitrary rules we set.
If I had my other stream up, I'd get more followers and notifications, but I'm still a noob to come. I'm a boomer when it comes to this, so I'm sorry.
Everybody, we just hit 1,000 followers. Woo!
Hell yeah!
Big
Congrats!
fucking hug. That's
Congrats!
awesome. You're all awesome. I can't believe this. This is absolutely mind blowing for me. I can't thank all of you enough for bringing like your talent and your arguments here. And thank you so much for doing this. So I'm gonna do like a quick 2-minute break because again my bladder is tiny, and also
Hans.
I'm going to get Biggs. I'm going to get a beer. I will be right back.
Good.
Okay? Like
you need to Hans put on the Soviet national anthem because that seems in order.
I'll go put on my apron. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So 3-minute intermission. Everyone, run. Do what you gotta do. We'll get back. Demon Mama, I know you said that you Demon Mama, I know you said that you had to like leave. So here will be like the format for like the next thing. We'll let you go last on the opening statements, and I'll give you 3 minutes to like explain your position, and then you can dip out because I have a sub.
Perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. No problem. All right, everybody. Yeah, and keep following, you little goobers.
Everybody follow Hans. Hans is the man.
Thanks, everybody.
He's the man with a plan.
All right, everyone, be good.
Sorry, guys. I had a little situation go down. I had to peace out for a sec.
I just wanted to ask Jola real quick, because you mentioned me in your closing thing. Look, maybe I'm wrong about this. I don't know, but like I'm reading from the Independent that the executive order Biden signed would prohibit discrimination based on gender identity in federally funded schools, right? So if you fail to do that, you lose your funds, right? Am I misinterpreting something there?
The wording is confusing.
I'm all out of alcohol.
As I see the, so I can understand why people are presenting it like that, but no schools are being held accountable if they don't let like a trans person participate. So like, in Pennsylvania we have the PIAA. It's like the Pennsylvania Athletics Association or whatever.
Oh, no.
So they basically set all the rules for like high school sporting competitions. Whatever they say is the standard high schools have to follow. The Biden executive order was more.
So how's everybody doing tonight?
And stuff like that. It wasn't exactly forced.
Happy Friday!
He has that power.
It's fucking Friday, everybody.
So yeah,
I don't have to work tomorrow.
Thanks for clearing that
I have my sister-in-law's birthday, but she's fucking like 7 years old, so it's fun.
So
maybe swim in the pond, open some presents, have some cake,
what's with like
eat some fucking like I think we're having some hamburgers and hot dogs. It's gonna be a baller.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, isn't sophistry the thing that right-wingers accuse left-wingers?
You guys are all amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you all for stopping in. Let's see if my chat shows who's all here.
When did I say that?
So we got Bacon and Cheese 22, Blizza 81, Cancel the Communists, Command Root, Lyololis, Liquid Sunshine, who I do like, who is in a lot of other chats, which I appreciate. Thank you, Liquid Sunshine. Officer Wolf, Puff Cakes. What was that? Quadaver, BM Draco 77, and Zarelli. Okay, awesome. Thank you all for stopping in. I appreciate it. You guys are all amazing.
It was pretty good.
I'm trying to get my fucking stream count up. Trying to get affiliate. It's Pum. Thank you, Puff Case. I love that heart emoji. That's amazing. Thank you.
I'm getting pushback from those communities for saying I love trans people, and then you guys are pushing back at me for positions you think I hold as a conservative when I never said that. Like I never said I was against puberty blockers.
I don't think you understand what the actual Republican Party is doing with those bills. Those bills are literally just to placate to the religious right, and I think it's a mistake. I think that the strategy overall is flawed. I think that they're making more problems and more enemies than they're gaining support for. That's my personal opinion, but I may be correct. And Hans looks sexy as hell in that apron. Oh my god. I think that deserves a sub train just for the fucking apron. That's amazing. I can't hear you, Hans.
So, Biggs, if you want to have a more personal conversation with this, I'd actually be more, I would love to. I think the culture strategy that the Republicans are going for, while it does have its faults, like trying to like minutiaize it and like specifically target like a subset of people, I think it's an overall good strategy. I think one of the ways Democrats won Obama versus like Mitt Romney is like they like completely
Okay,
slandered Mitt Romney.
so I think
And
the factor that you're missing, cut sleeves, is that the Republican Party doesn't need to placate to the religious zealots. I think that they already have
True, that's
I think
true.
they already have the religious zealots in their back pocket, because those zealots are not going to vote for Democrats no matter what, right? So
I
why
disagree.
would you ostracize people on the fence? It seems like a mistake to me personally. And again, I don't
I
know for
do. I
sure.
do. Wait, yeah, actually, I super agree with you. Like, I don't
Okay.
think, and maybe modern conservative has something to say about this, but I don't think we should like. I think I believe in firmly of the separation of state and church, and I don't think we should placate to the religious because, like, maybe we don't meet every single one of their demands. Never in 100 years are they voting Democrats. We should be
Right.
placating to the moderates, and I do
So
think,
so
in, and specifically, I do think that Trump is very good at placating to the moderates. He had like historical high like Hispanic votes.
because he
He
was
had
a
historical high
Democrat to
black votes.
start with, that's why.
All right, guys, you're welcome to have this conversation at some point. Everyone's back, and we're all good. And I have protein bar, which is good for bones, which I'll eat as quietly as possible. So the last topic of the night, because we kind of like meshed a trans
Let's
sports
go.
bill and with the bonus topic. So the last topic, it's going to be the shortest one. We are going to be talking about the bill or the failure of the bill to in the Pennsylvania House. So everyone who doesn't know, there was a bill to remove the word homosexuality from Pennsylvania's obscenity statute, and it was under consideration by the House Judiciary Committee. That came up to a vote, and it failed. Context of the vote: every Republican voted against removing homosexuality from the statute.
Wait, I think that's
Sorry.
incorrect.
Oh, really? Which one?
According to the article, it was they voted to not bring it to vote, not to
Okay,
actually vote it down.
All right, sorry. They vote. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I didn't mean to fuck that up. It's been like 6 hours since I've
That's
read it.
okay.
So, yeah. All right. Thank you. He fact checked the mod. See, gang, this is why I can't be trusted with facts. So thank you. They voted it down, so it didn't come to a vote. So we are going to discuss this. Everyone is welcome. We'll start in this case. Demon Mom's going last. So how we're going to play this is we're going to start with modern conservative. Then we're going to go to Jola. Then we're going to go to Cutsleeve. Then Marcy. Then Biggs. And then we're going to finish with Demon Mama. But for the final one, modern conservative, you get the last word on this as well. All right? Sounds good. So everyone else, you get 1:30, and Demon Mama will get 3 minutes because this is both her opener and her closer because she has to go. Modern conservative, minute 30 on the clock. Take it away.
Yeah, sure. So just to get to the point real quick, basically, I don't think homosexuality should be an obscenity law in Pennsylvania. Hot take from a conservative, but I'll put it out there.
Chat, you
I do
need to
think it's
blow it
wrong.
up in
Now,
chat, everybody. Ask
the
some
one issue I
questions,
see is
whatever
it's
you
not clear to me
want.
that it's ever enforced.
I already know
If
what I'm
it
going to talk
is,
about on
I'm
this
wrong about
topic,
that.
so I don't need to worry
Then
about hearing
it
these
should be on the foremost priority
other
of getting rid of.
people's opinions.
It's not clear to me it is, though, but it also seems a little ironic because it seems exactly the sort of virtue signaling that that the progressives here have been trying to pigeonhole us into the entire time, right? It's trying to overturn something that is never enforced, that basically has no value and doesn't do anything. If a law is not enforced, then it's, in my opinion, not really a law. It's just words on a piece of paper.
Yep.
And that's it.
All right. Thank you so much, modern conservative. Jola, you're up, buddy. This is your state.
Oh, Jola.
Yeah, so I think it should just be removed.
Rock out
If
with
we
your
had
cock
a
out,
law
Jola.
that said something like, "Ooh, I think Hitler was actually pretty cool," or something in our books. I think we should just change it because we shouldn't be having a part of our society feeling left out because we want to keep our old bigoted rules. Republicans just don't care about talking about this issue because they don't want to talk about it. I don't think enough voters actually know. And by the way, bring this up all the time. The Republican Party is against same-sex marriage still in 2021. Bring that up all the time. Whenever somebody is on the fence, like, oh, I don't know if I want to vote Democrat, Republican, always bring that up, that they are still against gay marriage, and I think that's a pretty good issue to win on because it makes them look really bad for obvious reasons.
All right, thank you, Jola. We're now going to go to Cut Sleeves. Cut Sleeves, take it away.
Yeah. Specifically, Jola brings up that some Republicans of the GOP aren't favor of same-sex marriage. Don't care. This is not the issue we're talking about, and to me, it's a complete red herring. Now the second bill, it's pretty pointless. There are some misconceptions about this bill. First, the bill is an amendment to a previous bill talking about public decency. This does not ban homosexuality in public. Line 9 of Section 1 makes it clear that they are only talking about, quote, the obscene and other sexual materials as a performance. I tried to look up one instance of someone being fined or jailed for displaying homosexuality in public, but I couldn't find one. I agree that outlining specifically homosexuality in the bill is at best a virtue signal and at worst homophobic. I tend towards the former rather than the latter, and whether this bill passes or the bill gets struck down makes no use to me, but I agree, it shouldn't be in the bill.
All right, thank you, Cut Sleeves. So, all right, Marcy, minute 30, you are ready to go.
Yeah, I suppose if this law isn't enforced, then it doesn't really necessarily make an immediately noticeable material difference whether or not it's taken off the books. However, it is probably bad that we have homosexuality classified under like an obscenity law.
This
in
is a
state
problem.
in the year of our Lord
I will get to
2021.
my point when I
It'd be a bit like
speak to
having
the
interracial
panel, but
marriage.
they're
Still,
not
it'd still be
addressing
a
the
thing that
issue.
was covered under
The
obscenity
issue
laws,
is very
which I
clear.
don't think any of us here would be for.
So,
Hopefully,
and
none
I
of us
hope
here
I
would be
can
for.
express it
So,
properly.
I think that really this speaks to what the conservatives will do when the laws are already favorable to them. They'll be like, "Oh hell, like we
So
don't
we'll
even
see
need to
how it
talk about
goes,
it.
but
We don't
I
even
don't know
need
if
to
I'll be
vote
able
about
to
it."
properly explain
They
it.
didn't even because it didn't even get to a vote. They're not even. I feel like they're so cowardly. They're not even willing to come out and say no. Homosexuality is a public obscenity, and this law must be enforced.
It's
They're just
not
like,
about public
"Yeah, let's just
obscenity,
not talk about it.
but it
It'll be
is.
fine."
It's very
It's
a
little pathetic.
intricate take.
All right, thank you, Marcy. Biggs?
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys all actually looked at the actual the law that it was actually changing and the statute that it was pertaining to, but the statute that it was actually pertaining to was explicitly for sexually explicit material. And to me, I know you're shaking your head, Demon Mama, but that's, if you look at that actual section of the law, it was describing specifically explicit material. And to me, I think that all material that's sexually explicit should be banned from public discourse and under minors, distribution to minors. But again, and you guys may disagree with me, but from a personal take, I don't want these type of things, whether it's you know, heterosexual or homosexual. I don't want these things, explicitly sexual things, to be exploited and shown to children or to be passed out in literature. And it says specifically in the bill and in the actual legislation, and that it's referring to is handing out any type of material to people under the age of 18. I think that that's perfectly reasonable. Now, whether or not that's something that should be under free speech may be debated. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I could be swayed one way or another.
All right. Thank you, Biggs. All right. We are going to, this is going to be longer than the rest. Adimam, 3 minutes. And before we go, I want to say thank you so much for being here. You brought the fire. It was
Oh, the secret
extremely
commentary is
lovely
the
having you.
best commentary.
You're always welcome on any future panels that I hold. And mask off moment, that was the best rant of the night. Now back to putting it back on.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. Feel free to take it away. 3 minutes on the clock.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Just want to make sure there's no further issues. Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
Really, seriously, I deeply apologize for the issues. I usually don't have these types of issues with my setup, but I recently rebuilt my entire computer setup, and apparently there are some things I haven't ironed out yet. I'm really sorry about that. With regard to this, thankfully, I appreciate that you did take time to look into the bill, Biggs. Once again, been impressed with your standards in this,
Thank
in
you.
this panel. I will say, however, though, that your interpretation of it is slightly incorrect. This law, this statute, defines as obscene and therefore criminal any material or performance if, and there's a whole bunch of considerations, and at the very bottom, um, as a part of the definitions, sexual conduct in this terminology means any acts of masturbation, homosexuality at all, sexual intercourse, sexual bestiality, or physical contact with a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, or if such person be a female, breast. So this law actually categorizes all homosexuality, all depictions of homosexuality, implied or otherwise, as stated in the earlier portions, as explicitly sexual content by its default, which is very interesting. And again, while I appreciate that some people do not wish to read intent into this, it is very hard for me to not deduct from the actions taken here that there is a reason for this. Why wouldn't the Republicans? And I see that everybody on this panel has said they don't really think such a thing should be a law. Why didn't the Republicans vote it out? All this was going to do was going to remove declaring homosexuality at all as an act of sexual conduct. And I would say that there's a reason for this, which is that the conservatives have an agenda. They wish to make it as hard as possible to make social progress in this country and to win equality for gay people. And this is how they do it, by playing obstructionism, by refusing to have votes, by filibustering anything that any meaningful change. Now, I will agree that thankfully this law is not frequently or perhaps ever in recent memory been enforced. However, that is the jurisdiction of those who oversee the criminal system, whether that be the DA, the governor, the police, et cetera, et cetera. I don't believe that we should build our laws in such a way that we should gamble on a good person being in charge. Also, these types of laws can be used to build precedent for other laws. If for example, there was to be some sort of obscenity law passed on a federal level, which we have had here in America, things which banned depictions of homosexual people whatsoever. I mean, I think we all recall the fact that within our lifetimes, there were severe social restrictions and sometimes even legal restrictions on even depicting casual homosexual relationships. That is very wrong to me. I think that's very wrong. I don't think that we should have such a law on the books, and that type of a law can be used to build precedent. In addition, there is a social statement that is made here. Even if it is not enforced, there is a social statement which states that homosexual people, gay people, are less than. In fact, this argument equates homosexuality with bestiality. It is literally in the same line as bestiality. And I find that to be ridiculous. The idea that anybody would think that it would be okay to prevent a vote on getting rid of this out of our law, this flies against even American values, even American concepts of freedom. The idea that we would keep this type of thing on the books is really bad, and it sets a social precedent that gay people are less than everyone else. Because if we can tolerate a law like this being on the book, a law that declares that homosexuality is in and of itself a perversion and a type of degeneracy, that's not good. I think that is horrible. I think that we should actively take a social action to not engage in these types of behaviors. Such a law even existing changes the social fabric that everyone exists under. Thank God there are a lot of very strong and very good gay people in Philadelphia and in Pennsylvania, and allies in Pennsylvania who don't allow this to become the standard. But I think that we should get rid of it nonetheless. Because this is my closing statement, I just want to thank you for having me on. You can find me at demonmama.com. All of my links are there for everything. My Twitter is fun as hell. My Discord is awesome. I will be streaming further tonight. I have to go off, fix my technical issues and whatever. But I want to thank Hans for having me on here and tolerating my obnoxious issues. Don't treat gay people as less than
Yes,
human.
do not
under the
treat
law, and that
anybody
is what
as
this
less
current
than
law,
anybody.
which still exists and is
That's
still being upheld because the
100%
Republicans
true.
refused to even
Do
let
not
it go
treat
to a
anybody
vote,
less than.
which is an interesting way of sort of shrugging your shoulders and pretending that you don't care when you actually, in the truth, do. Don't let these types of laws exist.
Love
Queer
it.
people deserve to thrive. Gay people deserve to be treated as equal. They deserve to live their lives peacefully and not declared by the state as obscene. Thank you.
And thank you so much for being here. This was absolutely excellent. I hope you. I'm sure I will see more of you in the future. Thank you so much, Demon Mama, and this was a lovely night. Her link is in chat. Everyone, go check out our website.
You're
all that good
awesome,
stuff.
Demon Mama. Thank you for everything.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right. So Marcy had a complication. So right now I have I had a substitute for Demon Mama. I'm also just like in the process of grabbing a sub for Marcy as well.
3v1 me.
Yeah.
Just as much as I love watching three dudes get one dude.
Hell yeah.
While I watch, no less. I'm going to try and make it a little more fair, which is why our latest guest is about to hop in right now.
Could you just update what's the list at? Is there a list for speakers after this, or?
Right now, the list, all we got is you at the top, and then Cut Sleeves and Biggs both have their hands up. I saw Cut Sleeves first, so it's going to go Modern, Cut Sleeves, Biggs. But first of all, let's welcome our new panelist, Katarana. Katarana, please introduce yourself to everybody. Oh shit, she's not in Discord. Fuck. 1 second. My brain's broken.
Shit.
Oh no. My head empty, brain small. Sorry, Katarana. Like pro mod move. Like everyone, there's a reason you're watching, and it's not because of my brains. So let's just all be honest.
It's because of your apron, I'm sure. Why are you not wearing oven mitts is the real question. If you're
I need to type. I can't type in oven mitts.
You can't type in oven mitts, obviously.
Like,
come on.
I'm just saying, some people.
Oh my god, look at the oven mitts on command. Cut sleeve. How did you have that ready so quick?
I was like,
that's fucking ridiculous.
Fetishes, and the fact that you're discriminating against it is a bit weird.
One last thing before we Katarana can introduce herself and weigh in on the panel.
Sure.
Marcy had to leave for personal stuff. So everyone, I'm going to drop Marcy's link in chat. She is amazing and awesome, and she had some fun moments tonight as well. So I'm going to drop her link, and all of you should follow her as well, because she was definitely a powerful force on this panel. So I'm still going to be like modding all of you and all this sort of fun stuff, right? But if I seem distracted, it's because I am fervently typing, trying to find a third left-wing panelist, because this has to be fair and balanced, TM.
Okay, somebody in my audience wants to come in.
I'm a filthy centrist though, Hans. So
true.
I kind of split. I kind of split the difference.
I know you really let me down this one, Biggs, man.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just want people to be free. What do you have against freedom, modern conservative? You have problems with freedom?
Put it like that.
Yeah, somebody in my audience is an affiliate, and they would like to come in, and they've debated with me before. So if you want
sure.
them...
yeah, sure. You have my link. Send it to him, and
I don't
tell
think
them
Jola's. Yeah, Jola's not in the Discord either.
Oh fuck, where's Jola at?
He fell out by accident.
Leftist Owl. Yeah, I know them. All right, cool.
Okay, you know them already. Cool.
Yeah.
I'll give them the whereby.
Yeah, give them the whereby. Jola, sorry about that. You had disappeared out of the Discord. Holy shit.
Yeah, it crashed. I'm good now.
No, all right, no worries. Sorry about that, everybody. So, give Leftist Owl the whereby. Pull them in. So, Katarana, were you able to do the last minute fervent research on this topic, or would you like us just to jump right into the panel?
You mean the last minute further research while I was taking a piss? Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
No, but yeah.
All right, just take your time, read up on it while we start. Just like the basic conversation. Basic background is there was a bill in a committee in the Pennsylvania state legislature to remove homosexuality from the statute of criminal sex laws. And it failed to get a vote. There was a vote to whether it was there was going to be a vote to be held about it, and every Republican in the state legislature voted no to hold the vote. So that's what we're talking about here.
Oh, classic Republican shit.
All right, and then also Leftist Owl. Thank you so much for joining in at such late notice. I've seen you in my chat. I think we played League together once. Thank you so much for being here with us. Feel free to introduce yourself real quick, just 30-second introduction, and then same thing with Katarana, and feel free to plug all your shit in the chat real quick before we start the meat and potatoes of this conversation. So.
I'm the Leftist Owl. I do leftist content, React Indie content, media analysis, stuff like that. I'm soon going to be starting up a sort of a Voices of Pride interview series where I interview people within the LGBT community. And you can find me at twitch.tv/the Leftist Owl or on YouTube at the Leftist Owl.
All right, thank you so much, Katarana. You want?
I love your Nissa poster in the background, by the way.
Oh my god,
thanks.
fucking Magic the Gathering!
Hell yeah!
I fucking love Magic.
Do you see my magic? Do you see my magic?
Yes, that's so fucking good.
I'm such a nerd.
We love our nerds here. We do. Like, what? My name is literally a play on HanzOfHarkir. HanzOfHarkir.
I know.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah.
Hell
Gamer
yeah.
time.
Sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of like every.
Oh shit, he's got fucking
Oh shit,
he's got cards for days.
If you don't have cards right now, get the fuck out of chat. Like, what are we? This is now a Magic the Gathering stream.
Oh, look,
like,
look, oh shit, magic cards all over.
I gotta be.
All right, sorry to nerd out. I'm sorry. That's my fault. That's my fault, everybody. I'm sorry.
You're lucky I don't have a gag reflex or it'll be over for you hoes. That's all I have to say.
Nice. Anyway, Katarana, would you like to introduce yourself before we get started?
Hello, je suis Katarina. I am having Magic the Gathering cards thrown into my face right now. So I'm not a nerd. I'm just a physicist, which means I can do math. But you know, like I don't participate in this nerd shit. So there's this guy named Leftist Owl that I heard of that's going to be doing some Pride interviews, and I'm something of a queer myself, so I'm going to be there tomorrow. So yeah, check it out. I also do physics. Cool.
Awesome. All right. He's been waiting very patiently while we introduced our new Jola. No, put the mask away. Why did you do this to me again? Okay, all right. Like this is.
Oh my gosh. We got Trump on the panel,
now.
everybody.
All right, modern conservative. Fucking take it away, dude. 2 minutes on the clock. Everyone, Leftist Owl, Katarana. If you don't know the rules, raise your hand if you want to talk. I'll put you on the list. You have 2 minutes to chat. If you have a question or a contention after someone's finished speaking, just a quick response. Ask your question. There might be a small back and forth. And then we get back to the actual topic. If someone directly like ats you or like mentions you like your arguments, like they hit you with that, you're allowed to respond. It doesn't affect your place on the list. Once you raise your hand, I'll give you the thumbs up. It doesn't matter if you raise your hand like multiple times. We will just make sure like you're not allowed to be on the list more than once. All right, so that's the basic gist of it. And once you hit a minute 30 for your speaking time, I'll give you this little ear thing. Where I'm like,
fucking
discombobulated. 30 seconds left, and then at 2 minutes, I'll start trying.
I love Hans. Hans is so good.
Get
like
ready.
Hans. He's done really well with his.
Take it away, buddy.
With his moderation.
Sweet. Well, I want to start off with saying I know Marcy's not here, but if she's listening, I thought she'd pre-base take that I largely agree with. So props to her. But to respond to Jola, I thought it was completely ironic that this whole time he says that Republicans just focus on performative things and ignore real change and ignore any real policy to actually help people, and then turns around and immediately on this one issue, which he happens to agree with, turns around and says, "Oh well, actually no, this is great because it makes people feel
wonderful,
included, even though it does absolutely nothing." I wager the day-to-day life is not going to change for anybody. As
probably not,
even if it did. So why waste time putting effort into something that literally means nothing?
Yeah, sure, it is performative, but the action of denying it is something that speaks volumes, and that is an action that does matter. So if I say to a Republican, hey, we should take something out of
all
our
the
laws
streams are dropping viewers like crazy because everybody's going to
subhuman,
bed, maybe
they say no, I don't even want to vote
because
on
everybody
it.
go to bed. Everybody stay up. Come on, tell your friends what's going on. There's no need to fucking lose viewers.
Then they go and they propose
you need to gain viewers. Come on, everybody.
This year, the most
let's go. I love y'all
in history. Then wow. Adds on top of each other. So sure, it is performative on the Democrat side.
It is performative. Everything is performative.
If you're doing a performative thing for freedom, I think that's a little bit different than when you're doing the
opposite. It's all about what you want to subscribe.
Really bad. And
your abilities
you can say
right?
has some value to it.
All right. Modern conservative, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
All right.
It does.
We could have
Cool.
a 1v1 debate then if you want to have a conversation.
Cool.
Yeah.
Like if you feel free to like
Calling you out.
Get all up in each other's DMs after this. Next we have Cut Sleeve. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah. Specifically on this bill, I don't like the. So I'm gonna make two statements. They seem contradictory, but I promise you, just follow me here. It's not. One, I do not
Typical
like the
cut
wording of the
sleeves.
bill. Yeah. I do
Let
not
him
like the
finish.
wording.
God damn it! No more interrupting. Hey,
Yeah.
sorry.
I do not like the wording of the bill when you say stuff like, there is no bestiality allowed. There is no public indecency allowed. There is no full-on porn allowed. And you also like type in homosexuality. It does give like off the impression that you're kind of like conflating like bestiality and like all these like
It's
extreme stuff
ridiculous.
like homosexuality
But
in public.
it is what it
And
is.
also, I think the grammar of the bill leads it to like police could just like arrest homosexuals in public, which like I assume like no one's in favor of. But then we have
Yep.
to talk about
Probably not.
implementation. In this bill, I've like researched like no one has like gotten arrested or fined for displaying homosexuality in public. And I don't think anyone even knew like this actual bill existed because like no one actually enforced it. So I also
Probably
don't
not.
like the fact that it might take up dock space for more important bills, but I do disagree with the fundamental grammar of the bill.
Yeah.
So
Probably
I
a good
generally
take.
don't disagree with any of the progressives on the chat on this bill. I think it's pretty stupid how it's worded.
All right, thank you, Cut Sleeve. So, Biggs, you are up, and then we're going to go to Katarana. And again, everyone else, if you want to talk, make sure you raise your hand. Aside from that, don't start raising your hands, class. Don't make me call somebody out. Like I'll do it. Like, all right, Biggs, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah. So, like I said before, I mean, this basically comes down to the bill is written in a fashion that makes it seem like there's an issue with how it's going to be attributed to whoever's viewing it, right? So I personally don't have a problem with the bill because we're eliminating a word that is not necessarily reasonable in the context of the bill itself. But on the other hand, I can see where the conservatives would want to vote against it because we are talking about specifically a context of sexual nature. Like the whole bill, if you look at the actual bill itself, it's written in a way that's it's explicit to sexual content. And to me, again, it has to do with like how it's distributed to minors, how it's shown in public forums and things like that. So I can see how conservatives would want to limit that exposure, right? But to me, I agree with the bill itself. We can remove it, and we can still focus on actual sexually explicit acts. We don't necessarily have to say that an explicit act is homosexual or not. It can just be a sexual act itself. We don't need to differentiate between whether it's hetero or homosexual. So that's my personal take. I can see both sides of it. So if they want to take it one way or another, I think it just comes down to the constituents in that area. And I think this is what Pennsylvania, right? And if they want to keep that in as a more conservative area, that's fine with me. But that's up to the people who are actually affected by the bill. And my daughter's here to say hello. Say hi.
Hello. Oh, hi. Oh my gosh.
She should be asleep right now, but she's not, obviously.
All right. Katarana, you are up. Then we're going to go to Owl. Then we're going to go to Jola. So, Katarana, take it away.
Cool. Yeah, so the whole idea of like, hey, nobody's been getting arrested for this lately, so like, who really cares is kind of silly. Like, there's the whole idea of there being legislation that trans panic, you killing somebody because you didn't realize that they were trans, it hasn't gone ahead and really been used as a way to get out of jail for years, but that doesn't mean that's not something that we shouldn't get rid of. Just because it's not something that's being currently implemented, the
Yep,
whole
that's my
idea
little
is that if
cutie.
somebody wanted, it could be something that's
That's
society
my
that's
little
implemented.
baby.
Someone could go ahead and arrest somebody and say,
My
"Hey,
little
I saw you were kissing that other
Gwendolyn.
dude, so come down in my car real quick," which sounds also a bit strange. But yeah, um yeah, I just don't really see the whole idea of like, oh, so what? Like, yeah, just forget about it. Like, oh, there's other more important things that could be dealt with. Like, if it's so silly, if it's so stupid, then this should have been done without us even having to pay attention to it. And the fact that like people have gone ahead and turned it down further shows that this is something that we need to go ahead and get repealed. Because if people are willing to say, oh no, like I don't want to vote on this, that is further indication that like it tides could turn at any time. Like, we need to get this out of legislation. It's not, even if it seems easy and stupid and something that's in passing, let it be in passing, and let's go and vote on other things, such as, I don't know, stopping other people's rights that are more contentious, as Pennsylvania Republicans like to do.
Thank you so much, Katarana. All right. Owl, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I think I agree with Katarana where it's just it may not be technically enforced in a broader sense, but that doesn't mean it won't ever, and that doesn't mean that
Yeah.
someone
Gwen is
couldn't come
awesome.
along
He's
and
super
exploit
awesome.
the fact that that's still on the books to oppress homosexuals.
Thank you everybody for this hanging
and
out
I
on
think
my
can
stream. I
also
appreciate
sort of
it.
apply to some other like
Got 9
very
viewers right
big
now,
laws
which
that we
is
have in the
awesome.
US.
Thank you
think
all. I
we should
appreciate
look
it.
at the antiquated laws we have in this
Shoot me a
country
follow.
and like other
I'm
states.
gonna try to stream a little more
There are some
often.
states where it's like illegal to have
Hopefully,
sex in any other
I'm currently
position other
playing
than
some
missionary.
Resident
And I
Evil
think
7, and I'm
in
gonna
the
play
very
Resident
least,
Evil
just striking
Village.
that from the books and just not having it on the
But
record at all.
thank you all for
just
stopping by, and
helps to clear
I'm
up,
gonna try to do some more political streaming.
what
I
specifically
enjoy
is
it a
illegal
lot,
and what
so
isn't. Because
it's fun.
a lot
I
of
don't
these
normally stream my
laws tend to
political
just
stuff. I just normally
stay
just
as
do it in
this
chat and whatever.
vestigial,
But I'm gonna start
organ
trying to
within
stream
our
this
legal
stuff a little
system
more often.
and have no utility other than
So
just
thank you all.
being
I appreciate it.
and I think that that's another
You guys are all amazing.
that's another thing we need to consider when tackling this issue is like what other laws and what other things that do we have in our legal system that are just sort of dead weight that just don't really apply to everyday life and even and could be exploited by someone should they want
that's
to.
good.
All right. Thank you, Owl. All right, we're gonna go to Jola and then to modern conservative. So Jola, go ahead, buddy.
I'm
Yola.
actually going to put a link of the actual wording of this so people can look at it. So usually in a bill, it'll say like what it wants to do, and then after it'll say like what the function is. It'll have like a whole
Yeah.
list of definitions because every word is up for debate when
Yep.
you're drafting a piece of
course.
legislation. So like Big said, this does have to do with like sexual content being distributed, but having homosexuality be something that's explicitly sexual. So like for example, if there's a picture of two guys holding hands or something, that being on a magazine and sold to children, although that might not be considered like illegal now and get anybody in trouble, we don't even want that on our books. We want our laws to reflect our morality as much as they possibly can. And there is a future in which we might have, it is a possibility that we have a crazy far right governor, attorney general, especially after all the COVID lockdowns. People are really mad at Democrats because of all the propaganda. And small businesses closed, and they really don't understand why. But we can have a full House that's Republican, Senate that's Republican, and someday, hypothetically, if there is a Mike Pence that takes control of Pennsylvania, they might be able to use this law if they really want to. So we should just get it out of here, just completely.
All right, thank you, Jola. We're gonna throw it to modern conservative.
Yeah, so on both issues earlier, the Tennessee one and the sports one, I was totally fine with admitting that Republicans should not be wasting their time on this as of now. And I seem to at least, I can't speak for Katarina or the Owl guy, but Leftist Owl, excuse me. I can't speak for on your guys' behalf, but I know Jola, for instance, we at least seemed in somewhat of agreement on that. And what's I think sort of annoying is like, we're both willing to say that we shouldn't waste time on that, but then it comes to this, and you're saying we should waste time on this, even though it's, I think, by your own admission, even more meaningless than the previous things we talked about, right? I mean, the reality is we're still in a global pandemic.
Previous things? Which ones were less important than this?
Well, maybe I'm implying too much, but I assume you think and again, maybe I'm wrong, that the bill banning transgender athletes is more important than getting rid of an outdated obscenity law. Maybe clear that up. I don't know.
Well, they're getting okay. So when I talk about this topic, it's because Republicans do this culture war in which they direct anger and fear towards
I just don't
marginalized
think that
groups.
it's the same
It's not only
equivalency.
okay. Maybe I should word that better.
I
in the
think it's a
future, but
false
it's not only
equivalency.
that
What
they're wasting time. That's part
Jola
of it.
is saying.
I
I
see
don't think that
Republicans
it's.
actually work
I
with
think when we're
Democrats
talking
on
about
something that's like infrastructure and all
explicitly
that
in
stuff,
a sexual
green energy, an
context,
actual honest attempt
I
to
think
work on this
that
stuff.
it's.
But this culture war is what they
it's
focus on because
perfectly
their base
reasonable
responds
from
more to it.
keeping
Voters
it
vote more on
into
emotional issues than they do
descriptive
policy, and I think that's
of
why
a law.
Republicans do that. Political incentives in our democracy are pretty messed up. But yeah, of course, I want them focusing on real issues. I don't want them targeting certain groups with certain policies that are politically motivated things. If they were doing like a culture war thing, like I don't know, we need
I don't
more
know.
rights
I mean,
for a
it's
certain
hard to
group,
say.
or we need to erase something bad from our laws that says, that is definitionally discriminatory against gay people. That's a little bit, or that's like the other way around for me.
All right. Just a small housekeeping thing. Minor conservative, everyone else, just leftist Al, and it's Katarana, not.
Sorry, Katarana.
I don't think it was malicious at all. But just thank you for correcting that. All right, so we're gonna go to Biggs and then to Katarana. So Biggs, take it away, buddy.
Yeah. So well, I do agree a little bit with Jola's premise. I think that we are specifically talking about the whole premise of the statute that we're talking about is in regards to sexually explicit material. So I do think that it's fine to have a descriptor word of the difference between homosexuality and heterosexuality as far as like what is displayed and what can be a descriptor for the law. Now, I do see where your hesitation comes in because obviously I agree with you that we don't want to specifically target any type of sexuality over another. But I think that when it comes to descriptive words in a law, it's fine to have these words used to describe what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. So that's my my take on it. And again, if it wasn't specifically like if all the stuff in this specific section of the law wasn't specifically to sexual sexual context, I would be perfectly fine with the reasoning. Because it is specific to sexual context, I think that that's why it should be okay to keep it in the law. And I agree with the Republicans for not wanting to take this up because I don't think it's necessarily an issue.
Can I reply?
Yeah, that was directed to you, Joe.
So the thing is, they are saying that appearing as gay is inherently a sexual act. They're not saying that gay porn is different from straight porn.
If you look at the law, if you look at the actual statute, though, it does describe specifically.
But do they have like bisexual, trans?
Yes, they do. If you did you look at the actual not just the article that was linked, but did you look at the actual statute in that article?
But when they're describing sexual material, they're not. That's why I said earlier you have to differentiate what's in the bill versus what's in the definition. So definitionally, when they have that sexual thing described as that, they are describing homosexuality inherently as something sexual
in relation to what the rest of the bill is, right?
That's how their definition was set. Like that's just
right.
Their definition.
But you have to look at the context of the whole topic.
It's for sexual materials. Yes, sure. They're talking about different kinds of.
They're talking about specifically sexual material, which is literally which is homosexual, and then the next one is intercourse, which would be considered. I mean, it's just another way of saying heterosexual. Intercourse, right?
Wait, no. Are you saying regular? Are you saying intercourse without anything in front of it just means heterosexual?
I'm saying they're using it as a descriptor, right? In the definitions. That's the whole point of a definition. So they're describing what is the material that is explicit for the law, right? We're literally talking about, it's one word in the definition, but you have to look at the whole actual context of the law in itself and what it's actually referring to,
Law
right?
says heterosexual nowhere else. There's nowhere. It doesn't say
Right.
heterosexual once. The only descriptor for a certain sexuality is homosexual.
Right.
That they put that in there. If trans people were as big of a topic as they are now, back then when they wrote this law, trans would be there too.
Right.
100%.
But what I'm saying
That's
is
how they wrote these,
that
because they fetishized it. They said, "Hey, being gay is a sexual thing," because they didn't want to say people were actually gay. They wanted to say they're
they're
just
only
they're just doing it for, like, a
describing
fetish thing.
different types of a sexual activity. That's all I'm
Yes, they're
saying.
saying being gay is sexual. That's what they're saying in this. They're
No,
saying
I
being
don't. I
gay is
don't
sexual.
think that they're saying that. I think if you take the
Anybody can
context
go
of the
read through
whole
it.
law, of the whole statute, it's in explicitly sexual context. I don't think they're necessarily referring to two men holding hands. I think they're actually talking about
That's not how
actual
the definition in a bill
sexual
works. That's
acts
just
of
not how it works. I'm sorry.
homosexuality.
We can stop doing this so other people can talk, but that's just not how the definitions in a bill work. They describe
Okay,
sexual activity
that's
as
fine.
being if you're gay, you're being sexual. That's what they said in the actual bill. I look back to the history of when it was actually
Okay,
implemented.
yeah, okay.
And so, like, okay.
I just,
Hans,
I
just quick,
don't.
I have to head out after this, by the way,
Okay.
Hans. So can I just say something quick for the?
Oh, of course. Everyone, go sub to Jola on YouTube. Jola, yeah, take a minute to plug yourself. Do whatever you can do, buddy.
I do rural progressive politics. A lot of what I do is focusing on rhetoric that can help connect the urban-rural divide. So please consider subscribing to my YouTube channel at Jola, Jolah, on YouTube, YouTube channel on YouTube. Hans, congratulations, 1,000 subscribers. You deserve it. You should be.
Oh yeah,
You should be the
congrats.
top panel host. Top panel host on Twitch, leading topics back to the real issues, not just a bunch of drama stuff. Love it. All right.
Hans, you're making me wet.
Everybody, thank you, debate.
We have a
opponents.
minor on the panel. Stop that.
Thank you, everybody. That all the conservatives and all that stuff. I think we actually had good discussion. Although Cuss Leaves 1v2 was pretty fiery. Blood sports, that was pretty entertaining to watch. Anyway, everybody have a great night. Chat, have a great night, and talk to you guys.
Thank you, Jola. Take care.
Nice meeting you, Jola.
Thank you so much, Jola. Yo, Trash Lord, if you're watching, we can pull you in because now I got to keep it fair and balanced. We got maybe 30 minutes left, but if you want to jump in, that's totally fine. Just get in my Discord, buddy. But anyway,
is there a reason why you're like scratching the side of your nip?
This is a like.
It looks like a hard material.
It is a hard apron. It is a hard apron.
Are you getting some nipple chafing?
It's like I have. What's Drax? I have sensitive nipples. Like that's.
You need to take some Vaseline and just rub it. Just rub it on them.
I'm not rubbing my nipples.
Why not?
There is Cut Sleeves is right there.
It's okay.
Like, also, I'm pretty sure this is breaking TOS. Like I'm not gonna massage my nipples. Stop it.
I think you need more friends of color to teach you how to put things on, such as lotion.
I know what lotion is.
Proper skincare is important.
Is it because I'm white, Colorado? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Damn. HanzOfHarkir
Mask off.
the race card.
Some people in my chat are suggesting that they use honey. You should start using honey. I hear.
People just want me to pour honey on myself. Stop it, okay? That is the worst way to eat food. The only food you put on other people is whipped cream, okay? Like, don't fuck with me on this, all right? Like, anyway.
More of a chocolate sauce.
Chocolate sauce for sure. I agree.
Oh.
High five.
Yo, pizza icing? Oh my god.
High five.
I'm more of a pineapple on pizza kind of girl. Yeah. Okay.
Good googly fucking movie. Yeah. Okay. Jola, great. We missed you, buddy. Everyone go sub to him.
So funny.
He's fucking awesome. All right. So we have Katarana, Owl.
That's so good.
Trash never responded to me because he was cringe. So here's the deal. We're gonna go Katarana, then Owl.
Wait, he's in the Discord. Wait, Trash is in the Discord.
Oh, he's in Discord now? Oh shit! Oh shit! 1 second. All right. Hey, buddy.
Everybody must be going to bed. Like all the
1
streams
second.
are like dropping views like
Discord DMs.
crazy.
I'm about to send you
It's
something.
so funny.
Don't turn your camera off for this one.
He said, "Fun time." I'm gonna send you some NSFW. Check your DMs.
Everybody's awesome.
Jesus, no. It's not those kind of DMs. I'm just trying. Stop it! I'm doing. All right. Katarana, start talking. I'm going to.
Okay. Yeah. So
send Trash something.
Yeah. So I think it was Modern Conservative that said like which one's more important to go ahead and take care of at the moment. Like so, the trans sports stuff is like something that's more immediate. And right now there's nobody particularly being persecuted on the behalf of this legislation. So yeah, we have to go ahead and like make our priorities. I just don't understand why it needs to be one or the other over the other. Like it's not like whenever people go ahead and meet for your state legislation, it's like, okay, we're working on one thing and one thing only today. Okay, we voted on this one thing. Okay, bye. Like you can do all of these at once. I don't understand why it has to be one or the other, especially when it comes to one. It should be
There
so
we go.
non-contentious that
Much
it's
better.
basically like
Much
just
better.
top of the hour shit. Like get
Thank
it
you
out the
all
way
for
and
hanging
continue
out.
with
I
the
appreciate
other
it.
awful discourse that goes
You guys
on
are
there.
amazing.
So I don't really understand the whole idea
I'm
of
messing up my
what's more
fucking
important.
screen and shit, but that's
Yeah,
all right.
can I respond to that?
Of course, go ahead.
Okay.
Go off.
Well, I mean, this is why I maybe I didn't say this, which I meant to. Is I was trying not to speak on y'all's behalf because I was only speaking to particularly Jola because he had been giving points earlier in the debates for the earlier two topics that were more conservative bills or whatever, and was giving the statement over and over. Well, why should we focus on this? It's just a distraction. The culture
Oh,
war
we
is
got
a
a new
distraction
person.
from
How's it gonna
real
look on
issues.
my
We shouldn't engage in the culture war.
OBS?
It's
I hope it
very
doesn't
dumb.
fuck up my OBS.
And so I was merely pointing out
Oh,
that
he's gone now. He
all of a sudden when the
disappeared.
tables reverse and it's on
He
an issue
disappeared.
that I think is much less
Oh
important.
no, he
All of
disappeared.
a sudden,
I don't know how to
his
stream, guys.
attitude
I'm
entirely
so
changed.
fucking noob.
That's why.
Like,
All right,
I wish I
one
could
second,
have it be
just
better,
Trash.
but
Just make sure you change your
my
name
shit's
to whatever you want to
ridiculous.
be seen as when you come on. Your email popped up for a second, and I don't want to dox you. And if I hear of anyone like spread that around, you will get permanently banned from all of my communities. So don't try and look back to the VODs for that sort of shit. All right, Trash. Once you like had it fixed, try again. All right, sorry. Keep going. Sorry, Modern Conservative.
I was done.
Did you? I I wasn't really paying attention to anything like you two were saying because I was fixing like the doxing thing. Did you like Colorado? Was that a sufficient response for you for us to move to Owl, or do you want to respond back?
For now, yes.
All right. Super sorry about that. That was a failure on my part. I can't. I only have like half a brain. So Owl. All right, go for it, buddy.
I wanted to respond specifically to Biggs. Biggs, do you think it's wrong to distribute sexual content to children regardless of what sexuality it is?
So, as a father of young children, I think that it is probably a bad idea to distribute any type of sexual content to any children without parental consent. I think that there is a case to be made that if parents are like you have with schools when it's like health classes, parents are usually informed of what the health class curriculum is, and they agree to allowing their children to be in those classes. I think that's perfectly fine. But I think that without parental consent, I think that any type of sexual explicit material to children is probably a bad idea.
So regardless of what sexuality is depicted
Yes.
in the okay. So then why would it matter if in the law they use descriptors such as homosexual or heterosexual? Why would it matter to make that distinction at all? Because for me, I would think a law against distributing sexual content to minors would be neutral and just say any.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree, but I do think though that if you especially with how things are being portrayed currently with the more acceptance of earlier what's the word I'm looking for, like earlier exposure to children of different sexualities and things like that without parental guidance, I think that overall is a problem. I personally, for myself, I don't want my children to be exposed to any type of sexual, whether it's heterosexual, homosexual, but I agree with what you're saying. Like, why would you differ? You're saying like, why would you differentiate between one category or another? But to me, I think that it's fine to have descriptors for specific things, right? I think that there is a topic to be had for one type of sexual conduct versus another. And I think that it's fine to have descriptors.
But sure, it's fine to have descriptors, but you said sorry, I'm trying to get my thoughts back together.
Destroyed with facts and logic.
No.
If you want to take a second to think before you respond, we can move to some other people unless you What do you want to do?
Sorry, I was gonna say that that there's a distinct difference between sexual content and sexualities. I think
Right.
it's fine to expose kids to different sexualities other than heterosexual early in life, so long as it's not sexually explicit. Would you agree with that?
Could you define it like that like scenario? Are you talking about, say, like having like gay characters in like children's cartoons, like no like
Yeah,
sexually
yeah,
explicit?
and stuff like where like you show gay couples holding hands and explaining that
Okay,
love
so
each other as
my
sibling
my
ways.
my daughters are very young, right? Okay, my
Mhm.
daughters are my oldest daughter is 7, and my other daughters are 5 and 3, or 5 and 4. Sorry. So to me, I don't think that I should be explaining any type of sexuality to them at all until they're out of an age where they're coming on upon puberty. Because to me, that's kind of like the precursor to explaining sexual content and things like that. But I have recently had issues with my oldest daughter, and kind of discussing with her things like privacy and personal space, and not showing yourself in any way to people outside of like somebody like that's helping you, like, take a bath. Like, obviously, like, I help her with the bath and like family and stuff like that. But I think that there is something to be said about having a conversation with your children at an early age about sexual content, whether what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. But I don't think it's necessarily at a stage where I should be talking about actual sexuality, whether it's heterosexuality or homosexuality. I think that it's more of a stage of saying, like, this is appropriate, this is not appropriate. I'm not really ready to talk about those other things until they're a little bit older, right?
So I understand that. Let me be a little more specific. Not necessarily sexualities, but sexual orientations, where you're explaining that you know a man can love a man or a woman can love a woman, not necessarily getting into the nitty gritty of like you know sexual desire. Do you know what I mean? Instead of explaining, um, these two people have anal sex or whatever, you just explain, oh well, they love each other like mommy and daddy love each other, stuff like
Yeah.
that. Where it's innocent, it's devoid of sexuality. You just
I think
explain
I
other
think for things like
orientations.
that, it would be on a per case basis. So, like, for me personally, like, I grew up, I had uncles that were gay and I had aunts that were lesbian. So from a young age, my uncle died of AIDS when I was very young. So I was exposed to that type of sexuality at a very young age, because my grandparents and my mother took me to like the AIDS quilt and things like that when I was a kid. We had a lot of representation for that, and my aunt was a lesbian, so I was exposed to that from a very early age. It was just part of my how I grew up. But to me, it's kind of like something like you would want to explain to that as it came about, right? There's no need to rush, especially for children that don't have any type of concept of these things until they're actually exposed to it. So once we actually have a reason to expose them to it, I think that's when we actually have those conversations.
So would you say then that TV shows that implement gay characters are wrong, since they're exposing kids to those concepts before you want them to?
Um, I guess it would depend on how it was portrayed. Do you have any specific examples? Because like
Just
my
like innocent stuff, like the two characters of the same gender getting married or holding hands or kissing.
I get
An
Go ahead.
example that actually happened in a children's show, for the sake of like this conversation, it was Arthur, like his teacher, like the rat guy, he was gay, and there was never like any like like fucking between people.
Spoilers,
I'm
beat it
so
up.
all right. Like, if you don't read the manga at this point, you're fucked. So like, but if you but for that they had like a gay character, and I don't think there was anything explicit. It was just like he had a boyfriend, and they got engaged, and like they got married, and that was like a part of the show.
Alabama banned that, right?
Yeah, Alabama banned like that episode.
So much for
So
free speech.
So would you be so I guess like Leftist Al's like argument would be like, would you be okay with that like in a children's show, right? Like in the same way that like, oh, like 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 if you had a small like a children's show and like the kindergarten teacher lady, she was getting married and they showed her getting married. Would that be different than like having like the gay rat teacher guy getting
So
married?
I think that when things come about in actual real life, I think that's fine to have a conversation if the children are asking questions. I don't know how many of you have children, but children ask a shit ton of questions. Like I've been watching personally, I've been watching Star Trek, and I've just finished Next Generation. I'm on Deep Space Nine, and my daughter, we watch it together. All my daughters, I guess, but my one daughter is specifically interested in it, and she asked me a lot of questions about like what's happening in the show. So if I'm with her and she's watching a show like that, like Arthur, when there's a same sex marriage, if she asks me questions, I think it's perfectly reasonable to answer those questions. I don't have any problem with that. But what I have an issue with is when we want to have like legislation passed or a curriculum passed without parental consent. That's my biggest issue. Like I'm all for having.
Why does the parental consent really matter?
Because because you're at the end of the day, the parent is the one that should be guiding their children and answering these questions, right?
Yes, but what if the parent is not willing to answer those questions and give them that information?
Then obviously you can't make assumptions on bad parenting. Like I mean, I don't think it's necessarily like obviously I think what you're trying to get at is if the parents are unwilling to guide their children, like should the state be or whatever you decide is the people that are showing these depictions should be responsible for guiding the children's morality. And I think that's wrong personally. I think the parents should be the ones that help the children along the way, but obviously you can't legislate people to be good parents, right?
I mean, sure, but I think having it in a school's curriculum helps to normalize homosexuality within social spaces.
Okay, so what age do you think that should be taught at?
One second, everybody. Just like for the audience, like so they know what's going on. Trash is having an issue getting in, and he can't like change his name without like doxing himself. So I'm going to pull us off. You're still gonna be able to hear all of us, but I'm just gonna pull us off the screen for a second to let him join the call without like the entirety of the audience like looking at that. So you'll still hear us, everybody. Just so Trash can join in and then change his name without him like outing himself to 8 dozen people. So. Keep going, guys. Just letting you know.
I don't know what specific age.
Like to me,
you could like legislate to have them learn about it, but because I don't think there's any one age where you should be learning about just like the basic concepts of like homosexuality and stuff like that, and like the LGBT community, so long as it isn't sexual.
So I don't know about you, but like when I was in school, we had our first health class in 5th grade. So that was like our first like we talked about puberty, we talked about like all the changes your body goes through, and I think if I remember correctly, we actually had it split up between like a male class and then a female class, and then we had like a group class. So we had it separate where we talked about like specific things dealt with like male anatomy and specifically things dealt with female anatomy. And then we had like a group session, right? And that was like a class that we had, like, I don't remember. It was like a session in like maybe a semester or two in 5th grade. So like, I think that certain things should be involved in those classes, but I think that curriculum should be available to the parents to be able to like see what their children are going to be learning, and if they think that this is appropriate, they can say yes, and if they think it's inappropriate, they can say no. And I think that most schools do a pretty good job of at least having a basic curriculum. And again, it may be different depending on where you live and things like that. Like obviously more liberal areas will have more liberal curriculums, more conservative will have more conservative. But to me, I think it's up to the parents to really talk about these type of situations and these type of things. Personally.
Oh, and if I may add on, Specifically, leftist Al brings up a good question, and I actually agree with him. There is no set age where you teach kids about their sexuality. I think it's a gradual process. So first, you might like allow them to know what a girl is, but then you might go on the upper stages. You need to know what's down there in your no section, and then might go up to upper stages. You might teach them about what like gender and sex are. These are very good concepts, but there is no one age where you just shit it all out. It's a gradual process that comes in with knowing age.
All right. I would like to bring in. He's finished his technical difficulties. I would like to bring in Trash Lord. Feel free to briefly introduce yourself and then jump in with your response. And right now, everyone, right now it is 11:50. So I'm gonna give us maybe 20 more minutes for this conversation before we go to closing statements. Because I have to sleep at some point. I got arrested. I have a big old chest day tomorrow, and I gotta sleep.
No sleep for Hans.
No, I'm not doing a fucking all-night call-in panel. I am not Prime. I can't.
Hell yeah, we're gonna be up till like 5 a.m. Let's do it.
So Trash, go for it. And then right now on the list it goes Trash, Katarana, everyone else. Feel free to raise your hands. In 20 minutes, if you don't raise your hand, don't complain later that you didn't get enough speaking time. So Trash, go for it, buddy.
Cool. Hi, I'm Trash. That's basically it.
Wait, 1 second. Mute yourself on Whereby, and then like not in Discord. We're using there we go. All the technical difficulties have been completed now. Hans never ever lose. All right. Go ahead,
Okay, I am also a boomer, and can't use anything to save my life. I'm Trash Lord. I just kind of started streaming, and I mostly do dumb shit. But my question is actually to Biggs, I think. Basically, I'm curious about this because this whole like discussion about like parents deciding when it's appropriate for children to learn like certain things about sexuality, right? Specifically, like I imagine like a huge problem a lot of people have is with like sex education, learning about like different sexual orientations. My one question is, would you kind of extend that to like other subjects, right? Like, would you say that about like say maths or like English or like social studies or stuff like that? Like, do you think it's appropriate for a parent to be able to say what a child can learn, even if it's part of like a wider curriculum?
So I think that there's a big difference between hard sciences and social issues, right? So I think that like math, science, or reading, those are pretty much agreed upon like hard sciences, right? We want our children to learn how to read. We want our children to learn arithmetic. We want our children to learn these things. But when it comes to social issues like sexuality, things like that, and we want to be able to express like how the social interaction happens between people. We have to have specific things that happen and that have a more more of like an understanding of like how things are in reality, right? Like 5 plus 5 is 10, right? But when it comes to social issues, there's a lot more intricacy, right? And to me, I think that having sexuality talks at too young of an age can be detrimental to children. But I also think that it's also detrimental to children to not have these discussions. So I think it's kind of like you have to balance like what you think your children are able to understand. Every child is different, so that's why I think that the parents are the ones that are most likely to be able to understand and to be able to reciprocate what their children can understand at a specific point in time. Now, obviously, we want to make sure our children are ready for things like puberty and stuff like that. That's why we have like these schools where they have like in 5th, 6th, 7th grade, they have these health classes that kind of prepare these children for that. And I think that again, I'm pretty sure when I was a kid, and again, my children aren't quite there yet, but I'm assuming when they get there, they'll have things where they'll send me something as a parent, say, hey, this is the curriculum that we're going over. Do you agree with this, or like do you want your children to take part in this? And to me, I think it's very good to have it be as open as possible. And I think that there is something to be said about having exposure to children at a young age to all these different types of things. But I think that the first steps along that process don't necessarily need to include these less less common things, right?
Do you mind if I question a little? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Asansol, feel free to respond to that, and then after your however like long like this like back and forth goes, then we're gonna throw it to Katarana. So go ahead, Trash Lord.
Just a couple more things I'm curious about with that though. So like for one, like we kind of do already have this though with like I mean I would imagine like say like social studies, history, we kind of already kind of have these wider social things that we teach people. Like most people in whatever like country they go to, because you know I'm not an American, so yeah, have like learn about like the history of these areas, and they have like certain narratives, right? But we wouldn't want like say like people to tell their kids, no, you can't learn about like say the founding of the country because we believe that it's like propaganda or something. You'd still want to make sure that the kids learn this. I suppose my one real concern about this is that although I understand that, and I think that there is a specific time when like sexual education is pertinent for children. Um, my one issue is this. I mean, if we're talking about this realistically, this a lot of the time this isn't coming from like whether or not you think the child can understand it. A lot of the time when like I've met people who are parents who decide that they don't want their kids to learn about homosexuality, it's not because their parents don't think that, or the parents don't think that the kid can understand it. Like 95% of the time, it's because they're uncomfortable with homosexuality, full stop, from some form of like latent bigotry, right? Like it's regardless of whether or not you think it's right, it is still a form of bigotry, whether it's malicious or not. Like I think like talking practically, a lot of the time this sort of like comes from like a not great place. Would that sound right?
Yeah, and I think that is that type of situation comes from a denial of reality. I think that those people that want to deny the existence of these type of relationships is probably faulty, right? I don't think that we should just have our children say like this is the proper way and that's it. I want to expose my children to all possibilities as much as possible. And I think that parents that want to say that they're bigots and they don't basically just want to deny. And again, I don't know if this is what you're saying, Trash Lord, but I think you're saying that these parents want to deny these relationships exist. I think that that's wrong, personally. And again, now I don't necessarily know if it's my place to tell these parents that they should be forced to tell their kids one thing or another. Again, I don't necessarily agree with their take, but I don't want to put it to like a legislation to say that you have to teach your kids this, because to me that's kind of wrong, because I'm all about freedom, right? So to me, I want to make it as much as understanding as possible. And like I said, I grew up with this as a child, so I'm very understanding of it. So I want to expose my children to this, and that's why I do these panels, because I respect all these other opinions. And I think I've shown from previous with having Marcy and Demon Mama, I think I'm a very reasonable person. I take, while I have conservative views, I try to take a more reasonable conservative view, not just like a strict conservative view. Right? So,
yeah.
I suppose, do you mind if I just push back one little thing and then I'll be done? I promise.
Yeah. Last thing, and then Katarana.
Last thing. There's just kind of two things I'm concerned with that. Like one thing is, we're not forcing people to tell their kids this stuff. It's a curriculum thing a lot of the time when it comes to sex ed, right? So you don't have to be the one to tell them that, but also I think you might think of it as encroaching on the parents' freedom. I think it's encroaching on the child's freedom, because what if that child's trans? What if that child's gay, right? If their parents refuse to like teach them about this and about their own identity, that can have massive bad repercussions for the individuals growing up. It can also lead to like feelings of like self-doubt. It can even lead to suicide in a lot of cases, this sort of thing, right? So my problem is that unfortunately I think although parents have certain rights when it comes to raising their kids, I think when it comes to like having access to information, that can be extremely important. I don't think parents have the right to like shelter their children from things that could actually potentially save their life, if that makes sense.
okay, so I want to push back real quick before you go, Hans. Okay.
Hey, no problem.
Okay, so
Just keep
to
it
me,
brief.
what I'm talking about a much lower age level than I think that you're talking about. So to me, I think that if a child, again, I don't know because I've not experienced this. I've not experienced this personally because I'm a trans person or a homosexual person. But I think if I'm a young child, like under 5th grade, I don't necessarily, again, this is from my experience, and again, I can't relate specifically to these other people, but to me, I didn't even know what any of this stuff was. I had no idea at that point what like real sexuality was. Okay, now maybe some other children at that age might have a more understanding of what they feel and how they are, and if they are trans or if they are homosexual. But to me, at that age, I don't really think that that's something that's in the lexicon of most children. Again, there may be exceptions to that rule, and I do think, like I said previously, is I think we do want to expose children to um, uh, as much as they can be exposed to possibly. Like I'm all for like open information and information, but to me, I think that we're talking about like young children that don't necessarily have these even understanding of their own bodies and sexuality. Again, I may be wrong. That's just my personal opinion from my experience as a young child.
All right, we're gonna table this for like a small bit. You're both welcome to hit it in your opening statements. Again, 10 minutes left on the clock. We have Katarana, then Modern Conservative, and then into Cut Sleeves. Katarana, take it away.
Cool. So I wrote down quite a few things. But yeah.
Yeah, get
First
those
of all,
viewers numbers
English
up.
isn't
Thanks,
a
you
hard
cancel. I
science.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm super stoked. Thank
Besides
you guys,
that, though,
everybody. Thank you.
there's this whole idea of you know, we can't actually go ahead and educate people on these type of things because when it comes to reading, this is necessary. When it comes to math, it's necessary and it's just natural, and everybody learns exactly the same. The state chooses what you read on, and I'm sure there are quite a few things that they decide that you read were originally contentious points, but were eventually normalized. I'm pretty sure there are some people out there that don't want their kids reading Huckleberry Finn, but we still have to do it. It's part of being an educated person in American society, and learning how to wear a condom with different situations is also part of being an educated person in modern day society. Also, when you go ahead and do sex ed, they don't ask you. Like, if the parents have a problem with it, you can pull out, but usually they just put you in there. And I don't remember having a permission slip because for some reason I'm still young enough to remember elementary school. Yeah, and then uh, why do you need to explain or like actually sit there and think about the whole decision about whether or not to explain this to your kids? Like, first of all, like heterosexuality is up in your face. It's there. Like, you never have to go ahead and decide whether or not it's ethical to like let your kids know about like the nuance of heterosexual relationships, because boys and girls are fucking kissing. They're going lips at it, tongue out, fuck the whole thing. In every goddamn movie, like, everyone's very, very, very normalized to the idea of heterosexual relationships. So I don't understand like why it's even like, oh yeah, but like I have to wait until they're young and old enough, like maybe close to puberty, to explain that like other options exist. Uh, Once again, unfortunately, I'm young enough to remember. I see you. I'm shutting up. I waited.
It's just like a signal. I'm not trying to shut you up. I'm telling you have 30 seconds left.
Okay. No, okay, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah, but like, I don't know. When I was 9 years old, I already knew that I had a crush on somebody, and when your kid gets around 10, you're already
Stop
starting to
bullying
be
your
like, damn,
Hans.
I want to hold that
Stop bullying.
person's hand. And sometimes it might be the same gender. So might as well just explain it to them that it's okay, because the media is already letting them know that it's hetero, that's normal. Like, just let them be, okay? Just let people learn about sex ed properly, and just teach your kids. It's not just man and women all the time. Okay, thank you.
All right, we are going to throw it to Modern Conservative. 2 minutes on the clock. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, so actually I was just gonna close this out. I really have to head out. It's getting late and I really need to work on something before I go to sleep. So
No problem at all, buddy.
all right.
Drop all your links in chat. Any like last statement you have on this? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So just last statement. It's really just rehashing the earlier thing. I think it's mostly a performative issue. I don't think repealing would have any effect. That being said, I think it probably should be repealed. I don't think it necessarily makes a lot of sense, but thanks so much, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Modern Conservative. And like I said, link all your shit so we can, everyone wants
sure.
to follow you. Yeah. Everyone wants to follow
thanks.
you, can follow you. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you on this panel. You were, polite. You didn't do a ton of interrupting, and I really appreciate having you here. And if I have more panels, I'll also let you know in the future, because we always need conservatives. So thank you so much for being here.
Really appreciate it. Have a nice night, guys.
You too. All right, we're gonna go to Cut Sleeves.
Yeah. Specifically on this bill, I just want a quick little exercise. Raise your hand if you are in favor of the word homosexuality being in the context that it was described in on the bill. Okay, it doesn't seem like
I'm the mod. I can't raise my hand. So like me
I know.
raising or not raising my hand.
I,
Like,
I
is
know
no
you. I
indication
know
of my
you
belief.
would have raised your hand, Hans. You sick son of a. Anyways, the point that I was trying to make is that I don't think we all agree that like putting homosexuality next to words like bestiality, next to words like public indecency, nudity, it's pretty crazy. I don't think there's like super justification about it. But I'm gonna stop taking up time now. I was just trying to see like where people actually stood on this.
All right. So we have like a couple minutes toward the end, but with conservative dipping out and no one having raised their hands, let's just start with the closing statements. So I promised conservative like the ending statement, but he already left. So in this case, let's start with because there's three lefties. Let's start with leftist owl. Then we go to cut sleeve. Then we go to Katarana. Then we go Katarana. And then we go to Biggs. And then we go to Trash Lord. So leftist owl, take it away.
Why are you putting all the black people together like in succession? Is there something going on?
Oh
my
God!
gosh!
All right, fine. Leftist owl, cut sleeve, Trash, Biggs, and then Katarana. All right,
Yeah.
so I separated you two. Okay? Yeah, see,
Save the best for the last.
all right, so a minute 30 on the clock. Leftist owl. This is just for the panel in general, but specifically Katarana. No interrupting.
Damn, calling you out.
I was like, oh wait, something's really weird. She's muted for like no reason at all. I don't understand. Leftist out. Go ahead, buddy.
Okay, so I think we can all agree that the bill is very dumb, or the blocking of the bill is very dumb because we shouldn't have these sort of discriminatory laws on the books because someone down the road could exploit it for their own ends. And I think that ultimately there could be argued that there are more important issues depending on how you want to frame that. But I think this is still an important precedent to set in that we're willing to take a stand against homophobic laws such as this. And the Republicans blocking it just shows their hand. It just shows us that they don't really care about making things better for people. They only care about this culture war and perpetuating.
Oh my gosh! Always the culture war. Culture war.
All right. Thank you so much, Leftist Owl. And then shout yourself out. Link anything you want in chat. All that sort of good stuff.
Yeah, you can find me at twitch.tv Leftist Owl, as well as on Twitter at Lefty Owl, and then on YouTube at the Leftist Owl as well.
Thank you so much. All right, cut sleeve, go for it, buddy.
Cut sleeve. I feel like in every single position on every single bill, we haven't had like too much to disagree on. Just to if this is like an overall concluding statement, on the Florida bill, I feel like women should be able to choose if transgenders compete in their sports. I'm a man, so I shouldn't have really much to say about it. Second bill is pretty pointless. I don't think homosexual should be in the same line as like those other things. Um, um, Specifically for the 2 or 3 people mad in chat. How about this? Here's a little game. All right, if anyone can correctly identify my position, I'll give you $10. I'll Venmo you $10. I've done it before. If you can identify my position and why you're angry at it,
calling them out in the
identify
chat.
my position, I'll give you $10. Again, cut sleeve. I just started streaming. I can post that link in chat. Yeah, if anyone ever wants to talk to me about it, because everyone talks mad shit, but they never do anything about it. If anyone wants to talk to me about it, DM me on Discord, and I'll take up the debate.
Thanks, buddy. No problem, buddy. Link your stuff in chat. If everyone wants to find cut sleeve, you can find him there. All right, Trash. He was here with us for a brief time, but extremely mighty with his. I just have several questions.
Too short of a time.
So feel free to finish your position and then plug your shit, buddy.
All right, so pretty simple stuff. Like, obviously, I wasn't here for the first proper bill discussion, so I'd have to look into that. So I can't say anything about it. But for the second bill, I think it's we should be able to like easily discuss these things with children. I think it's totally fine. I think if you wanted to go this far with that, then maybe we should do the same thing for heterosexuality. That means no more Disney princesses. I'm sorry, Ariel, you're out. We ain't watching that shit. I don't want any of that heterosexual propaganda for my kids. All right. No, I think it's ridiculous, and that I think luckily I think the way culture is going in like a lot of Western countries, it's not going to be an issue. Hopefully, I think people are going to be more and more accepting of this, and I think that's a good thing. That's great. I think the main that's pretty much it. Very very himbo take. I think pretty much most people agree with that. I think. Anyway, I'm Trash Lord. I mostly Twitter shitpost, but I recently decided to start streaming video games. Probably going to do political content, but I haven't figured out what yet. You can follow me at your boy Trash Lord, and I'll share links. That's on Twitter, and I'll share links in chat later. But yes, be gay and do crimes. That's it.
No calls to violence on this stream. All right.
No, non-violent crimes.
Better. All right. Thank you so much, Trash. Everyone go follow him. His video game streams are fun and based, and he has a beautiful voice. All right. The rock of the panel, the only person that is more of a dad on this panel than me, because he's actually a dad. I'm just a daddy. Biggs, take it away, buddy.
All right. So first and foremost, I just want to thank you, Hans, for having us all on this stream tonight. This panel was great. It was a lot of fun. I appreciate all you guys coming on and all the people that were on before. As far as the topics go, this topic, I do think that there needs to be some type of parental guidance when it comes to things like sexuality and things like that. I do think that the schools should be able to provide some type of curriculum as well. But to me, I do think that most things when it comes to that should be guided by the parents. I think the whole birds and the bees talk, things like that, should be had before these school topics even come to pass. So I think it should fall on the parents to talk about these things. I personally will be informing my daughters of a lot of things because I've had a lot of experiences through my life that I don't want them to necessarily repeat. And I just think that we all, as responsible adults, need to help our children the best way possible. And again, thank you all for coming out. Thank you, Hans, again, and I appreciate everybody. And you guys all have a great evening and take it easy. And a great weekend.
Thanks so much. All right. She hasn't actually been muted this entire time. I unmuted her after I left us out. So like this let it be known that Hans does not silence women for more than like a minute and a half. So Katarana, take it away.
Now that I'm done being silenced by the Mayo people, yeah, hello. Yeah, I this is just such an antiquated bill, and we should really be just taking this out. It should even be really a conversation. It sucks that like in the year of our Lord 2021 that we're still talking about this. Yeah, like it should have literally just been like, do you want to take it out? Yep, okay. So who wants to get coffee now? That it's pretty simple as that, honestly. And I just want to say that like everybody's opinion is invalid to me because most of you are even queer, so it's like it doesn't even affect you. So like yeah. And then with that, my name is Katarina. You can also call me Katarana for people that don't know how to use your tongue properly, which you should really get checked out. And yeah.
Like
okay. You don't need to show off. Okay. Okay. Okay.
I love you all.
Okay.
You guys are all amazing.
And
Thank you so much.
I do the physics, the actual hard science, unlike those really, really hard sciences of opening a book and closing the book and yeah. And I will be doing my interview tomorrow with Leftist Owl, and then afterwards I will be talking about why you shouldn't go to the International Space University because it's a waste of your money. And then from there they will definitely do a psyop on me and fucking kill me, but it's cool. I don't mind. I actually asked for it. And yeah, thank you for letting me on in last minute. I know you said no more lefties, but I'm the best lefty, so I know you have to let me in.
Oh, yeah. Again, thank you all so much for being here. Cut sleeves. I really appreciate it. You brought the fire. I think everyone had a lot of fun watching that. Biggs. I really appreciate having you on as well. And then Leftist, Al, like Katana, right? I said it right that time. I can use my tongue. And then Trash.
That was really pathetic. That actually hurt.
I'll do it again until I get it right. But again, thank you three for jumping in on such short notice. I really appreciate you. Save the stream in the last the last quarter. You're all awesome, and who knows? Maybe next time we'll have you at the
Hell
start.
yeah, Officer Wolf. Thank you.
So again, thank
I
you
appreciate
all so
it for
much
hanging
for
out.
being here with me.
You're awesome.
And
You
everyone,
guys are all
make sure you
amazing.
follow all
Thank
these
you.
lovely people and all
Thank
the
you
links
all.
that they
You guys are
linked to.
freaking
And then
sweet.
last part of
Love
shilling
it.
myself. Time to make myself big. Spotlight. Hey, what's up, you fucking goobers? Do you like this goddamn content? Do you like the way that I mod
Oh, I
panels?
just
Do you
farted.
like the way that
Felt
my
so
arms
good
look in
to
this
release
apron?
that gas.
If you like this shit, any of this shit, fucking drop that follow.
so
We smashed past 1,000 followers tonight, but we are not stopping. We are
Oh my
going to
gosh.
the moon.
Going
So,
to the moon.
drop that follow. Tell your friends. I don't
Oh
need
my
any of your
gosh,
fucking
to the
money.
moon,
but I do want
everybody.
your fucking eyeballs because again, we both know that that's good for both of us. So again, thank you so much. Have a lovely evening. My buddy Sansol is currently doing a sick debate with Bastia and some right wingers over on Politically Provoked. So we're going to raid into him post haste. So everyone, if you saw these lovely people in chat and you want to watch them, again, make sure you follow their links. Everyone, throw all your shit. Yes, sub to me on YouTube. Thank you, Eagle. Really appreciate you. Eagle's one of my illustrious mods. So get that done. Follow these people, some of the best voices on Twitch, and we will see you next week. And I'm probably gonna be streaming tomorrow, but like my next panel is going to be next week. So
Hell
thank
yeah.
you all so much. And Dylan Burns, I'm coming for you, buddy. All right, so like everyone have a lovely evening. Time to raid Sansol. Everyone get in. Get in. We must show a force.
He looks pretty bad right now. It is thing. He's all like lean it back.
He's been doing this for a bit. Look, I think he's pretty tired. Do it.
He's been
everyone
streaming
in.
for hours.
That's right, you goobers. Let's give our buddy an injection with this raid. I will see you next time. Thank you so much. And if you have suggestions for what I should fucking call this, I don't know. I'm workshopping names right now because like hippy dippy is a lot to like come up against. So I don't know what to call it. Like should I just like
the big guns with Hans?
It's like we'll figure it out. If you like that, yeah, we'll do that. But
I don't know, steak with a side of mayo. I don't know, man.
It's like Hans and the Poke Hans. Anyway, like, all right, let's go. Time to raid. Everyone have a lovely night. Get some fucking sleep. I need to go to bed. I love all of you, and again, drink water.
Take care.
Thank you for having me on. Bye.
Thanks for having us on.
Thank you all for
Thank
being
you.
here. This was absolutely awesome. And the VOD will be on like my Twitch for a couple days if any of you like want to download or anything like that. And then I will be uploading like clips of it to YouTube. I've started like an upload schedule, so it's like if you want to like react to like your debate performances and stuff like that, if you want to have that kind of content, I'm going to be releasing like each of the subjects individually on the panel next week. So get hyped for that. So I'll see all of you, later, and thank you so much for being here with me. So I'm going to end the meeting for all of us. Everyone have a lovely night, and you are all my little pog champs. So good night, everybody.
Have a good night.
Hey, Trash Lord.
Hey.
Your old Twitter is still in your About Me and your Twitch, so if you don't want to dox yourself, you should probably change that.
I really should. Fuck, I'm such a boomer. Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Yeah, just wanted to let you know.
That's okay. I don't have a problem with people knowing my name's Dylan, but that's like, yeah.
Yeah. All right. See ya.
But thanks for the heads up. I will actually change that.
Yeah, no problem.
All
right. Everyone have a good night. I gotta kick you all out of my special Discord room now. Good night.
All right. Love you, Hans.
Pepe sad.
All right. All right, I think I'm going to end my stream now. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it. You guys all have a wonderful evening. Stay out of trouble. Have a great weekend, and I will probably be streaming tomorrow night. If you want to hop in, I might play some Resident Evil 7 or maybe do another panel depending on what's going on. But I appreciate all of you for hanging out. Hope to see you again next time. Take it easy. Peace.